hear Ashley's comment.
All right, it is 9 a.m. Good morning. Welcome to this November 7th meeting of the Trinity County Board of Supervisors. If you will stand with me, Supervisor Lutweiler will lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, item 1.1 this morning, Board of Supervisors receive a presentation from HRN regarding tobacco issues in Trinity County and the benefits of smoke-free outdoor areas. With us today, we have Tricia Aberg from Human Response Network, and she is joined by several Trinity High School students. Nice to see you all. Tricia, welcome. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having us this morning. As Jill said, my name is Tricia Aberg. I work for Human Response Network in the Community Services Department. The Tobacco Education Program is one of many programs that I oversee. Thank you for having us here today and allowing us the time to give our presentation. Actually, do you want to pull that up? I did want to go over also a few of the other projects that we're working on real quick. Smoke-free outdoor areas is just one of the many things that our tobacco program is working on right now. I have my great team here with me, Karen and Caitlin. Karen has been working diligently with many of our local small retailers and outreaching to them to help them be successful and connecting them to the Small Business Development Center with the end of goal of hoping that they can be successful without tobacco sales as those are becoming more limited. Where also Caitlin works with our wonderful Friday Night Live youth who will be speaking to you in a little bit, as well as Yanni at Behavioral Health. And this Thursday, we're excited to do one of our youth advocacy workshops. We'll be having youth from all over the county come, 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, and be teaching them about how to advocate for tobacco-free communities back where they live in their different communities. So we're excited about all the different projects we have coming up. And Ashley, you want to go to the next slide? Thank you. So today we will be talking about creating smoke-free outdoor areas and how that can help create a healthier and safer community for everyone in Trinity County. Next. As we all are well aware of the health risks of secondhand smoke, I don't think any of us could fathom anymore the era where there was smoking allowed in restaurants and airplanes and supermarkets. So this is really just the next step of that to continue to protect our most vulnerable populations, our children and elderly, from the dangers of secondhand smoke and now secondhand vape aerosol out in public spaces. Next. Tobacco waste is also one of the key harms of smoking in outdoor areas. Unfortunately, there is a significant amount of tobacco litter that we have observed in our local parks and other public places. When we went out and did counts of tobacco litter as part of a statewide survey, the evaluator from the state actually called me and asked if we were following the correct protocols because our numbers were so incredibly high compared to the rest of the state. And I said, yes, we are following the protocols. That's unfortunate, especially because, there's a long-held belief that cigarette butts were biodegradable, it's just fibers. Really, they're tiny microplastics. The filters never go away. They're not biodegradable. I'm sure you've all seen, in the news about how the microplastics get into our waterways and affect our fish and wildlife. The vapes are really even worse. They're obviously made out of metals and plastics. Nicotine itself is a toxin, as well as all the chemicals that get mixed in with the vape. And so all of that residue is there in addition to just the plastic and the metal waste. Next. I sit on the Health Equity Committee, and so I just kind of wanted to highlight a couple of the things that really stood out to me when we were going through the health equity assessment, which you are all aware of. A couple of those things were that residents in Trinity County are twice as likely to be diagnosed with coronary heart disease, and that we have a death rate from chronic lower respiratory disease much higher than the rest of the state. Next. And unfortunately, many of the premature deaths in Trinity County are from diseases that are commonly associated with smoking and tobacco use, like heart disease, cancer, and chronic lower respiratory diseases. Next. Although we have a wonderful county and so many great things going for us here, unfortunately, the health of our county is not one of them. We are at the very bottom of the rankings for the county health rankings for California. If that's something that you're not familiar with, I encourage you to look at countyhealthrankings.org and dig into that a little bit more. Of course, as shown in the equity assessment, there are many factors that relate to that, and tobacco use is only one of them. And that's what we're here to talk about today. Next. We do have a rather high rate of smoking, much like many other rural areas compared to the rest of the state. This is one of those cases where because of our small population, we actually get grouped in with other rural counties. So kind of our general rate of adult smoking is 20%. Next. Our youth, however, have started to make better decisions, certainly in the way of cigarette smoking. Our youth rates of cigarette smoking are way, way down, which is wonderful to see. They really realize what the dangers of that are. Unfortunately, at the same time, the vaping rates have significantly increased. Next. We do attribute this in large part to the marketing and targeting of children and teens by the vape companies. You'll see that many of them have fun flavors. They will tie into kid branding. We recently saw a Barbie vape that's pink lemonade flavor, and they're commonly have these really sort of fun things. We've even found online where there's like little stuffed animals that are actually vapes being sold. So it's pretty atrocious. Next. This is why the state has said that selling flavored tobacco products is no longer prohibited, allowed in stores, which has been, I think is going to be really helpful, hopefully, in addressing these vape issues. There are unfortunately still a lot of counterfeit vapes and things available on the internet. We have seen a few stores locally that haven't taken down their flavors yet either. So we need to work on that as well. Next. So getting back to the benefits of smoke-free outdoor areas, we really feel like this youth influence is one of the key benefits of creating non-smoking public spaces. The more that youth see smoking at community events that they go to, and when they're walking home from school, the more that's going to be normalized to them, and they're just going to think that that's something that you do. So when they don't have those outside influences, it really helps them remain, smoke and vape free. It also helps support our community members that have quit or are trying to quit. It can be a big trigger if you see other people smoking or vaping when you're trying to quit. So if we create these safe community outdoor spaces, it will benefit them as well. Also, as I touched on it, help reduce the tobacco waste, should help reduce the risk of fires from discarded, lit cigarette butts. The vapes also, because of all the chemicals in them, if they get hot enough, they can explode because there's batteries in them. So the battery acids can heat up and explode. There's been numerous home fires and some vehicle fires about that as well. Those are largely when people overcharge them, but it could also be if they warm up in our, 110-degree summers, it could happen. Next. So how do we get there? How do we get to smoke-free outdoor areas in Trinity County? There's a couple different paths we can take. Individual organizations and businesses can adopt smoke-free policies for their grounds. The Board of Supervisors could pass an ordinance designating smoke-free areas in our county and pick which specific areas they want to make smoke-free. And then the follow-up on that is posting clear signage so that people know where they can and can't smoke. We largely see that people are, really good about following that, and so it tends to be honestly mostly self-enforcing. Sometimes an event organizer may have to go over and say, sorry, that's not allowed here, but generally people are very courteous and they're used to that. And then we could also do a public education campaign to educate people on the benefits of the smoke-free areas, where it's allowed, where it's not allowed. The tobacco education program is here to help with all the steps of that process. Next. We have done some polling and found that there is large community support for smoke-free areas. 77% of the people that we spoke with said that they support smoke-free outdoor areas in Trinity County, and noted that they do have a concern with secondhand smoke and tobacco litter in their communities. We also asked them where they thought it would be good to designate smoke-free areas. And the most popular areas were outdoor dining areas, Weaverville Historic District, bus stops, public event areas, parks, and then also sidewalks and trails. We also have gathered, we'll be dropping these off for you later today, 197 postcards from community members saying that they support smoke-free outdoor areas. We've diligently been collecting these at community events over the last year. By and large, people are really supportive of it. There are also 7 different community organizations and businesses that have signed letters of support saying that they would like these smoke-free outdoor areas in Trinity County. Next. We do have some designated places already, which is great. I've been working on this for quite a while. And I've helped the Highland Arts Center and the Historical Society downtown adopt policies for their grounds and provided signage. Most recently, we helped Trinity Center, and the Coffee Creek Volunteer Fire Department is also in the process of it. We're able to provide signs to them as well. So those are in the process of being ordered. We worked with the Trinity County Fairgrounds several years ago. They felt like the best avenue for them was to have some designated smoking spots, much like Leafong Park. So I helped them with their ordinances as well, and designated a few smoking areas so that people would know where to go. Next. We do have a few laws that are in place that do help offer some protections. There's a state law that you can't smoke within 20 feet of exits, entrances, and windows of government buildings. They have passed a law that state parks and state coastal beaches, which of course doesn't affect us, have to be smoke-free, but that does apply to the Jaws House. So that is smoke-free downtown, except for the parking lot. There is a tot lot law, they call it. So it applies to just playgrounds within parks, within 25 feet of a playground. And then more recently, they designated within 250 feet of a youth sports event. So we also provided, when that law was passed, some assistance to Trinity Little League with helping get some signs up so that people would be aware of that around the Little League fields. Next. Unfortunately, though, that leaves a lot of places that are not protected. Anywhere in a park that's outside of that 25-foot area, which is honestly really hard for people to figure out, like, where is that line? You don't take your kids to the park with a tape measure. So we do see a lot of tobacco litter, unfortunately, in all the years that we've done tobacco cleanups at the parks in the playgrounds themselves. Other areas of the parks are not protected. And then obviously our sidewalks, where our students are walking home from school, our walking trails. Ascend is one of the places that is in support of smoke-free outdoor areas, and so it could even extend to things like our Weaver Basin trails or, the trail around the reservoir in Hayfork. Next. One thing that we weren't sure about going into this was the Weaverville Historic District, and Karen went around and spoke with a lot of the business owners, and many of them are in support of having the historic district be smoke-free. They've asked us for signage, they put them up in front of their buildings, they signed letters of support. I personally have a vested interest in this. Just the other night when we were walking down to the Main Street candy giveaway that we do every year, and I was taking my son who has asthma, and we had to walk through a group of smokers in order to get to the trick-or-treat path. And, these were, thankfully, they were very conscientious. They were trying to stand off to the side, but it was still there, and there's no barriers for that. We have even seen it in the little clustered area. So, it's just community events like that that I think would be really helpful. Next. And now I'm going to turn it over to our Trinity High School Friday Night Live youth, and they're going to share with you some of the reasons why they really feel that smoke-free outdoor areas are important.
Good morning. I'm Evelyn Siegmiller. I'm a senior at Trinity High School, and I'm here with Friday Night Live. When I was little, I used to be afraid to walk down Main Street because there were always people smoking outside of the businesses. I was scared that I would walk through the smoke and not be able to breathe, and I don't think other children should have to feel this way. Also, this past Halloween, I was downtown during the business trick-or-treating, and in multiple areas, I saw people smoking, surrounded by children who were trick-or-treating. I don't think this should be a part of Halloween or everyday life, and this is why I support the smoke-free outdoors. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Cadence McCall, and I'm 17, and I'm here with Trinity High School's Friday Night Live. I've walked around our local parks and to vape and cigarette smoke, and it discourages me to go to public businesses on Main Street where people smoke. Many people are allergic to cigarette smoke, such as my mother, who has serious reactions. This is why I would love to walk downtown smoke-free in a healthy community.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maria Gori, and I'm 17 and have lived in Trinity County for 10 years. I first heard about vaping when I was in elementary school when one of my classmates was caught doing it. Since I've been little, my peers and I have been exposed to the concept of smoking. I remember every day riding the school bus, looking out the windows, seeing adults smoking on Main Street or near the elementary school. This sets an example for children who see adults as role models normalizing smoking, leading to young kids thinking that it's okay for them to do it too. This is why I think having smoke-free outdoors is important.
Thank you.
Thank you. So just a few notes in closing. We have provided for you a model smoke-free outdoor ordinance from the Public Health Law Center. This is something that could obviously be, further modified and made to fit the needs of Trinity County. Some of the areas that are suggested to have smoking prohibited in outdoor spaces are recreation areas such as parks and trails, like I mentioned, outdoor dining areas, public event areas. It could cover other public spaces such as sidewalks in the Weaverville Historic District. And it could also cover, I feel like we don't have a lot of these now, but it's always good to be forward thinking, bus stops, ATM lines, and outdoor kiosks. That could include things like food trucks. And in the ordinance, smoking would include nicotine, cannabis, and any other plant products. And so that way it makes it really broad. We're not targeting any kind of specific population. And it also allows for the language to be as they invent, unfortunately, new kinds of vaping products. So in closing, I just want to thank you all for your time and let you know that we are here as a resource for you moving forward with this process. Thank you.
Okay, Trisha, thank you. Appreciate the presentation and all your work on this. I do want to acknowledge Karen Compton and Caitlin Eddy of HRN that are here with you as well. And girls, thank you for your participation in Friday Night Live, and you did a beautiful job sharing today. So thank you for being with us. Are there questions of board members?
What is the penalty for not or for selling menthol or flavored tobacco right now?
I believe it's $250
Per day?
per incident.
per incident?
Per item. Karen's my resource. She knows all the things.
Per item. Okay, I just wanted to know, because there is a couple places in town that are well known for not stopping that. And I just wonder why they continue. When did it start? December 21st, I think?
Of the last year.
Yeah, last year. So
Yeah.
we're almost a year into this. And they continue to sell all menthol flavored vape and everything. And I just wonder why at that cost. And I own a store, I wouldn't even think about doing it for one day.
Right, of course. And that's kind of, it's a related but separate issue that we could definitely bring information back to the board on. One of the ways to address that and to be able to provide local enforcement of our tobacco laws would be to have a tobacco retail license. As you know, we are often neglected by the rest of the state. They do come by sometimes to inspect. However, we could have local inspections of tobacco retailers. It's not necessary exactly to have a tobacco retail license for that, but it does put a system in place for that, and it also would create a designated entity for that, and it would open up a significant amount of funding for the county if we had that. The California Department of Justice has grants specifically for enforcement of tobacco laws that could be applied for if we had that.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Carpenter Harris, did you have something? You good? All right.
Thank you so
for being
much.
here. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
Great job.
Okay, item 1.2, Clerk of the Board, receive an update from U.S. Forest Service representatives regarding matters of interest in Trinity County. And with us today, we have our Weaverville District Ranger, Tara Jones. Tara, thank you. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'd like to not tell you my age, unlike the 17 and 18-year-olds that just walked out. So I'm going to skip that part of my introduction. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with you again this morning. Want to start off by giving you some updates on some of the various departments with the Forest Service. So recreation, many of our campgrounds have closed for the season. However, the ones that remain open are Upper Minersville, Big Flat, Lower Hayden, Hellgate, Scott Flat, High Palm, Big Slide, and Slide Creek. So those remain open. We are taking a look into restoring the Knob Peak Lookout, which is near Harrison Gulch, with the thought of turning that into a recreational rental. And as we work through that process, and as we work through many of our larger NEPA, I'm trying to look at the possibility of putting cameras, including the placement of those first alert cameras into these NEPAs. So if we're going to do some work on that lookout, I'd like to also include the possibility of putting a camera there. Good news, Christmas tree permits are on sale. It's becoming my favorite time of the year. You get to wear a hoodie and buy a Christmas tree permit. For timber, we are active on the Gemmel timber sale. For those who don't know where Gemmel is, it's off of the Wildwood Road. That sale is currently active. We're also active on our large IRSC contracts that we put together this past summer/spring. And that work is ongoing on the 4N16 road, where we're getting some of those trees that were felled during the monument fire removed, and also in the Forest Glen area. Contract prep, we're working to put the pilot project into an agreement and get a contractual tool to get that whole project ready to go and into a contract. Planning, High and Palm, we had a field trip. I have a field trip tomorrow with the Fish and Wildlife Service to go out and look at the High and Palm project, get them introduced to what we're doing out there, the purpose and need, and the desired future condition. So we're going to have a field trip with them tomorrow. The next day, I talked them into staying overnight. The next day, we're going to go visit the Big Ranch project area and get their input and ideas on that one. Trinity Camps planning process is continuing. As you know, the NRA, the Shasta Lake Ranger District, is taking the lead on that. The Bowerman process is continuing. That is a partner-led NEPA with the Watershed Center. And this is a long name, so Rick, you're going to want to write this one down. North Trinity County Community Risk Reduction, formerly known as Highway 3, the Highway 3 project. That project, we had a field trip on Friday. We had the Shasta Lake Ranger District, NRA, as well as the TRMU. We were all out looking at that, places to treat, what we thought we could get done out there. That is an out year. It'll probably start next fiscal year. Budget. As you know, if you watch the news, we do not have a budget. Our continuing resolution is set to expire November 17th at midnight. So what that means to all of you is you want to get in and get your wood permits. And we do have some vendors that will be selling Christmas tree permits. So we've got, in Weaverville, we have up north and the visitor center. So thank you for that. And in Hayfork, we have the watershed center who'll be able to sell Christmas tree permits. But our capacity to keep them sustained and keep them stocked will be challenged if we're in a government shutdown. And again, that's just for Christmas tree permits. The wood permits, you'll need to come into our office and get them before we close. I'm sure most people have their wood in already, but I was always late, so. Prescribed fire. The Trinity River Management Unit has completed 95 acres of pile burning and 127 acres of broadcast burning or underburning, much of which was in the Weaverville Community Forest. And I'm very appreciative of our local staff who have a good pulse on the community events so we can work around homecoming football games and weekend events that we have here in the basin, and still try to thread the needle and get that window and get that burning done. So we also worked with our partners to help them achieve an additional 33 acres in the Weaverville Community Forest on private lands. The South Fork Management Unit has accomplished 145 acres of pile burning. So they've been also doing very well. Hiring, we're still hiring, always hiring, looking to hire more positions in timber and in administration. Some more help over in the offices. We will be hiring a permanent full-time front desk person in the Hayfork office and getting out of the cycle of temporary employment. The jobs are open right now on usajobs.gov, and if anyone needs any help navigating that system or help with their resume, they're welcome to call any of our offices. Let's see, partnerships. We had a great field trip associated with the Governor's Task Force early in October. We co-hosted it with the Watershed Center and the RCD. It was well attended. It was the best, most well-attended field trip of the whole conference. People got to come over and see the work that we're working on together with the Watershed Center and the RCD and our other partners. So it was very well attended, just a great day. Been meeting with the Trinity County representatives, with the DOT and your natural resources. What is his position? Chairman position with David? What's his title?
Oh, environmental compliance specialist.
There you go.
But he's now, yeah, he's still. Okay.
Okay, well, I met with David to talk about some of the natural resources part, as well as meeting with Panos to talk about the DOT portion. So we're looking to start implementing some of that work, and we'll already have been using the bridge there at Forest Glen, and now we have a mechanism that we can pay you folks for the use of that bridge. So appreciate that. Field trips, again, we're committed to having field trips. Every time we have a scoping document open, we will have not only a field trip with the Trinity County Collaborative Group, but also a public field trip. The public field trip at High and Palm was well attended. I got some good feedback from the folks that live there and really appreciated their participation. And next year, I would like to get out and have field trips to go show everyone the completed work we've done, whether it's prescribed burning or the harvesting or whatever, the cleanup and fuels reduction work we've done. I also wanted to extend an invitation to all of you. If you would like to go look at work that's been completed in your district, or if you would like to be out on one of our prescribed fires and see how we go about doing that, I'm happy to host you and get you out to see how we go about doing those things. That's it for this week. I would like to think about, would it be okay to bring a PowerPoint presentation to show you some pictures of the work we've been doing? I thought I might do that quarterly if that works for you. Okay. All right. That's what I had for you. Do you have any questions for me?
Nice. Thank you. Questions?
Okay.
No, I did want to just toss in, I love your idea about getting folks out to see the prescribed burning, just personal testimony. It looks really different than I thought it would look. And I think it's really wonderful to educate people. It's not what you think. It's not just this all-encompassing thing. It's very strategic and very good. So thanks for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And we really appreciate the partners, whether when we were up at the ballpark, we were in contact with Caltrans while we we're burning that to make sure the impacts of the highway were okay. We work with local volunteer fire departments and the RCD. We just really appreciate the support.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, have a wonderful day.
Thanks, you too.
Thank
All
you.
right.
All right, Veteran Services, item 1.3, receive a presentation from Trinity County Veteran Services Officer Jennifer Dobbs regarding the Veterans Program and adopt a proclamation supporting Operation Greenlight for veterans and recognizing November 2023 as Veterans and Military Families Month. Jennifer, good morning. Thank you. Floor is yours.
Good morning, Chairman Cox and distinguished members of the board. I have a PowerPoint. Thank you. I'm Jennifer Dobbs, as you said, Trinity County Veteran Services Officer, and I would like to thank the board for your support of Operation Greenlight and the designation of November as Veterans and Military Families Month. By displaying green lights on government buildings, residences, and places of business from November 6th through 12th, Trinity County residents can show their support for veterans and honor the sacrifices made by those who serve their nations as members of the armed forces. The slide would show you the number of veterans living in Trinity County. We don't actually know the number because it wasn't a question on the census. There's approximately 963 according to CalVet, over 1,000 according to the VA. About a third are receiving veterans benefits every month in money. Many of those are getting healthcare benefits. 33% are receiving no benefits right now. And the 36% in red, I don't know who they are yet. I'm still trying to figure out who those 36% are so we can try and hook them up. 2% of our veterans are World War II, at least of the ones I know about. 5% are Korean War, 22% are peacetime, which is the late 50s to early 60s, and then everything after Vietnam until the Persian Gulf War in 1990. 24% are Persian Gulf and post 9/11 veterans, 47% are Vietnam era. We're losing veterans quickly these days, sadly. And with the Vietnam veterans aging, it's gonna accelerate. So here's the highlights. I logged 1,461 contacts in the last fiscal year. That translates to 388 individual veterans or family members served. I received 47 referrals from HHS. Those referrals generally resulted in veterans or their family members getting off of public assistance and receiving VA healthcare, which means they didn't have Medi-Cal anymore. Several of them were homeless, so that has increased a lot. There are about a dozen homeless veterans I know about right now in Trinity County that I'm working with HHS on, trying to get housed, get monthly benefits and healthcare. And one of the issues we're having is with the VA HUD-VASH people coming up and releasing the vouchers to us. So I'm working with the Reading Clinic on that. Service-connected disability claims, we filed 156 claims and 1 wartime pension. 6 dependents received benefits. 16 appeals, that was veterans whose claims have been previously denied and were now accepted. And then 6 burial benefits. Next slide, please. So the bottom line for all that is about $5.8 million received by veterans from the VA over the last fiscal year. Retroactive payments from the claims we filed was just over $400,000, and there was a monthly increase of nearly $60,000. Education benefits, you see 5 there. That's either the children of service-connected disabled veterans receiving college fee waiver, where they can go to school for free at a California public college or university, or a veteran actually receive VA benefits for college on their own. Next slide, please. Brief overview of the fiscal year comparison of 21, 22, and then 22, 23. It's increased by almost $1 million, and the office is actually on track to exceed that. Next slide, please. That's a monthly benefit comparison by district. So far this fiscal year, in the last 4 months, we've gotten nearly $300,000 in retro payments and $30,000 increase in monthly payments. And with the PACT Act, which allowed a lot more veterans to get service-connected disability benefits, I expect that'll keep increasing. Next slide, please. So here's the issues that they're facing right now. Community care is the VA's insurance for veterans who want to use the doctors up here. it's so difficult for providers to work with them that a lot of them have stopped. So I'm trying to coordinate some sort of solution between the VA, TRICARE, and current providers, but it's very difficult. If I find a way to bring you into it, I definitely will. But right now, providers like chiropractors, physical therapists, mental health, they can't get it up here. So they have to go to Reading for it. And with transportation being an issue for most veterans in this area, it's hard to get. Veterans generally face the same challenges as everyone else living in a rural community, but they also face challenges that are unique to those who served in the armed forces. And I'm not trying to say veterans are broken, because most of them are not. Far from it. Most are actually assets to their employers and their community, but they do have a difficult time transitioning sometimes, because service members have their own language, their own customs, their own way of doing things. And those who cannot or will not contribute while in the military either get retrained, disciplined, or kicked out. So the people you work with are all working towards the same mission. That's kind of a euphoria in living and working with people from all walks of life that are united in one purpose. And that is nearly impossible to replicate in civilian life. So it leaves a void. And probably one of the most overlooked challenges are the medical ones. Some veterans have combat injuries that civilian doctors cannot recognize or properly treat, but most issues stem from toxic exposures that are unique to military service. From contaminated groundwater and Agent Orange to burn pits, radiation, and jet fuel, health ramifications of toxic exposure often take years to manifest, and a physician not educated in these risks will miss it. For an example, a doctor will see a healthy 30-year-old male sitting before him with chronic cough and sore throat and think he has allergies, not realizing that his exposure to burn pits often puts him at an increased risk of throat cancer. So these diagnoses are being missed, and veterans are steeped in the culture of you go to the doctor if you can't stop the bleeding or set the bone yourself. So they seek treatment at the end. And the veterans at a much higher risk of learning about these health issues when they're too far gone to treat effectively. The VA medical system is amazing, and their practitioners do understand veterans' medical challenges, but most veterans are not actually eligible to use it. With few exceptions, only low-income veterans or those with VA-recognized service-connected disabilities are eligible. That is why I'm so forceful about filing for service connection when I talk with veterans. There's nothing more heartbreaking than getting a call from the wife of a veteran who is terminally ill, asking how the VA can help. It takes months or years for the VA to act, and I've had far too many veterans to come to their illnesses before their claims are processed because they didn't know to come to me beforehand. Anyway, I want to thank the board once again for your support of veterans, of the Veteran Service Office and Operation Greenlight. The more the community understands veteran issues, the better we can address them. So thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Jennifer, thank you for that presentation. That was a little bit hard to hear. Thank you for your work.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. And yeah, our questions, any
I
supervisors?
just want to thank you for having
I have
personally
a
visited
question
you.
for you.
Thank you.
Of the 1,000 veterans that we have here in Trinity County, how many of those regularly need to go to Reading for medical services or whatever they need to go there for?
All veterans who use VA healthcare have to go there at least once a year to see their primary care physician. They can get a referral for doctors up here, but once a year they have to go see their physician down there. If they aren't able to get care up here because they have special issues like cancer or diabetes or something that isn't being treated effectively, I mean, it could be weekly or monthly that they go down.
And they're responsible for their own transportation right now?
Yes, sir. Some of them can get reimbursement from the VA, but they don't actually provide it. There are some programs the VA is trying out, like one where they work with Uber, but those aren't available in our area yet. I know that there are some, like the Disabled American Veterans in Reading help with transportation, but again, not up here. So
I'd like to find a creative solution to figure that out. Somehow or another, with some of the healthier veterans up here, maybe taking some of them down there. I'm not sure what.
that does happen. The VFW in Hayfork is good about that. There's some VFW members in town that do that here. And I've been talking with members of HHS, APS, things like that, trying to find a solution because that's kind of a common theme throughout this county, not just with veterans, but with elderly folks in general. So we're hoping to find something that can benefit everybody. Again, it's in the initial stages.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, as I was saying, thank you for what you're doing. I know we had a little chat from my own situation, and to put a personal note in this, I was at Camp Lejeune during the time when they since discovered they had known toxic waste in the water. And there are a dozen, 15 maybe pre-approved diagnoses. I'm a prostate cancer survivor, the only one in my family ever to have it, and it happened in my 40s, which I certainly tie back to that, but it's not on the approved list yet. My wife, who lived on the base with me, is not covered. So the challenges she faces are very real. You know, it's hard to move the mountain. But I appreciate it. You were very helpful and cooperative, and we'll just keep looking at it and hoping you find answers for everyone, because I know Camp Lejeune is a piece of a big picture that you're dealing with.
But it does speak to a larger problem with the lack of providers in the area. One of the ways that you get service-connected disability is you have to have an in-service event, a current diagnosed condition, and then a medical opinion that links them. Some of the doctors here are very willing to give that medical opinion, but again, it comes down to education. I spend a lot of my time looking through medical studies on linking toxins and going through like deck logs, trying to put a veteran in the right place at the right time, or going through Board of Appeals for Veterans issues, trying to read and see, okay, what exactly were they going to accept as evidence? So there's a lot of time that goes into these, and if the veteran can't make it to his compensation pension exam in Reading or in Eureka or Medford or wherever the VA tells him to go, the claim gets denied regardless. Doesn't matter why you can't make it, you just don't get it. So transportation is a huge issue. Any other questions?
I just want to say thank you so much. I can feel the passion in your effort and in your tone, and I appreciate that. Everybody needs a fighter on their side, and so I'm glad our veterans who were once and still are fighters in many ways have you battling beside them. Thank you for that effort. And I have the little poppy that's on your shirt. Where do I get a bunch of those?
VFW will be handing them out in front of ACE and CVS on Veterans Day, which is the 11th.
Okay, we're having an event in my community on that day, and so I was going to try to find some so that we could hand them out, because we're giving our veterans a free sweet treat and coffee on that day. So
Where is that?
In Salyer.
Okay, I'll see if we could probably provide you with some. I'm in the VFW, so.
Okay, cool. Awesome. Thank you. And thank you again for all you do.
Thank you very much.
All right, and now we have a proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Trinity supporting Operation Greenlight for veterans and recognizing November 2023 as Veterans and Military Families Month. Whereas the residents of Trinity County have great respect, admiration, and the utmost gratitude for the men and women who have selflessly served our country and this community in the armed forces. And whereas the contributions and sacrifices of those who served in the armed forces have been vital in maintaining the freedoms and way of life enjoyed by our citizens. And whereas Trinity County seeks to honor those individuals who have made countless sacrifices for freedom by placing themselves in harm's way for the good of all. And whereas veterans and their families make our country, I apologize, that's true too, but it does say make our counties stronger by exemplifying the time-honored traits of duty, loyalty, selfless service, integrity, and personal courage. And whereas Veterans Day has been set aside as the day all Americans pay tribute to the men and women who have risked their lives to preserve the liberty of our nation. And whereas each November, we honor the invaluable contributions of both our veterans and military families in Trinity County. And whereas Trinity County recognizes, supports, and appreciates our veterans and military families year-round, especially during National Veterans and Military Families Month each November. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Trinity do hereby proclaim November as the National Veterans and Military Families Month. In observance of Operation Greenlight, the board encourages all communities throughout Trinity County to acknowledge and honor the service of veterans by displaying a green light in the window of their residence or place of business from the evening of November 6th, 2023 through November 12th, 2023. Duly passed and adopted this 7th day of November, 2023 by the Supervisors of the County of Trinity. Could I have a motion?
Move to approve as presented.
I'll second.
Wonderful. So we have motion by Supervisor Leweiler, and we have a second by Supervisor Gogan. Beat you by a hair.
Supervisor Gogan, Supervisor Lutwiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye.
Trent should have to be in this one. Mhm. You gotta be in this picture. We doing a picture?
Are we
always-
doing-
I do.
It looks like we're doing a picture. Oh.
One, two, three.
Almost stepped on your foot. Terrible.
All right. Before we move into public comment, I want to be able to move the large red sign so that it isn't distracting. Not right now. Oh, okay, fun. I just do think that when the county's been handed $1.5 million by our governor, it deserves a little recognition publicly in this arena. And so on Tuesday, October 24th, Senator McGuire did visit our community. He made a lot of stops, visited with a lot of folks, spent some time with our firefighters. We had a gathering at the CD Hall, 4:00 in the afternoon, and he announced that he has been able to secure from state funds $1.5 million to begin the implementation of the upgrades to our CD Hall that we very much would like to see. And so I think it's appropriate to recognize that at this time, as we've just concentrated on our veterans and their importance to us in this county. So we are grateful for our senator, his wonderful staff, his hard work in bringing the funds to us, and look forward to beginning this implementation process. So, yeah, before we go into public comment, we'll take a 5-minute break as requested.
I suck the oxygen out of the room.
You came to me this morning, he's like, you don't believe it. Like, I hardly even got it out, just a guess. I want to go back to Arkansas. Like, yes. There was some.
Yeah. Will do.
This is not good.
Heck is that?
Apparently it's Trinity Alps players. It's the theater.
What the heck?
All right, we are back in session and we are moving into public comment. This time is for information from the public on matters not appearing on this agenda or within the consent calendar. All comments are limited to 3 minutes and must pertain to matters within the jurisdiction of this board. When addressing the board, please state your name for the record and address the board as a whole through the chair. No action or discussion will be conducted on matters not listed on the agenda. However, the chair may refer the subject matter to the appropriate department for follow-up or schedule the matter on a subsequent agenda. Is there any public comment in the room?
Good morning, distinguished members, staff. My name is Richard Horde. I live here in Weaverville, California. I'm here on behalf of the Trinity Arts Performance Center. Mr. Taylor Agape, who is the president and director of this organization, could not be here today, so he asked me to come to give us small request to you. I also work for Trinity Valley Consulting Engineers, and that does not, I make that qualification not because the TPAC is a client, but because we do have an understanding of the hydrology measures that are contributing to this flooding that you see, and also to dedication easements that are preset in some of the documents that are before you. Now, basically, this is a picture that has been happening since last year. There's a substantial flooding happening behind the building. We did some research and we found out that there's an easement line, and you can see that in your map, that is actually owned by Trinity County. It's a utility easement, a drainage easement. What we believe is happening is that this easement and the culverts in question are plugged. We have requested through the Trinity Department of Transportation to look into these matters and assist in clearing these. They basically, at this point, they have denied to assist in light of technical issues, and also claiming that the majority of this water pertains just to the parcel alone. But in fact, all this water comes from under highway drainages that are of that mountain behind. So essentially what I'm here to do is to request any assistance on your behalf to look into these matters, especially in light of the wet winter coming. We definitely want to avoid this happening anymore. There is some damage occurring to the building from last year. We fear that another substantial rainstorm could cause even more damage to the building. Of course, needless to say, this is a community establishment that, you know, celebrates art, celebrates the community as a whole. So we are requesting for you to look into this, and ultimately to direct the Department of Transportation, Public Works, whoever department needs to oversee this, to clear these culverts and avoid this issue happening this year. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Good morning, Shanna White. Today I'm in front of you as a Trinity County resident. And today I'm here to inquire about the investigation of Jill Cox's unethical actions. It's been more than 6 months since these actions were exposed. Many Trinity County community members stepped up and voiced their opinions for and against Jill. Dan made a very passionate comment that there was going to be an investigation done. So again, I'm here today to ask about the status of the investigation of Jill Cox's unethical actions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment in the room? All right, seeing none, is there any on Zoom?
Adrian Keys.
Hey, good morning, Chair, Supervisors. Adrian Keys from Hayfork. I've got 2 really quick items. One is I'm hoping that at some point the general public can receive a really clear definition of the use of the word obligation in the proposed stacking ordinance amendment. There's a lot of rumor, innuendo, but of course, without an actual statement from our leadership, we're just left with just that, which is just more innuendo and more uncertainty. And secondly, and honestly, I had no idea Ms. White was going to be saying this today, but I will support what she just said. We also really need to have a report of some sort of conclusion of this investigation that's underway. It's again just throwing more shade on the county, and we need to get beyond that so we can have a functional county and we can all move forward together. So I really hope that we can have a really clear and detailed report out on the Cox Underwood email investigations also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa Bright. Can't hear you, Lisa.
Maybe move on and come back to her. Is there somebody else? Okay. Lisa, we're apparently unable to hear you.
She's not saying anything in chat either. Okay.
I can see her, but it's not, we can't hear her.
All right. Apologize for whatever that technical issue is. And we will close public comment and move on to reports and announcements. Reports from department heads. Are there any in the room wishing to report out?
Good morning, Trinity County Clerk, Recorder, Assessor, Registrar of Voters. I just want to bring up to you, I came once before talking about the filing period for the supervisory districts that are up for elections and central committee members. The filing period for supervisors is November 13th through December 8th. We encourage anybody who wants to run for office to call the office and make an appointment so they can file all their nomination papers. We have a lot of information on our webpage that people are more than welcome to look at. Something else I wasn't prepared to talk about, but after Jennifer Dobbs's presentation, I want to let veterans know there is a veterans exemption for their property taxes. So if any of them are receiving benefits, and I will also reach out to Jennifer to make sure that she has this information, there is an exemption for them if they're receiving benefits to assist with their property taxes. That would be a form filed in the assessor's office. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other department heads in the room, are there any on Zoom?
I have no raised hands.
Great. Moving on then to reports from our county administrative officers, CEO Tayo.
Thank you, Chair. I got a couple items. So first off, I'd like to thank Solid Waste and Caltrans for partnering in order to provide some much needed free appliance disposal. The information I'm going to talk about is already on the county website and on the Solid Waste social media sites. But basically, every Saturday for the month of November, residents can take up to 3 appliances to either the Hayfork or Weaverville transfer stations and dispose of them at no charge. Obviously, they've got to be somewhat clean and free of food, and there's some restrictions there, but the opportunity is there, and we're encouraging residents to do that. Based upon that event that is going on each Saturday, there are some adjustments that are being made to other transfer sites to be able to man appropriately those locations that the appliances are being collected at. Again, all that information has already been sent out. It's on the county website. It's on the Solid Waste Facebook page and social media sites for residents' information. We had a water meeting that the county did to include Supervisor Gogan and Carpenter Harris. We met last Monday with the Bureau of Reclamation. It was a good team event. The topic was the reconsultation effort and specifically the Trinity River Division aspect of that. We also invited PUD to that event as well as the Hoopah Valley Tribe. Were all participants. There was a general recognition from the Bureau of Reclamation that further analysis is needed as far as the in-depthness of the EIS regarding the Trinity River Division. There is still no decision has been made whether a separate EIS is going to be done for the Trinity River Division or if the current EIS is just going to be further defined and refined to be more inclusive of the Trinity River Division. But that analysis is ongoing, and it was very clear that the Bureau of Reclamation recognizes that and is going to work through that. So that is a big plus for the county. We had a department head meeting. We have a monthly, but we had a real good one this last Monday, and the strategic planning effort was a topic, and we got some very good volunteerism from our department heads, and they're going to work specific overall goals and the lines of effort. Collectively, we have some work to do on the already board approved framework of the county strategic plan, and we're going to work that, and I will plan on bringing that formally to the board the first part of January. of 24, so we can, make any refinements and adjustments, and then actually implement and start working towards that effort early next calendar year. And then finally, I've got some more recognition for one of our departments, and I'd really just like to, I'll read some of the letter, but this is addressed to the Honorable Angela Bickle, our auditor controller, and it is from the California State Controller, Cohen. And it is an award for financial transactions reporting. And it's not only for Angela, but it's for the entire, auditor department. And I just like, to publicly thank them for their efforts. But the letter reads in part, it's my great pleasure to congratulate Trinity County on receiving this award for county financial transactions reporting for preparing a complete financial transactions report for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2022. In order to qualify for this annual award, your county has met several key eligibility criteria. And then it goes on and says a few other things and thanks the staff. But again, I would just like to, recognize them for the work that they do in difficult budget seasons and difficult financial arena and an area that is ever changing. They do great, and that's recognized at the state level, which is also very appreciative from the state, but also shows the quality of work that they bring forth. And that's all I've got for today.
Thank you. Reports from members of the Board of Supervisors. Let's start with Supervisor Frazier.
No out-of-county travel. I will be going to Eureka Thursday I'll be going to Eureka on Thursday for North Coast Unified Air Quality Management District meeting, which was postponed last month because of lack of quorum. So we didn't have that last month. It'll be a long one on Thursday. Other than that, not a lot on the schedule for this week. Next week will be busy.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Litweiler.
Okay. First of all, the Airport Advisory Committee, there are some efforts underway to clean up materials that have been reported up in the Trinity Center Airport, so that there's plans going on to make sure that we get that addressed soon. And DOT Director Panos Kokas is working to schedule the next committee meeting. The initial dates he provided for that are when I will be at CSAC, so they may move on without me, but we're just trying to make sure that we get another meeting in here before the end of the year. The Area Agency on Aging, Chair Cox will probably have more of an update, but I do want to highlight we are looking for someone to join the advisory board. This is someone that would be able to help guide decisions about the services we provide for the aging here in Trinity County. And you can reach out to either of us for information about that, what that role is and how to join. The Trinity County Fire Chiefs Association will be meeting on Monday the 13th. I will be in Sacramento for the CSAC conference. And I know they're anxiously awaiting our decision today about the approval of Title III funding. I mentioned the CSAC conference. This is the California State Association of Counties. I'll be there pretty much all week, both for the annual conference as well as for the board meeting. The Northern Rural Training and Employment Consortium, or NORTEC, I've mentioned this before. We wrapped up some strategic planning work with the board in that organization this last week, I think it was, earlier this month anyway. And I say wrapped up, we wrapped up the first stage, but it's an ongoing effort to redefine how we will provide workforce management support in the North State region. And I think it's a great effort. And the group of leaders that are in the 3 service provider groups, as well as NORTEC itself, are actually already doing a lot of great things to streamline and enhance the services they're providing. So it's exciting to see them kind of evolving with things that are changing in the environment, in the economic and workforce development environment. SCED, the Superior California Economic Development District. Actually, I will be now facilitating strategic planning discussions with that board. That'll take place at our next board meeting. And this is the group that provides economic development support in the form of loans and regional planning and such. And so we're having a discussion about what should our priorities be, what should the scope of the work that we do be, and how will we measure our success? Things that any organization should have clarity on, and it's a good opportunity to revisit that. Since the last board meeting, I was assigned to or appointed to the Telecommunications and Technology Steering Committee for NACO, which is the National Association of Counties. This involves monthly committee meetings and then participation in the semi-annual conferences. So that's a new thing added to my list, but I had raised my hand because one, I have a fairly extensive background in telecommunications and technology. And also I believe that that could have a big impact on our county, and I want to make sure that our rural needs are represented in that. County Medical Services Program is on our agenda later today, but one of the things I wanted to share is that I met with the leader of that organization in a Zoom session. This is an organization that primarily provides health coverage for uninsured, low-income, indigent adults that are not otherwise eligible for other publicly funded healthcare programs. She did indicate that the person that we are asked to vote for is actually the chair of their organization, and she had very positive things to say about his level of commitment, his experience, and his participation. So definitely I took it as a strong endorsement from her for the person that we're being asked to vote for. The way that program works, there's 35 counties that are a part of it, but there's only 3 supervisors from those counties, one from each of the 3 sizes, small, medium, large counties. And so it's just something that this is the person that has been representing our types of counties, and we're being asked to either support that nomination or put somebody else forward. And I will say that from the discussion, it was clear that not just Trinity County, but the North State could take a lot better advantage of the services that are available here, because one of their major programs, there's only 520 people participating in it. And if you think about 35 counties, and this is for people who can't otherwise afford healthcare, there's have to be a whole lot more than 520. So I hope that we will get more information, get more engaged with this organization. I did want to mention from the Lewiston area, there's a Loudon Meadow recreation project that's in early stages of discussion, but the RCD has reached out because I had reached out to them about something that might be able to take place there. And so now they're starting to kick that around. So I'll be trying to work with them and community members to try to give input as to what might take place in further development that area from a recreation standpoint. I wanted to thank Director Kokas for his Department of Transportation update. I love that he provides us very thorough written updates. They're posted on his website. So he's not only informing the board, but he's keeping the public informed. I hear a lot about what isn't getting done, and I think we're all aware because we drive the roads and we see potholes and all the things that need to be cleared out in the culverts and everything else. And it's helpful for me to see what actually is being done so we have a sense of that. And I wanted to acknowledge that I had joined Planning Commissioner Carol Fall for our district when we were invited to join a group of Lewiston community residents to discuss cannabis-related matters and the ongoing process for updating our general plan and community plans. It was, I would guess, around 30 or so people that had come together and invited us to join them for that discussion. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Gogan.
My turn.
Yes.
I had some out of county travel to Lolita for North Coast Resource Partnership meeting, which I will let Heidi talk about. She was the star of the show there. She did a great job, absolutely super job. And it touched on a couple of things that Trent was saying about our cooperating agency meeting. Some of the things that are going on in these meetings right now are first for Trinity County. We don't generally get, we haven't in the past, I'll say, gotten a lot of cooperation from some of the tribes, and we certainly are now. I think over the years, myself and Trent have built a great relationship with Tom Stokely and Joe Polos. You know, I've known both of them for 20 plus years, and Trent has known them also for quite a long time. And they are on their dime, helping Trinity County kind of weave its way through this really, really complex water issues that we're going through and going to continue to go through. Also having Heidi with her background in water has been a great help to us. And, you know, these things never happened before. So I got to give thanks to Trent as our CAO, because any previous CAO didn't know much about Trinity County water or the river, and he knows a lot about it and is getting a lot done. We're on the map. We were never in a cooperating agency place before. Now they're actually listening to us, taking some of our suggestions to heart, and that is really, really good to see. We have a place in this program now that I think is substantial, and I think we're getting listened to, and we are making headway with all the rest of the TMC members, as far as I know. So thanks to Trent, Joe, Tom, and everybody else that's helping us kind of work our way through this. It's been, it will be a long process. It's a difficult process, but I think we have the right people on board to keep this thing moving forward as we go. Also, myself and Trent met with Rusty Hicks, who is the chair of the California Democratic Party, who was just recently elected and wanted to come up to Trinity County and just kind of get a feel for our county. What we're doing water-wise was this big issue, and myself and Trent had lunch with him a week or so ago. Really nice guy, great questions, and you know, hopefully we'll see him again. He was pretty open to coming back up here whenever we would like him, and it was a good talk with him. He really was open-minded and seemed to have good concern about our county. So that was very, very positive. I will let Heidi speak about the North Coast Resource Partnership meeting we went to.
Hey, Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
One other thing I guess I should add to Trent, should we, or maybe to Joe, should we disband the Trinity County Water Ad Hoc, as it's not a real formal meeting scheduled? It's kind of just a.
Yeah, I'll get to that in just a minute.
Perfect.
Thank you. I did have one out of county travel. As Leah mentioned, we went to the North Coast Resource Partnership in Lolita. That is an amazing organization that pulls together leaders from all I guess streams of people who care about natural resources and the concerns around them. So a lot of folks from tribal communities, a lot of folks from cities and counties and state coming together to make decisions and to work on efforts to propel our region forward with fire resilience and water and salmon and all of the mix. There was a significant amount of conversation, obviously, around the reduction of fuels in our forest lands and on our private lands and on our state lands. So that's much appreciated. The money that is coming into our communities will clearly make a difference and help prepare us for the future. So that meeting went quite well. As Leah mentioned, I attended the meeting with the Department of Reclamation regarding our rivers and had the opportunity yesterday to spend quite a bit of time with our Trinity County OES department, which was a joy, learning how they man the helm and lady the helm when we're in the mix of those emergencies, and just learning kind of how the string of communication needs to click and trigger in order to make sure that we're getting all things out to our citizenry that we possibly can, while continuing to communicate with federal and state organizations that are often involved in our emergency situations. I attended an RC and DC meeting to do an interview with the folks who are applying for a position to help promote work around natural resource education within our region. Attended a fire safe council. I also attended the National Association of Counties Rural Lands and the National Association of Counties Public Lands Zoom meetings. I'm on both of those caucuses. In those, we talk a lot about the interaction between the federal government and our counties and on public lands and how those have impacts on our private lands. And then also regarding the payment in lieu of taxes that our county is always seeking to make sure we have solid funding in that. So those caucuses are important both to myself as an individual, but then also more importantly to myself as a representative of my district and for this county. I just want to say too that we still have some local water districts in my district that are trying to recover from the Six Rivers fire, and they're getting some progress moving ahead. I thank the state for helping in that. And then I also just want to take a moment to say that our deer season closed since last meeting. I don't know if folks realize, but I think it's approximately 35,000 deer tags are sold within our district that bring people from all over the state and even all over the country to our region to hunt and enjoy the outdoors. I had the opportunity to host the Forest Service campground in Hobo Gulch. My family and I have been doing that for many, many generations. And it is just an absolute delight to visit with people who have traveled from as far away as Colorado and Connecticut. Just like, really, you drove that far? Yeah, we've always wanted to hike in the Trinities during this time of the year, or we've been waiting to get a chance to get a tag for this area. We've always wanted to hunt it. We meet people from all over the state, and it is an absolute joy to see a grandpa and a dad and the grandson/son going out together and embracing that opportunity to be in the outdoors. So that's something that I think is important. It brings a lot of money to our communities as well. This week that's coming, I'll be going to fire safe meetings in Willow Creek and have some Zooms with public lands and then on to CSAC the next week. So lots of stuff going on. I do just want to take a moment to bring something forward that's a little bit more international. I just want to say that my prayers and thoughts are with all of the hostages from the situations that are going on in Israel. Many Americans are among them, and our troops and service members have received approximately 38 attacks against our men and women in service over there. So please, if you pray for them, and if you don't, then have a moment of silence and just reflect on what needs to take place in our world in order to keep our small community safe. It's not just here, it's all the way across the globe. So thank God for our troops, and I just ask that the Lord be with us.
Well spoken, Heidi. Thank you for that. Yeah. All right. Board report first. Fire Safe Council. Wildfire mitigation cameras, that whole effort is going forward under the direction of the collaborative and leadership of Jim Spear. And Tara touched on that today. And so that is very much top of mind and being worked on. I was able to connect through networking paths at RCRC with a marketing professional, Bobby Watkins of Adapt Media in Palm Springs. And so I spent a complimentary hour consulting with him and passed that opportunity on to our newly collaborating chambers. And, certainly no obligation to entertain his services per se, but he definitely had some interesting ideas that I thought might be helpful. And so they may take advantage of that as well. First 5 update, our RFP was released. We have had submissions received for the director we are seeking, and interviews are slated to happen on the 14th and 15th. PSA 2, just touching again on the advisory council member needs that Supervisor Leutweiler spoke about. He did mention that these folks guide the decisions of the executive board, but I want to broaden that just a little bit because these are the people who suggest what needs might be out there, unmet needs. And so this is a means by which if you are an older American or you interact with or are acquainted with what their needs may be, this is a very effective way to be able to bring those needs forward and watch funding come into place to help meet those needs. So it is not just the burden of having to sit through meetings. This is really a place where you can watch changes take place. So if you have any interest in that or know of folks who will, we definitely need 1 and possibly 2 members representing Trinity County on that. They also have had the issue of having to cancel meetings for lack of a quorum. So it's important that we get our seats filled. And then I have had meetings with CEO Ted Hill and department heads regarding potential housing options. And so there's some hopeful things going on there, nothing that is really reportable yet. Things are very much in the embryonic stage, but exciting opportunities and possibilities there. So I appreciate Supervisor Gogan bringing up the ad hoc. You must have been channeling my thoughts because I didn't want to reach out to either one of you because you are an ad hoc. So CEO Ted Hill and I have had this conversation regarding the water ad hoc. Initially, this ad hoc was to focus on some urgently emerging concerns regarding the 50,000 acre feet of water issue that the county was looking to address in some very formalized meetings and perhaps some high-level advocacy procedures. So while those things still are concerning, and they certainly are on a list of needs to be addressed, it's a bit further down the list of priorities as the reconsultation process is now of the utmost concern and the item that needs to be prioritized. So in this reconsultation, we are more of participants. We're not necessarily putting forward a product or a document. We are a part of a larger group. And so not, at least at this time, the entity driving an end product. So this certainly can be reevaluated in months to come, and with the new chairmanship, if this is needed to be reinstigated, that's fine. But at this time, I agree. I should say thank you very much to the 2 of you for your efforts, your collaborative focus on, you know, what those high priorities were at the time, and then transitioning into the new needs as the situation has morphed a bit. So I will say thank you for your service and formally end the ad hoc. Thank you. Additionally, with regard to the economic development ad hoc, I am ending that one today too. Supervisor Lutweiler's and my efforts initially were quite collaborative as we worked to pull together information from various sources of economic development support and identify a path forward. Also, the efforts in working with our TOT partners, which Supervisor Lutweiler very knowledgeably facilitated to the end of the additional funding and that collaborative support that they are, or approach that they are taking now. So while he and I will both continue to work on various initiatives, the majority of what we're currently involved with is done individually. And I just really want to say thank you to you, Supervisor Lutweiler. There have just been many things move forward, connections made, his ability to use his business and fiscal background and to bring into these areas has been quite unparalleled. So thank you for that. His involvement with the TCDC board, I really think that he'd be a board member there anyway. It is quite fortuitous that he happens to also be a county supervisor, and that just really provides a channel of input and also a direct line. When you need support from the board, you know, that is an easy step. So my efforts have been focused on public support of this privately driven CD Hall project with a growing emphasis on our much needed housing. So I feel like our efforts have been really productive together and now have bifurcated and I think becoming actually more productive independent. So I think it has been good. I appreciate you. I appreciate what I have learned and thank you for all that you have done. And so we'll positively end that ad hoc today as well. Let's see.
I do have a quick update for that last report out on that committee.
Yes.
That's right.
Yep.
So we have talked before about SURF, and I think I mentioned in the last meeting that SURF is a state funding program to help drive economic development. And they have renamed themselves California Jobs First. So if you hear that, that's what they're referring to as what we have spoken about with SURF. Our watershed leader, Nick Goulet, is on the steering committee for that. And I've sat in for him a couple of times. This most recent time, we were looking at the actual processes that we still need to go through to get to the point of formalizing who's going to vote to approve who gets funding, when will that be happen, and so forth. So it was a good opportunity to weigh in on that and share some thoughts on Nick's behalf. But it is progressing, and we are expecting a timeline pretty soon that will give us more clarity about when we can expect things to happen. And I have shared this a couple times, but there is a link that's available if anybody has ideas, project ideas that they want to submit. There is a survey form from the folks organizing this whole program that you can submit your ideas directly. And I know in our public workshops, we came up with a lot of great ideas, and it's up to those individuals who sort of took ownership of those ideas to get them into this system so that they will be considered when this decision-making group comes together. And then Chair Cox mentioned TCDC. This is the nonprofit, at least pending application that's been formed to focus on community development. And just wanted to note the focus areas that we're starting to get some traction on. One is obviously this funding. So we've been heavily involved in the SURF now, California Jobs First. From a recreation standpoint, mountain biking strategy is one of the big things that has popped up and is important to some of the board members specifically. And I noticed that both our CAO and Chair Cox had brought back information from their engagement with people through RCRC, and then the organization that you went to meet with, Trent, that had shared information about how various communities with much less to offer from a mountain biking standpoint have still made big impacts with this. So there's just a lot of momentum around this, and we're focused on trying to get a formal strategy together that we can collaborate with county and other organizations here in the near future. Housing has been mentioned. One of the things I noted is that while we have various work groups established with our general planning process, the work group that is established for housing is an internal one. It's staff members. We don't have a community-based organization. And so there are members of our board who are going to be working to try to pull together some people in the community that are very involved in this area to try to help weigh in and add and make contributions to that housing element of the general plan, working with Ed Presley and others that are involved in that organization already. From a small business support standpoint, we're also pulling together some ideas for that, but probably in the first part of the year, we'll be putting on some workshops and roundtables, basically trying to figure out how we can identify what small businesses need to be successful here that maybe they don't have. Maybe it's sharing information from the people that have been successful with those that are struggling or who want to give it a try. So we're just trying to facilitate that, and we've got some ideas working on those. And then the final area that we're focused on is natural resource conservation and management. And Nick with the watershed is taking the lead on that, but it has a lot of different aspects. A land trust is one of the things that we're looking to help facilitate so that we can use that for various purposes in Trinity County. So that was the rest of that.
Nice, thank you. Okay, I don't think you folks had anything else to add for the water ad hoc closing out. Okay, to make sure. And all right, so we will now hear about a cannabis ordinance ad hoc.
There
you go. My notes, and then Dan can step in too. We continue to work through all the great input received during the public workshops and via the email address that was out there. I think we're up to 15 hours now that we've spent going through it, not just to read it, but to go through it together and discuss what that input might cause us to think about differently than what we had before. And staff has been taking a lot of great notes about how our thoughts are evolving so that that can be put forward. We're also working toward a second draft of the proposed updates so that that could then be put out for consideration as well. We really want to make sure that this public input process happens effectively. And then I did want to note the Planning Commission will soon be considering an amendment to the existing ordinance to allow stacking of cultivation licenses on a limited basis. That's been noticed already, so people are aware of that. And just a heads up, I actually received an email yesterday asking that I reach out to the FPPC to make sure that I didn't have any conflict that I should address in my participation in the ad hoc committee as it relates to how opt-outs, existing opt-outs, which I live in one, might be affected. So I've reached out to the FPPC trying to give them as much background. I forwarded the email that I received as part of that. And so hopefully here before too long, I'll know if I need to recuse myself from any or all of our ongoing discussions about the cannabis ad hoc or the opt-outs.
The only other update we had discussed in our last meeting is that we may again push our timeline a little farther out with our second round of public workshops, because the amount of input we got in the first round and trying to get all of that incorporated into our update as a second draft may take a little longer than we had anticipated. So I'm still working toward it. And if we do push that out, it shouldn't be for a very lengthy amount of time. It should be still fairly quickly.
Okay, thank you. And thank you both for your ongoing work. I know it's hours and hours and hours, so I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
All right, so let's pause now and do a closed session report out of our October 17th meeting. Item 4.1, Government Code Section 54954.5C, Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipation of Litigation, Number of Cases 1, Direction was given to staff. Item 4.2, Government Code Section 54954.5F, Conference with Labor Negotiators. County's designated representatives, Margaret Long and Susie Hawkins. We are adding Director Layla Cassis, HR Director, to this. Employee organizations, Deputy Sheriff's Association, and the HHS unit. Direction was given to staff, and again, adding Director Cassis to the designated representative teams. Item 4.3, Government Code Section 54956.9D 2 and 3, Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation, Significant Exposure to Litigation, one potential case, Complaint of alleged harassment against a member of the Board of Supervisors. No reportable action was taken. All right, with that, we will move into the consent calendar. These items include routine, non-controversial matters and will be acted upon by the board by one roll call motion. If a member of the public has any questions or comments on an item on the consent calendar, they may provide them now. A member of the board or staff may request an item be pulled and considered separately. Is there any public comment on the consent calendar? Seeing none in the room, any on Zoom?
I have no raised hands, no chats.
Right. With that, we will close public comment and bring it back to the board. Are there any board members wishing to pull any items for separate consideration? All right, hearing none, I will entertain a motion on the totality of the consent calendar.
Move to approve the consent calendar as presented.
I'll second.
Motion by Supervisor Lutweiler, second by Supervisor Frazier.
Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
Supervisor Lutweiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
County matters. These items include non-routine or controversial matters and are listed alphabetically by department. A member of the board, staff, or public may request that an item be heard out of order. Is there need on anyone's part to rearrange the order? Right. When we come down to the end, I did notice that the electronic version lists differently than the printed version, and it puts 9 and 10 backward, making the appeal item 4.10. And so we'll do it that way rather than this printed way. We'll take this ordinance first and do the appeal last. So if anybody's working off the electronic version, you'll understand.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Not sure why that happened. Another one of Ashley's joys with Novus. All right, Board of Supervisors, item 4.1, discuss and or take action regarding the following areas for the cannabis cultivation license fee credit refund worksheet authorized by the Board of Supervisors on March 1st, 2022. Establish an end date of November 15, 2023 to accept credit refund worksheet from 2021 and establish an end date of December 31, 2023 for credit refunds to be applied. Currently, $579,773 in credits have been issued, with $222,193 potentially remaining. So we have our Cannabis Division Director, Drew Plabani. Good morning.
Good day, Chair, Supervisors, Drew Plabani, Cannabis Division Director. We previously brought this item to you on October the 17th for your initial consideration, and I think we've just brought it back for some clarification on the potential of an end date to when we would cease to apply credit refund worksheets. I know that you had asked for a bit of additional information on the remaining 72 credit refund worksheets, which is, covered here in the discussion. I don't know if you'd like for me to restate it or if you have any specific questions for me.
I don't have any specific questions. You might just jump down to that point of the discussion that you placed into the backup data for the public record.
Sure. So I had staff dig through and try and identify exactly what sort of issues and or timelines and status those 72 remaining credit refund worksheet related to their pending projects. Essentially, 44 of those 72 are currently pursuing licensure. 9 of those 44 need action by county staff. 28 have violations or a combination of violations and or deficiencies with other departments or agencies that are really preventing them from moving forward at this point. So the timeline to when they may correct those deficiencies or violations with other agencies or departments is unknown. And so in terms of the status of when they will be able to complete resolving those violations or deficiencies, again, we can't really predict at this point. One of the other questions that I think you guys were asking about, which we looked into was, when were the last credit refund worksheets received? I think there was some concern, that this was sort of an ongoing process where we were still receiving credit refund worksheets. According to staff, looking through, we don't actually have them all tabulated by date. They're all associated with the project. So we don't have a running list of the date received, but there's been approximately 2 received in the last 6 months. And just yesterday, one potential outstanding one that hasn't yet been submitted, but that could potentially be, was identified. So very few that I would expect to see and a very limited number that we've received over the past 6 months or so.
Okay, thank you. Questions of board members? I guess I just would ask if the 9 that require action by county staff are holding someone back to where the dates that you have suggested would be problematic for them based on our capacity.
With the exception of projects that we are looking for guidance from legal counsel on, the remaining projects would be mostly site inspection based. And so I do expect that we'll have those site inspections completed prior to the end of the calendar year.
Okay, very good. All right, with that, we will open public comment. Is there any in the room? Seeing none I'm sorry, go ahead.
Good morning, Lisa Wright from Lewiston. Just a brief comment, certainly in support of the proposal from staff. I think fiscal certainty is important, right? So they know anticipated revenue. I will just comment on the numbers that are with other agencies or other departments. At times, those might not be at the fault of the applicant. Perhaps, for example, environmental health, they get really busy and backed up. So they might be waiting for an inspection, let's say, for them to come out. So it's not really anything that they can do more. So I would hate to see them kind of excluded because of staffing limitations or non-responsiveness from agencies. If they aren't complying with the changes they need to make and haven't submitted, then I think that makes sense to include them in that. But I just wanted to mention that little caveat.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other public comment in the room, is there any on Zoom?
I have no raised hands, no chats.
All right, with that, we will close public comment and bring it back to the board.
Make a motion to approve as presented.
I will second.
Right, we have a motion by Supervisor Lutweiler and a second by Supervisor Gogan.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Lutweiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. Thank you. Director Kabani, appreciate that. All right, item 4.2, discuss and or take action to cast Trinity County's vote for Group 1 counties representative on the County Medical Services Program Governing Board, no fiscal impact. So I brought this forward simply because I received this letter, including a ballot, a return envelope, and a requested deadline of November, I believe, 17th. And I didn't know what to do with it. Certainly can't make that decision unilaterally, so brought it to the board for discussion. Thank Supervisor Lutweiler for very much diving into this. Really, in your board report, we got a good bit of education there, but I would certainly pass this to you if there's other pieces that you want to inform on.
I'll just share that, again, I'll emphasize that the leader of the organization spoke very highly of the person that we've been asked to endorse. He has been acting as chair for a while and has been involved for a number of years. And I did send my notes from the meeting, some answers to questions that I had asked them early on, and their presentation materials and bylaws to Ashley so that she could share with everyone. So, because I think we can make the decision here today, but I think it's all up to all of us to dig in a little deeper on what this might mean for us. And I've also shared information with Liz and the team who they are already involved in some of it, and we're looking at how we could potentially be more involved. But otherwise, that's it.
Okay, very good, thank you. Questions? All right, with that, we'll open public comment. Is there any in the room? Seeing none, is there any on Zoom?
I have no raised hands, no chat.
All right, we will close public comment, bring it back to the board. Entertain a motion.
Let's see, trying to think of how to phrase this. Move to approve the ballot as submitted.
Are you, excuse me.
Let's see.
Are you just moving to cast the ballot in favor of the named candidate?
Yes, thank you. What she said.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
All right, thank you. Motion by Supervisor Lutweiler, second by Supervisor Frazier.
Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
Supervisor Lutweiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. Thank you. Clerk of the Board, item 4.3, select proposals for funding pursuant to Title III Secure Rural Schools and Community Self-Determination Act of 2000, and authorize the county administrative officer to sign the agreements and any future amendments. $287,410.75 from Title III funds. Senior Financial Analyst Susie Hawkins, good morning. Who looks like she didn't know she was presenting on the item.
Well, I knew that I would be answering questions, but I didn't realize I was presenting the entire item from start to finish.
You can certainly pass it back to your CAO if you would like to.
I'll leave that up to Trent. That's
No, it's fine. I can, introduce it. So the items have been, or the proposals have been received. We've sent them out to public comments. There were no public comments received. We're at the stage now where we are, bringing these back to the board for final approval. The actual applicants and the dollar values are all on the board report. There's about $287,000 of projects. From our initial review, the projects all fall within the confines of them, with the exception of the Downriver Volunteer Fire Department. I would ask the board to support us in going back to the Downriver Volunteer Fire Department and just validating that particular equipment, which is Jaws of Life, how much of their responses will be allocated on federal lands, so we can ensure we're following with the spirit of the program. And nobody would be able to come back and question us from an audit perspective or anything like that. I think that's just good due diligence. And then we can make that adjustment. But all the other ones, there's no issues with those. And our recommendation is that we approve those projects as those proposals have been requested.
Okay, perfect. And then in the instance that the Downriver Volunteer Fire Department is unable to assure that the predominance of their use of that tool would have a direct tie to federal lands, would you describe then what would happen with that 15,000?
So that 15,000 would then not be allocated during this round of funding, but it would stay within that budgetary authority. And as we get the next round of Title III funds, probably in the 3 to 4 month-ish timeframe. We don't know exactly when we're going to get them, but historically, we should be getting them in the early springtime-ish. When we get those, we'll just add that to whatever funding allocation we get, and then that will increase our pool size, if you will, for available funds for the next round of allocations.
Okay.
And based upon the dollar amounts here, I know this is big dollars and significant for our county, but in the larger federal scheme of things, this is, $15,000 is not a big amount of money for this program, and that will not affect our likelihood of getting resources allocated or not allocated to us. It should have no effect on that.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. Appreciate that. And then also, is the timeline that we're on right now the timeline that is the one that we will be remaining on going forward? How do you picture, what month would we expect to see the publications happening in the next fiscal year?
It's hard to say because it's going to be dependent upon when those funds actually come in or when we get notification. We don't get great notification of how much we're going to get or when it's going to come in. So I just am watching for when the auditor's office sends me the copy of the OR that says, hey, you got Title III money. And then once that comes in, that triggers me to be able to start that process. Obviously, if that doesn't come in until July, I'm going to be delayed in getting it out because we're in the middle of budget development. Sure. If it comes in right now, we're at a, dare I say, slower time in the office? Not really, but theoretically we should be. Mm-hmm. And so I'm able to prioritize that sooner. Okay. So it's hard to give you a really good answer. Sure. It depends on when those fundings come in and what other deadlines I'm bumping up against.
Sure, fair. Okay, thank you. Mm-hmm. Other questions?
I just wanted to clarify, am I remembering right, Susie, that the amount that we're dealing with this year is actually larger than usual because it does have carry forward from last year?
It actually has 2 rounds of funding. This is our 21 allocation and our federal year 21 and federal year 22 allocations. And so, yes, it is larger than we would normally be dealing with. It also includes in our federal year 22 allocation, our change in percentage split between Titles II and Title III. Okay. So that Title II piece for federal fiscal year 2022 is larger than what we have seen historically. And so the amount of money that we will be dealing with is larger than what we've seen historically for any one given year. If I recall correctly, I think it came in about 191,000 was what we got for federal year 22. versus we were usually getting somewhere between 70 and 90,000 under the original or older percentage splits.
Right. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Do you folks have questions?
I will just
Okay.
add on your timing question, Jill, I just note that I do, from my brief participation with the Fire Chief Council, Fire Chief Association, the timing of this is very important to them because, like, for instance, I know from the Weaverville standpoint, RCD, so forth, they do a lot of fuels management that this is when they need to be doing that. And they can't do it until the funding is approved. And so I just think even, Trent, we may need to look at if this all keeps falling on Susie and it happens to come in during budget time, if we can get some assistance to help to make sure that this doesn't get held up, because it can mean the difference from the funds getting used and not used for a whole year. So I hope we can keep that in mind.
And then the last piece, Susie, if you would, when the original asks came in, they were about $3,000 over what the funding was, and you were able to find that. So if you could give clarity.
Yeah, so I was able to do a reconciliation, and at the end of the contract terms, if the participants didn't fully expend their contract allocation, that rolls back into our fund balance. We're able to roll that over. This fund accrues interest. And so as that comes in, that adds to our available fund balance. If my budget for advertising is less than what, if my budget is higher than our actuals, then that gives us a little bit additional in there. So I did do a reconciliation last week on this, and we are able to fully fund the requests. And we don't have to go through that painstaking process of cutting $3,000 out of them.
Thank you.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
that work. All right. With that, we will open public comment. Any in the room? Seeing none, is there any on Zoom?
I have no raised hands, no chats.
Right. That I would entertain a motion.
I'll move to adopt as presented.
Do we need to add anything for this discretion or?
Yes, because the board packet indicates the presentation, so you want to take out the Downriver Volunteer Fire Department and approve the balance of the allocations.
Or do we want to approve it all based on CAO's confirmation of meeting requirements?
Yes, please.
Yes, and then I would ask for CEO authority to adjust any of that downward if we can only, get the volunteer fire department, if they can only confirm, say, 50% of it's going to be federal land, or 25% or 75%, whatever that amount is, just authorize me to finalize and sign.
Wouldn't that be covered in this agenda item that says gives you authority to sign any future?
But just to clarify for the adjustment piece of it, since we're adjusting
Any or all of that downriver funding.
I will amend my motion to include the verification of downriver's eligibility.
I'll second.
I think we did have a second from Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Oh, okay.
Did I hear you jump in?
Yes.
Okay,
Please.
thank you. All right.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier.
Aye.
Supervisor Leutwiler.
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan.
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Right, thank you. Item 4.4, approve a budget adjustment for fiscal year 23-24 for the Abandoned Vehicle Abatement Program, Department 2950, increasing transfers in and services and supplies by $2,200. Approve a budget adjustment for fiscal year 23-24 for contributions to others funds, to other funds, Department 1990, increasing transfers out by $2,200. And approve a budget adjustment for fiscal year 23-24 for general fund contingency, Department 9901, decreasing appropriations for contingency by $2,200. Increase in general fund appropriations in the amount of $2,200. Current cash balance in abandoned vehicle abatement, Fund 174, is negative $187. Current balance in contingency is $499,380. CAO Tudhill.
Thank you, Chair. So as Ashley's bringing up a couple of slides I want to show on this, we're asking for $2,200 from contingency. This is the first budgetary request from the contingency funds in this budget cycle. but we are basically out of funds in the abandoned vehicle program. As you know, we get limited funds to start with there in the tune of about 16,000 on average. And part of that goes to fund our part-time position that runs the program. And then we have about $10,000 or so to run the program for the remainder of the year. If you go to the next slide, Ashley. Unfortunately, in this fiscal year, we've already had 3 removals that we've had to take care of. These are pictures of them. As you can see, they're predominantly RVs, and they have predominantly been on the side of state highways and on a county road in this last, the 4th removal incident. So I'm working with CHP and Caltrans to kind of work through the nuances of the program, if there's anything we can do to enhance their ability to enforce, to work together. CHP has some level of abandoned vehicle program, but predominantly this responsibility falls back to the county. This 4th one, the pictures are right here on both sides of this slide. This one was originally located Lewiston Road and Old Highway. It was located in a turnout spot there that is close to BLM land, but county still has responsibility for that area. The owners or occupants or somebody decided to then move this RV up Old Lewiston Highway about a half a mile or so to another turnoff point, and that's where we ended up removing the vehicle from. As you can see from the pictures, this particular vehicle is very similar to the other 3 you saw on the previous slides. They're typically full of trash, garbage, hazardous materials, just all kinds of junk. These things are literally stacked to the ceiling. As you can see in the pictures on the left there in that back window, there's trash you can visibly see there, that's stacked 3 to 4, possibly 5 feet high in there. And then on the one on the right, you can see, trash and other debris that has fallen out the door. So these are just a hazard for us in the county. And the reason I put this forward today like this, the $2,200 is not the important part here in my mind. The important part here is this is a whole of county problem. It is just not appropriate for anybody in our county to think that it's right that they can take property from a location that may be private or other, and in my opinion, just dump it on county property, and then it becomes a responsibility of me and the county staff to remove this and to expend county taxpayer dollars to remove these items, because this is 100% general fund. We don't get funds for anything else. This comes from their funding that their taxes are paying. So my plea is to ask everybody who may have seen these or may see these in the future or may be involved with any of this, is to do the right thing when you see somebody potentially dumping trash or dumping a abandoned vehicle like this, and just think that, well, it's not my problem anymore. It becomes the responsibility of the county then. This is just not right. And we need to police ourselves better. And I believe we can do better if we have that type of thought process and that type of attitude. There are some wonderful groups out there that go, and I'm very appreciative for them, that go and collect trash at locations like this, not big stuff like this, but actually go and collect household trash, in small groups and collect it up and take it to the transfer stations. They actually pay the bills for that and get it off the land and make our community cleaner. And I'm very, very appreciative for that. But this type of activity, I think, is just absolutely inappropriate. But we are going to take the steps to remove this one, which we already have. I'm just asking for the money to replace the coffers, if you will. But I certainly, don't want to be sitting here at the end of the fiscal year and we're at, 7, 8, 9, 10 of these things on a slide. I would really like it to stop here at 4. I think that is way more than we should be having. But I think through whole of county involvement and recognition of a topic like this, we can solve this problem. This is within our, public ability to do that. But I'm asking for help from everybody who may be listening on this today, who maybe have witnessed one of these particular events, or may come across this at some point in time in the future. So thank you.
Yes, thank you for that. All right, questions?
I just wanted to clarify, I know CAO Tuttle and I did talk about this, and the county does make every effort to try to identify who the owner is so that we can put it back on them to do that. But when it fails, like in this case, then we need to deal with it. And as you said, we need to find a way for this to stop. I'm wondering, besides if we can identify the person and it's their responsibility, are there also like penalties from, is this considered some sort of thing that could be fined, or other type of penalty that if the person is?
Our current ordinance is fairly limited with that, and that's what the dialogue between CHP, Caltrans, and our, abandoned vehicle program. We're working through some of those. As you recall, there was a grand jury report on this, and part of my commitment to making this program better would be an annual report to the board, and we will do that, come January time period. We're making some improvements to it, and some different, or potentially some different available options for residents to help in a overall cleanup effort. But right now, our ability to find somebody, or to make this like a violation where there's monetary tied to somebody, is very difficult because we are not able to identify the owners of these vehicles. And that's been the hardest part about it, because typically the plates are all removed and there's almost no traceability to it. This last one in particular did have a plate to it, but when you ran it back through the systems, it was either transferred to somebody else, or it was actually taken off the DMV records, as a no longer vehicle that is anybody has responsibility for. But we did track it back to about 3 or 4 different potential owners and people, and it just never came up to where we could actually tag it on somebody.
All right, with that, we will open.
I have one more follow-up question really quickly. You said there are limitations in our ordinance and stuff. Is that something that we could, as a board, fix? And what would it take to get that to the board?
We can potentially do that. We are, doing that already, and obviously the board could provide more direction to staff on that. But we are already looking at that ordinance and looking at different options that other counties and governance structures look at, and different options that are out there. But if anybody wants to provide some specific direction, obviously more than open to that.
You have something specific further than what they're doing now that you would like?
No, I just wanted to see, it's like, if that's something that's working its way through, I would love to see if we need to make the ordinance stronger. Let's get it to the board and let's make it stronger so that you have something you can work with.
And speaking with CHP a while ago, it was mentioned that if we had a shorter duration of time between the deposit of the vehicle and when we could actively remove it, take the responsibility of removing it, that may be something that is that in the works when you're just?
That is in the works of, ironically this morning, I just got an email back from Lieutenant Lale about, some of the timeframes associated with that, some of the history on it. He asked and volunteered if he'd come up and we'll do an in-person meeting. We'll talk about this and talk about some of the history and frustrations and some things that would help them out. But you're right, ma'am, that is one of the areas where there's a difference between some of the CHP guidance and our local ordinance. Ours is 5 days. Some are 3, and the shorter you have it out on the streets, if you will, the less likelihood there is for vandalism, less likelihood there is for broken windows, which then equates to more cleanup and just more of a destructive look out there. So the shorter time frame that we can allow potential rightful owners to remove their property if it truly is, a breakdown and they just haven't had an opportunity to remove it yet and they need to get some repair parts or something to fix it and remove it. That's one thing, but I think 3 days is adequate, or, there's at least a correspondence and a dialogue with us if they need further time than that. So yeah, that's something we're working through too.
All right, thank you. I do appreciate your efforts on this. It was something, 2 of those removals were in my district, and we had the opportunity of watching them be tagged and tore through and stuff thrown everywhere and then picked back up multiple times. So I am grateful that this is before us, and I am grateful for the efforts to improve our ability to manage this.
Yeah, I agree. Growing problem in the county. We had, most of these things that you're seeing on the side of the road, RVs now instead of cars, are from cannabis grows that have shut down, didn't make enough money, what have you, are left on the side of the road. And then they become a dump truck for everybody else. Everybody drives by that, instead of going to the dumps, they just throw all their stuff in there. And it's just, it just grows, it just multiplies all the time. I mean, it's just, and it's a horrible look for this county. We shouldn't have to have people come to this county and see that stuff on Highway 3, on Highway 299. We definitely need to do something about this problem. It's been going on for a long time. And it's getting worse. We're seeing more of the RV type, vehicles on the side of the road than we are broken down cars. Those are a little bit easier to deal with. And I do think, several years ago, there was money in towing away cars. Now it costs to tow away cars or motorhomes. Finding the rightful owner, not going to happen. They got it down. That license plate that was on that one you shown there on Ohio Hill, I think it was. They probably put it on there just so they could drive 500 yards and leave it there. That's always difficult to figure out who really owns that thing. So yeah, I'm behind doing everything we can to get these things off the street and to kind of thwart them being left out there. But I think that's an even harder job to do. They show up in the middle of the night. They're like ghosts. All of a sudden you drive down the road and you go, geez, there's one. The people who leave them there are pretty savvy about what they do. It's probably not the first time they've dumped trash over the side of the hill, left a vehicle somewhere, left an RV somewhere. I don't think anybody in this room would do something like that. So they're probably not the most upstanding people that you're going to meet in Trinity County doing this kind of stuff. And they're pretty slick at doing it. And they don't want to deal with it. It costs them to get rid of it. They'd rather us pay for it. And, so far, it's worked for quite a few of them. So we have to figure out some way to get them off the road quickly so they don't become more of a hazard. The one that was right there on Highway 3 in B-Bar-K looked horrible when it was first there. Then it got shot up, and the windows got broke, and it got full of trash. Just became a problem, just a dump site. So yeah, I do agree with getting these things off of the highway, to the side of the highway as quick as possible would be a great idea. I think we should spend what money we can to get this problem fixed. It's an eyesore in Trinity County, and we just don't need it if we're trying to attract tourism and all the other things we're trying to do here. This is not helping that at all. It's a bad look. So yeah, I'm 100% behind funding this to whatever degree it needs to get rid of these things, because there's a lot more of them than the ones that we're seeing here. There's Hayfork's got it. I can't even tell you how many. There's plenty of them around that need to be moved. So yeah, I'd be willing to do what it takes to get rid of them financially.
Okay, with that, we're going to open public comment. Is there any in the room?
Good morning. My name is Zori Petkov, and I'm a resident of Shasta, not of this county, but that's really important. We have the same problem. We live in a secluded area, and people just come very often to dump RVs and garbage in our front yard. So I really want to make appeal to people that to treat the nature as our backyard and help and really support this issue in general because it's very, very important.
Thank you. Seeing no other in the room. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hi, my name is Petko Petkov, and I'm a farm owner and citizen of Hayfork. I would like to kind of volunteer for some of this garbage debris and like RVs that are dropped off in front, I mean, sometimes in front of our yard, sometimes in other places. We have some equipment that we can use, but we don't know if we are allowed to do that and who we need to talk to in order to help the county. I mean, we don't need any funds for that. I mean, all we need is technically approval from CHP or somebody that we can work with. I mean, we're open for that. We live in this community and we like to see it clean.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Anybody else in the room?
Is there any liability
right.
with, sorry.
So we'll have to save that for discussion. Give us another moment here if we could.
I have no raised hands, no chat.
Okay, perfect. With that, we will close public comment, bring it back to the board. Let's put a motion on the table and then we can have that further discussion. Anybody care to make a motion?
Move to approve as presented.
I will second that.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Lutweiler, second by Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Is there, CEO Tuthill, is there liability for the general public to move a motorhome that's on, say, Caltrans or county property?
Yes, there is. I mean, if it's not their own personal vehicle, there is. We would have to work through, some of that aspect as far as additional, volunteer type of help. That's often not the issue. A lot of times the issue is, once you remove it from the side of the highway, where do you store it? How long do you store it there? There's then hazardous issues as far as if it's leaking. Then there's issues as far as where you're taking it to dismantle it. There's cost involved with that. So that's all kind of the items that, the overall program is thinking about and looking through and coming up with some items. There's some companies that if you get, say a dozen or so vehicles that are available, they may be interested in, coming to your location and actually crushing, not necessarily RVs, because that's a little bit different as far as a dismantle piece, because you've got refrigerants and you've got other materials in those that are hazardous, but like typical vehicles, burnout vehicles, that kind of stuff. So depending upon, where we go with this and what type of availabilities there are, we could offer some more to the public, but it's going to require a partnership agreement. It's going to require some cost. It's going to require some facilities to do some of this stuff. We'll just have to figure out what kind of priority it will be in the big scheme of things.
Okay, is there any further discussion? All right, Ashley.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Supervisor Lutweiler.
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan.
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier.
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. Health and Human Services, item 4.5, waive the reading of and enact an ordinance amending Trinity County Code, section 2.70, pertaining to Partnership Health Plan of California Commission, introduced on October 3rd, 2023. HHS Director Hamilton.
Good morning,
Hello.
Chair, members of the board. This is just a second reading and enactment of this ordinance. No additional changes. Partnership is looking to expand their counties, and this is an update to their membership. Trinity County remains with one member.
Okay, thank you. Questions of board members? All right, thank you. With that, we will open public comment. Any in the room? Seeing none, is there any on Zoom?
I have no raised hands, no chats.
All right, thank you. With that, we will close public comment and bring it back to the board. I would entertain a motion.
Move to approve as presented. I'm sorry, Heidi.
You want to jump in there with that motion?
I will second that.
All right. Motion by Supervisor Lutweiler, second by Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Supervisor Lutwiler.
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan.
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier.
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. Human Resources, item 4.6, pursuant to Trinity County Code, section 2.60.410A, authorize hiring employee ID number 01539 as an extra help accounting technician, senior at range G187, step G in the Health and Human Services, effective November 7, 2023. The hourly rate for actual hours worked for an accounting technician senior at A step is $25.49 an hour, and at G step is $34.16 an hour, plus applicable payroll taxes and unemployment. Director Kazis.
Good morning. I guess it's still morning. Chairman and supervisors. Nothing to add, just here for questions if you have them.
All right, thank you. Are there questions of board members? All right. With that, we will open public comment. Any in the room? And is there any on Zoom?
I have no raised hands, no chats.
Okay, that will close public comment, bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve as presented.
I will second.
All right, motion by Supervisor Carpenter Harris, second by Supervisor Gogan.
Supervisor Gogan.
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Supervisor Lutwiler.
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier.
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. Item 4.7, is it necessary for me to read the entire item if we will be continuing this? Thank you.
So I would say no on this one, especially since we're going to ask to continue it to another meeting.
Thank you. So Director Kazis, would you like to provide explanation in that request?
Yes, the union called late last night and asked if we could move that to a later date so they could further review it. So we're asking you to do so, please.
Certainly. And would you like a date specific, recognizing there will not be a second meeting in November, December 5th, or is that just determined as you?
As we proceed through.
All right,
the
perfect.
process. Thank you.
And do we have to do the whole process? Great. All right, we will, are there any questions? Okay. Opening public comment. Is there any in the room? Seeing none here, is there any on Zoom?
I have no raised hands, no chats.
Okay, thank you. We'll bring this back to the board. Motion to move it forward. Would someone care to make that?
I'll make a motion to table this item until brought back by HR.
I will second.
Motion by Supervisor Frazier, second by Supervisor Gogan.
Supervisor Gogan.
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier.
Aye.
Supervisor Lutwiler.
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. And item 4.8, adopt a resolution with which authorizes the county purchasing agent to sell county-issued firearms. No fiscal impact. Director Kazis.
Yes, we'd like to proceed as it states in the proposal. Here for questions if you.
All right, thank you.
So I can give a little bit of context and background to this. I know Ruby's online if we've got questions, and Tim probably is too. But so I wouldn't say all counties, but a number of counties have a program that allows peace officers to buy back their firearms if that organization upgrades their firearms or needs to purchase other firearms for safety or other reasons, or just end of life type of reasons from a safety perspective. So the proposal is to allow the peace officers in Trinity County, which would include the probation department and the sheriff's department, to in fact have that benefit, that's what it is. It's a benefit to the employees to purchase back their firearm if they so choose and desire. There are specific rules associated with that from a overall state perspective, from a federal firearms license perspective, that obviously we would have to follow and that we would go through. So this is not just a process or program we're making up. I mean, this is something that's established in law and code, and we're just offering this via this resolution to the peace officer employees who would then choose to come and formally ask the county to fall under this program.
Okay, thank you. Questions?
What criteria do they use to value the old firearm?
So like many items, there's a, for lack of better terms, like a blue book value in vehicles. There's a professional association value to firearms, and a similar process would be used for that.
Any other questions? All right, with that, thank you, CEO Hill, for the added context, and we will open public comment. Is there any in the room?
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Tom Blanco, Douglas City. I think this is a good idea. I don't know if everybody's aware, California imposes an additional requirement on particularly pistols, the drop test. Peace officers and officially issued weapons are exempt from this test. So for instance, I can't buy a Colt 45, but a sheriff's deputy can have one. So if they develop some of it, and that's not because a Colt will go off if you drop it. It's because Colt feels like the California test is extortion and decided they're not going to give the 50 some odd pistols and some odd $1,000 that California requires to subject to the testing. It's whatever, higher protesting. However, some of these items become very comfortable in a hand. So somebody who's for 20 years has carried a Colt 45 might want to continue to do that in their private life. I think it's a good idea. These are personal, and to the extent the county might even get some revenue back out of the deal, I think it's a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other public comment in the room, is there any on Zoom?
I have no raised hands, no chat.
Great, thank you. With that, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board and entertain a motion.
Move to approve as presented.
I'll second.
Motion by Supervisor Lutweiler, second by Supervisor Frazier.
Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
Supervisor Lutweiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. All right, if you are reading your agenda online, you'll see this is item 4.10. If you have a printed version, you will see it as item 4.9. I have that backward, don't I?
Yes, you do.
Thank you. The other way around. On the printed version, item 4.10, on your electronic version, item 4.9. Introduce and waive the reading of an ordinance amending Trinity County Code Section 17.18, 17.18.060 pertaining to R3 multifamily zoning, no fiscal impact. Expected to see, oh, here we go. Very good. Good morning, Mitchell.
Morning. Wasn't quite sure when my cue was.
Thank you.
All right. So in 2019, the 2019 Trinity County Housing Element Update, as mentioned under the Objectives and Programs section, Program 1.1 requires reviews of the R3 district. It states the following. As part of this program, the county will review and amend its development standards if the 25-foot height limit in the R3 zone and lack of permitted by right uses in the R2 zone are constraints to the development of multi-family housing. Due to a combination of the pandemic and a worker shortage, this item was delayed. Hence, it is here now. For this item, we will be reviewing the height standard set for R3 zoning. As shown in the chart, the typical height limit set for a residential zoning type is 40 feet, with R3 and residential office zoning being the exceptions with 25 feet height limits. In order to determine if these exceptional limits have precedent, we have examined nearby counties of similar built character. In our research, we found that the counties had a significantly higher height limit maximum for R3 zoning. The average height limit found in these counties was roughly 45 feet. This has shown that the anomaly of our R3 height limit does not serve a purpose and creates an inconsistency that can stymie developers. For this reason, planning staff recommended a height limit of 45 feet for R3 zoning on September 6th, the Board Supervisors meeting on that date. At the Board of Supervisors meeting, there were concerns regarding the suitability of these height limits for the fire departments of the subject communities. Mainly the concern was that these fire departments would not have the equipment that they needed in order to reach the proper parts of each building in the case of an emergency. In order to account for this, we have re-examined the 3 communities that would have R3 lots on them. These are Lewiston, Hayfork, and Weaverville. Of these 3 communities, only one of them has fire equipment as per the fire departments that is able to reach the required heights. That would be that of Weaverville. To account for this and to ensure safety with this height amendment, we are now recommending that the Board of Supervisors approve the draft ordinance to change the height limit from R3 zoning from 25 to 45 feet, only within the boundaries of the Weaverville Fire District. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, with that, we will open public comment. Is there any in the room? Seeing no movement, is there any on Zoom?
I have no raised hands, no chat.
All right, thank you. That will close public comment, bring it back to the board. Could I have a motion?
I'll move to approve as presented.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Frazier, second by Supervisor Gokin.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
Supervisor Leutwiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. Right.
Chair, I would suggest we take a short recess before we start this
I'm
next
going to ask a
item.
question, just kind of the pleasure of the board. It is 11:30. Do you want a short recess, just a break before we begin, or do you want to take an early lunch? What's the pleasure of
Let's take a short break and go for it.
dive in? All right, we will have a 4-minute break. We'll pick up at 11:35.
Short.
How about like 9?
I have an 8-minute break. We'll come back at 11:40
Clock just changed.
because the clock just changed.
I can live with that. Thank you, Heidi.
Please don't make that today.
All right, it is 11:40. We're back in session. We are on your electronic version, item 4.10. If you're reading on a printed version, item 4.9. Conduct an appeal hearing to uphold, modify, or overturn the Planning Commission's decision to deny the appeal of P 2322 commercial cannabis license CCL number 106 for Petco Petroff Nature Farm Incorporated on assessor's parcel number 019-280-003, unknown fiscal impact. Cannabis Division Director Plabani.
Good day, Chair, Supervisors, Drew Plabani, Cannabis Division Director. So before you today, we have an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to deny an appeal of CCL 106. I'll give a little bit of background. Essentially, the original approval for this application and license was on March 31st. That director's decision was appealed on April 17th to the Planning Commission. That appeal, essentially the approval was rescinded and that appeal deemed moot. And so following that, we got into a time period where in July we had the shutdown of the county server for a few days. And so essentially the appeal of this new project, which is P-23-22, was received on July 14th. We extended the appeal period by 3 days as a result of the, technical difficulties with the county server. And then it was finally heard by the Planning Commission on August 3rd. And the Planning Commission denied the appeal. Following that, on August 17th, the board received the appeal of the Planning Commission's decision. And so in the appeal to the board, the appellants have provided a letter with 25 reasons for appeal. Many of them are similar to what was presented to the Planning Commission, with a bit more detail provided. One of the main topics is related to previous non-compliance issues that were then resolved. And so that's certainly perhaps a point of discussion that we'll get into in terms of whether or not those past non-compliance issues, once resolved, should have prevented the issuance or the approval of the license. Staff, along with County Counsel Derek Cole, have provided rebuttals to the 25 reasons for appeal that were attached to the appeal form to the Board of Supervisors. It's 10 pages, which I'll spare you the reading of. I don't know if you guys have specific technical questions for me right now, or of course, I'm here to answer any questions that you may have throughout the course of this hearing.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any technical questions that we have without getting into the real, I would say, details of what we're going to be discussing very thoroughly to come, but I would say kind of 35,000 foot flyover level questions for Dr. Plabani. All right, thank you for that. All right, with that, we will open public comment on the item. And we are taking public comment in the room first. So if you would like to speak in public comment, please go ahead.
Good afternoon again. Well, maybe it's not afternoon yet, still morning. Lisa Wright, Lewiston. Since no one was getting up to comment, I will comment that we are in support of the staff's recommendations to deny the appeal and continue to issue the license. Mr. Petkoff and his wife are clients of Flora. They have done all their due diligence They have other licenses as well. Always been brought to their sites if there were questions or compliance matters into compliance. Flora has a compliance package, so we assist people through that process to make sure that all their reports are timely filed, renewals are done, and everything is up to snuff with the license and moving forward. So any of the issues that may have presented themselves in the past, they were always rectified. So we don't really penalize people for their past when we're looking at the permit issuance. It's not part of the criteria if there were any compliance matters. So they've always really gone above and beyond and had extremely clean, well-managed sites, which I think is really important because you get the full kind of range. But they're in the program, have been participating wholeheartedly, and just want to get on with making a living. So I agree with staff's findings that really the claims aren't substantiated as reasons to deny the license. And I would request that this body deny the appeal so that Mr. Petkov and his family can continue to earn a living here in Trinity County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. I appreciate this opportunity to speak. My name is Cedar. My parents bought land here in Trinity County in 1977. There have been 3 generations of our family calling Trinity County home. Rowdy Bear Mountain is about 5,000 feet high and located 13 miles southwest of Hayfork. There are 5 neighbors sharing a single lane Forest Service road. I am familiar with cannabis and its culture. I consider myself pro-cannabis. I have grown cannabis for personal medical use for nearly 24 years and recently have worked for local cannabis farmers. I work with respectful, fair, and just cannabis employers. I see this by their actions and their words. As we all know, there are good actors and bad actors within our local cannabis industry, and some of them are our neighbors. A good actor and a good neighbor. What does that look like? Someone who is considerate of others and is able to find fair and just solutions with all. Unfortunately, my neighbor, Peter Petkov on Rowdy Bear Mountain, has and continues to fragment our community. For 7 years and counting, there have been ongoing communication about issues the neighborhood feels need addressing and remedying for the health and safety of its community, as well as the care of our local environment we all safeguard. To date, none of the issues have been resolved, only exacerbated and negatively intensified. I have felt unheard. I have felt threatened. I have felt bullied. So I'm turning to my county representatives to seek help in finding resolutions. But it seems hopeless. The county appears to favor the bad actor. The Planning Commission is okay with people breaking laws when it means money flows to the county. Peter doesn't live on Rowdy Bear Mountain. He leases out his commercial cannabis farm on a beautiful mountaintop surrounded by national forest with Tule and South Fork watershed headwaters. My questions are, who is in authority here? Is there any accountability? Who helps defend the little guy? Who helps defend the integrity of the land? The county feels it is just and righteous to put the expense of an investigation onto local residents who want to appeal. And I have heard and seen the county not look at its own investigations. I have witnessed evidence being hidden, lost, or misplaced until there is no time for further research. An example I will cite is the county's own compliance specialist, Mr. Marvel, who took photographs of waste burial from last October 2022. I have heard and seen blatant lies presented as truth in defense of the licensee. I am unwilling to allow myself, my family, my neighborhood, community to be bullied by threats and retaliation. I feel I must speak up. I'd like to see this board deny CCL 106. There needs to be significant remediation
Your time
done
is up. I'm sorry.
with the environmental damage and erosion control. All issues should have dated
I'm sorry,
solutions
but
moving
your
forward.
time is up. Thank you. Is there other public comment in the room? All right.
Good morning, Supervisors. John Brower from Junction City. I've known the applicant and worked with him through environmental permitting and other matters with his farm for about 5 years. And in that time, the applicant has been forthright and honest and tried his very hardest to operate within the rules and regulations. What we have here is a ministerial permit with kind of a unique layer of discretionary CEQA approval layered on top of that. The applicant has satisfied all the requirements of the ministerial permit. Staff has provided a robust review of the environmental compliance and recommends approval. The friction with the neighbors is unfortunate. However, the applicant is following the rules and the only one in the area who seems to be attempting to. So I want to encourage denying the appeal and letting this family get back to work. Thank you.
Thank you. You may speak.
Hello again. My name is Zori Petkov. I'm Peter's wife. I'm here to fully support him. As you can see, we're all emotionally as well invested in this case. It's been going on for years now. As much as, first of all, I would like to really appreciate and thank you the work of all of you, the county, all the inspectors that came and saw our farm. The facts are facts, emotions, when we put it aside, we did everything by the rules. I always encourage Peter to follow the rules and the laws. That's at least I expect from him. What else I can say? I wish I can spend more time on the farm, to be honest with you, but since people trespassing our property, we have kids, I don't feel confident going up there. It's beautiful mountain, it's beautiful property. You can still go see. We keep it clean and safe, and you know, we all want to live in peace and make things right, but sometimes it seems impossible. So again, emotions from the facts are totally different, and I'm in full support for you guys to deny this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Tom Belenka, Douglas City. I represented the appellees, who are the applicants, at the commission hearing. They're here, certainly able to speak for themselves. I'm certainly able to answer any questions. Otherwise, I think the staff report does a very good job of addressing the long list of really empty allegations. I do want to draw attention to a few points. Talking about expense, the county's expended a lot of money to investigate this appeal. There have been a number of site visits. Mr. Petkov had to make boreholes down through where these alleged buried trash was. There was no buried trash. Environmental health was there while he was doing the boreholes. They looked all the way down. There was no buried trash. They came out with a decibel meter, took measurements at the property line, 15 feet away from the generator. And just as an example, at max power, the generator was 1 decibel above the property line threshold, 15 feet away from the generator, which was still hundreds of feet away from the property line. So the evidence is collected, the staff report summarizes that. And there's a couple of kind of misnomer type allegations, like the Forest Service Road situation. There are Forest Service roads, as you know, all throughout the county. This is not a private Forest Service road. This is a public Forest Service road. It's different. Nobody needs a special use permit to use this road. I could drive out there. In fact, I did. You could drive from here out there on that Forest Service road. There's no gate. It's not like there are certain inholdings in the Forest Service where you have to get permission from the Forest Service because you're the only private person using that road. That's a use permit. It often has special conditions. This is not that case. This is, yes, it's a Forest Service road. It's like the roads you get to Trinity Pines, for instance, or if you're going over the hill from Burnt Ranch to Hayfork or something like that, you're going on a Forest Service road. So anyway, if there are any questions that I can answer, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, I think, this is the benefit of the struggles we've had developing our program, that when we do get to this point, I think we can have real confidence in the work the county has done, the staff, and what our environmental reports do. So I encourage you to deny this appeal and let this license proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment in the room?
I know I submitted a lot of information.
You'll give it to the, I'm sorry, clerk of the board, please.
I will quickly reference. I also understand that I can use the time of one of the fellow appellants who's online, and I can take his 3 minutes. Is that correct?
No, for this portion, we are in public comment and you will have 3 minutes. If you are the appellant, you will be offered a time frame when we finish public comment as well. So you're welcome to use your 3 minutes now,
Okay.
and you are welcome to then utilize the appellant time later.
All right, well, I'll just use these 3 minutes then to respond to some of this. It's amazing to hear so many people say that they're in compliance. They had an abatement this summer for growing without a license. So they're not always in compliance. They're not a clean, good actor. On top of that, at this point, they're not in compliance for erosion control. So says the Department of Health. So says Fish and Game, whose letter is in the addendum that I sent last night. So says the Professional Excavation. But this isn't even the point. There have been non-compliance all over the last 7 years, from light pollution, blah, 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 that is all documented. And yes, the history should be taken into account. I understand it falls outside of the Cannabis Division's purview. They're focused more narrowly on present issues. But the Board of Supervisors is entrusted and asked to look at the broader impacts. That also includes the community. There was never an opt-out 7 years ago. There was a 3-acre exemption that explicitly goes against the covenants that restrict agriculture to Christmas trees and are against noxious industry. There's a whole series of things that have accumulated around this. There is a property line issue, but that's a civil matter that's being solved in the courts. There are some other administrative things that really don't bear. And while people try to push this towards a civil problem between neighbors, this is about a bad actor who has a long documented history of having indifference and contempt for county, state, and federal. Because actually there's a big sign when you enter that federal road that says commercial use prohibited without a license. So when you're hauling cannabis products in and out and support for it, be it water trucks, diesel, all these things require it. And it is misleading, as we heard in the planning, to say that it is the responsibility of the third party to get that commercial use permit. That implies that there is one. If the applicant would like to show us the permits, if he would like to give us the paperwork for his water hauling, a simple review of that information will reveal whether or not they were in compliance. There's a lot of smoke, And I'll wait for my next thing to read my statement.
Thank you. Could I have your name for the record, please?
Oh, John Coogan.
Thank you. Any other okay.
Hello, my name is Petko Petkov, and I'm the owner of Rowdy Bear, 1050 Rowdy Bear parcel. My two neighbors kind of said so many good things, and most of them are true, but for them, doing illegal stuff for years, that's not true. I mean, my license is one of the very first in the county since you guys opened the program. And I've been following rules, doing everything by the book. They kind of never mentioned that they're actually illegal cultivators for maybe 20 years. I don't know. I know them for only 7. Everything on their side, it's illegal structures. They don't have any septics, nothing like that. And if you guys ask environmental health, there's an ongoing investigation about this. They kind of came multiple times to my site, inspecting all these lies that they kind of put against me. And they kind of saw everything else that they have. A bunch of garbage everywhere, no outhouses. I mean, they technically don't have any legal dwellings and septic systems as well, which is, I guess, pretty bad thing for environmental health. But they live there and they do grow illegal cannabis for many years. Other than that, I just want to appreciate all this time for staff, these multiple inspections, and this great staff report. And I would appreciate if you guys technically follow staff report and deny this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment in the room? All right, seeing none. Any on Zoom?
Thomas? Thomas D.
Hello.
There you go.
Hi, sorry about that. Hi, I'm speaking on behalf of Mr. Petco. He's been an absolutely good, fantastic neighbor, and I've heard a lot about bad actors. I feel like the 2 neighbors that are just evaluating the situation and seeing it, trying to be non-biased in the situation, but like really getting the gist of what's going on here. You have illegal marijuana growers on the mountain who are intimidated by a legal marijuana grower. He has come in there and put in roadways. He has gravelled his road. He has gone above and beyond what is required to cultivate cannabis on the principle of making it a nice grow, not just barely getting by with compliance or barely passing the test. He has gone above and beyond. And not only has he gone above and beyond to be compliant with the licensing requirements, he has been an absolute good neighbor. None of those neighbors come out and help him when he's plowing the road, when he's out plowing the road in the middle of winter so that people can pass. Nobody's complaining about that. Earlier, I had seen him request to help you with removing vehicles off the side of the road. This actually bothers him. He's asked me multiple times why people do this, and I can't give the guy a logical explanation to it. It just happens. And he is really gung-ho about helping with that. So moving forward with other agendas, he is somebody to consider helping with that. That being said, Peter doesn't want to be involved in any illegal activity. He doesn't, the neighbors have come to him trying to partake in what he's doing or anything like that, and he does not want to be a part of it. And I honestly, that is what has caused the problems with the neighbors. That being said, the county doesn't need to be used to bully this man. And right now, the county is being used to bully him on the account of false accusations from the neighbors. I know the main complainant has been nonchalantly semi-threatening to the family, to the point where his wife and family, his mother, his aunt, his father-in-law and mother-in-law don't even want to come up to that property just because of the level of confrontation that the neighbor brings. It honestly is kind of sketchy. Moving forward, Peter's property should be the model of what these cannabis farms should look like in relation to compliance and above dust abatement and putting things in a logical place to where it is functionable to conduct a cannabis operation and still be a good neighbor. The thing that's happening here really is that Peter is such a good neighbor that when he gives and gives and gives as much as he gives, that when he stops giving, the neighbors have a problem with it. And honestly, the county should be investigating the neighbors that are the biggest complainants because they are the biggest illegal pot growers on that mountain. So you're going after the legal guy when the illegal guys need to get the hell out of there.
Your time is up. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Chris?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. This is Chris Williams, Weaverville. So I support staff's recommendation to deny this appeal. An appeal must be based on actual findings, substantiated claims that are present, not something from years ago, which I noticed in the board packet that several of them are from 2017. And those issues have since been resolved, which bravo to Mr. Petcove. Mr. Petcove is 100% in compliance with county and state ordinances. I know that county staff as well as DCC have been on his property several times and have deemed it in compliance. As a reminder, one of the people behind this appeal is an individual that actually resides on Mr. Petcove's property. So this is a personal issue. This is what they're doing is a form of what I deem economic violence. Let's just see what else I got here. So, in short, well, that's all I basically have to say, that this is a personal issue. This has nothing to do with this commercial license. Please support staff's recommendation to deny this appeal because, as I said before, this is baseless. This is a bunch of people, as the previous speaker said, that are upset that Petcove is the only legal grow. And as someone that has worked with Mr. Petcove for the last several years, I know that anything you ask of him in terms of compliance, you know, he jumps right to it and is incredibly organized and has always had a very clean site. So please support staff's recommendation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Veronica?
Good afternoon. Veronica Kelly Albies, Douglas City. Trinity County Ordinance 17.3.070A, applicant shall be denied a license or the approval of a license shall be revoked if the county becomes aware that 1, the applicant has provided materially false documents or testimony. Definition of testimony: a formal written or spoken statement, especially one given in a court of law. Commercial cannabis acknowledgement form for new applicants as well as renewals. Item 3, applicant and property owners will comply with all the applicable local, state, and federal laws and regulations. 4, applicant and property owners will comply with local, state, and federal regulatory agencies. 12, applicant and property owners acknowledge and understand that providing false or inaccurate information to the county at any time may result in denial or revocation of the license, in addition to any applicable criminal penalties. Under penalty of perjury, they assert that all information, documentation, and other records provided are true and correct to the best of their understanding and belief, and agree to be bound by and to fully and timely comply with all the foregoing terms and conditions. Habitual and serial offenders do exist in the program, and that they are in the program, they should run the risk of denial or revocation if they agree to be bound by and comply with the rules and sign a testimonial statement agreeing to do so. At the very least, no cultivation without local permit is against the rules. I'm not familiar with this site personally, just looking at the records and listening to the testimony both at Planning Commission and here, there seems to be some issues. And it's something that I know even with the ad hoc committee, I have brought up several times. Habitual or serial offenders need to follow the rules and they sign a statement saying they will do so. And I feel that that is a breach of their acknowledgement form and the testimony that they give to the county that they will be good neighbors, good cultivators. And for those that are in the program and do all of that, I thank you, because that's what's going to bring economic viability to our county. And for those that mentioned their neighbors that are possibly don't have a license and are in the industry. Thank you for bringing that up. Please provide the parcel numbers to the cannabis division so they can take that further. Because that's what protects all of us for public safety, gets rid of public nuisance, and will restore public confidence in this program. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no other raised hands, no chats.
Right. Thank you. With that, we will close public comment. At this time, we will open opportunity for the appellant to speak first and the applicant to speak second. We will begin with 10 minutes. My goal is not to cut you off or to keep you from bringing forward all of the material that you wish to have presented. I have two goals. The first one is to keep your time equitable, and the second is to continue to have you restate things that have already been stated. So that is the reason for me to begin with a limited amount of time. If at the end of 10 minutes, one or both of you find that you are not able to bring forward all of your relevant material, we will equitably provide more time for you. So with that, I would invite the appellant forward, and you can begin your 10-minute presentation.
I need to pause for a second. The timer's not working.
Okay.
Internet's down.
Okay. Our clerk is having a little bit of an issue. You can go ahead and come forward and prepare yourself. That's fine. She's having a little bit of an issue with our timer, so we'll just give her a moment for technical issues. I'm going to also take this opportunity to let supervisors share. I watched the Planning Commission meeting. In the camera, I could see that Supervisor Gogan was in attendance at the Planning Commission meeting. So we too have viewed that. I would ask other supervisors, have you watched the Planning Commission meeting or you have not?
I have.
Yes, I watched this portion of it. I didn't watch the entirety.
I reviewed all the written documents.
Okay, and so that's good to hear. Further, I've consulted with council, and everything that was provided to and took place at the commission meeting was provided in the backup data for this meeting, correct? And so
I'm not sure if there was a transcript of the planning commission meeting included.
Oh, true, not a transcript. Staff reports. And so basically the direction here is that only what is presented here before us in the backup data and presented here today is what we can use as a basis for a decision. Counselor, are you comfortable with that statement? I'm complete and correct. All right, thank you. You're good? All right, so when you see you won't put the timer up until he's close to the end, or what is the?
Okay.
Is that comfortable for you?
Sure.
Okay, all right, begin when you're ready.
So does that mean that the addendum that we sent is not included in the record?
I believe it is part of the record. You did
It
send
is?
it to all of us.
Yes, I did. Okay, I just wanted to make sure because I'd get into that stuff if need be.
Sure, yep.
Just as a general process, the public comment doesn't really allow for any cross-examination or testing of statements. I'm happy for the sheriff department to be called and investigate me all you want. I am not an illegal grower. I don't have anything growing, whatever. I don't know where some of this comes from. Yeah. All right. So I'm adding a little something to my remarks because it seemed that judged on the responses from the agenda that was on Friday night release from the Cannabis Division in response to our 24 points, one of the things that really seemed to be missing was understanding of the general plan. It's a complicated, big issue that really is actually above my pay grade. It is included in our addendum, a variety of points to the Cannabis Division's questions about where the relevancy is. I will just summarize what that section of the addendum states, which is that we believe the board should close the hearing and continue it to a later date, specific board meeting, and to obtain more legal advice in light of the risks of litigation that would otherwise be presented, particularly if the appeal were to be denied, that is, the CCL approval permitted. So I just wanted to make that clear because I know there's been a lot of information flying around. I can't see that time, but this was the statement that I prepared, which, like the licensee, like the planning commission, I would like to rely on the cannabis division's upbeat staff report, which led the planning decision to deny Rowdy Bear's appeal of CCL 106. The licensee's lawyer called it excellent. It is an excellent example of what is wrong, untrustworthy, and broken in the appeal process. Its conclusions ignored our detailed complaints, which I also responded to with that addendum, and suppressed their own investigation begun in October 22 by compliance specialist for commercial cannabis, Daniel Marvel, at Ed Priestley's direction. Marvel's documentation, photographs, report are nowhere to be found, despite our emails and PRAs for all relevant evidence. This is this year. This is not old stuff. There's plenty of old stuff. This is 22 to 23. Apparently, Director Plabani and his staff could not find this evidence either, which included page 47 of what I handed out, the burial of metal in the fill. Now they've gone up recently and they still couldn't find it. The staff report with its inaccurate conclusions were reinforced by uninformed, untrue statements from paid consultants, the cannabis director, people calling in and saying like there's an illegal grow next door, and we're actually upset that law enforcement has been so attentive now. We can't even get the sheriff to come up for gunfire. Licensee, his lawyer, and these materially false statements are already, as that caller just said, basis for denial. Appellant shall be denied a license or the approval of a license shall be revoked if the county becomes aware that the applicant has provided materially false documents or testimony. At 46:03 of the Planning Commission meeting, the licensee's lawyer, looking at one of our photos, as you have in front of you, declared it a pile of trash waiting to be moved to the dump. The dump. Council continued stating, contrary to the photograph of the metal in the fill, that the dismantled greenhouse was not buried but stacked. He also states waste was taken to a transfer station and replaced with brush, which explains the bonfire and ash. Did the cannabis department ask for the waste disposal receipts to confirm this? Did they do a soil and ash analysis? They couldn't find the metal that's buried in that dirt that Marvel took photos of in October 22nd, and we can't even get the photos from the cannabis division, and the compliance specialist was switched out. So he is no longer on this case. I don't know how that decision got made. What I'd like to do and why we submitted PRAs about this is how the cannabis division handled that evidence when it was brought in, who made the assessment that that wasn't a violation and declared in the report that they were in compliance. This is completely the same as its other conclusions around like the generator not being in use from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. We have never been able to get someone from the cannabis division up after 5 o'clock to take pictures of the lights because they don't have staff that works the swing shift. So if the statement that the generator has not and will not be used from 10 a.m. to 7 a.m., I'd like to know where that came from. And was that an assertion from the licensee? Because every neighbor will testify that for 7 years that generator has been on. And this is all not our opinion. After the failed appeal hearing, we took the same evidence, not only to a professional excavation company Appendix D in our letter on Friday, but also to the Environmental Health Department. And after a site visit, they immediately cited Petcoff for numerous violations, including CEQA-related issues such as the burial of metal, which is now being reviewed in a case opened by the Water Board and the EPA. The Cannabis Division says they didn't find anything. Their response after the Planning Department is summarized in response 16. There are no signs of runoff or pollution on site. All best management practices regarding water conservation, erosion control, and soil stabilization are followed. That's in the response from the Cannabis Division for this meeting. And it apparently is supported by a memo by David Kolbeck, which again failed to assess the total earth-moving work. And just to focus on the erosion control, it not only contradicts what Matsubushi Construction saw and the Environmental Health Department saw, and Fish and Game in an email to me saying that they told him in July he needed to do erosion. He's being called compliant. These are three agencies or professionals who are, and if you look at the photos as of last week, that is still what the site looks like. And all the remediation that is up there, the baffles and additional dirt are there because he has been forced to by the environmental health. So I don't need to hear about this good acting. Change only happens when we apply the pressure. And this is extremely unfortunate because it puts the expense and labor on the citizen to do what the Cannabis Division and others should be doing. It is obvious this pad lacks mechanical compacts, silt fencing, straw wadding. I mean, this is basic stuff. You can look at the photos yourself as a non-professional and see it's clearly not up to standard. And these things matter, and the history of it does matter, because licenses at the discretion of a board of supervisors should take into account, especially in remote areas where there's a complete lack of resources, the county, state, and federal level, you want very good actors. Not lots of, I know I'm running out of time. And the other disadvantage of putting compliance is actually was suggested in an ordinance meeting a couple of weeks ago that the citizens should be more involved with driving compliance. It's not only the expense that we endure, but the hazard, because we become the target. We become the responsible party. And I myself have recently become subject to a lawsuit for $25,000 for exercising our right, not merely to point out illegal violations, but to say, like, from the community standpoint, and every neighbor does not want this here and has not since the beginning. When my son and I, who was 9 years old at the time, we'll never forget, when the applicant's mother came, well, I'm gonna say that story for later. I only have 11 seconds left. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will now hear from the applicant or representative or both.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Members of the board, Tom Belenko. I'm representative for the appellee / applicant. So again, please feel free to interrupt me if you have any questions on anything. I'll address as best I can some of the issues that I think maybe may still be lingering. As regards this buried trash, the allegations that there's not buried trash. Nobody's found it. Somebody made an allegation that, oh, there was a pile of trash there and now it's gone and there's a neat grading. So it must have been buried. It's not like somebody took pictures of it. It wasn't buried. It was taken to the dump. And again, whose expense is it? It's our expense. It's actually the cost of the appeal doesn't cover the equipment to bore the holes. County environmental health staff going out to observe those holes. county DOT going out to look at it. There's a lot of costs that's gone into this. That's why we can have a very thorough staff review of these 25 allegations that don't take a lot of money to make allegations. I think as the program matures, we're seeing when you get to this level of appeal, far be it from me to say don't spend money on lawyers. I think everyone should. But your money probably goes longer on professionals, geotechnical engineers, biologists, archaeologists, the kinds of things that the applicants have to spend money on. If you're going to say, oh, they didn't do this, they didn't do that, you need professionals to say, look, not only did they not do this, here is a report, here is a study, here is actually evidence. Because when you're making these decisions, we have a scale here. And on one side of the scale is a staff report and everything the applicant has submitted. And you could try and blow some of that stuff off. But at the end of the day, you need something else on the other part of the scale to say, oh, well, when you look at it, they said there weren't spotted owls, but there's a nest of an owl right there that they somehow must have missed. There's not an owl there. I'm just using that as an example. Evidence comes in very valuable at a situation like this. I know people are frustrated. Not only am I in favor of spending money on lawyers, I'm not in favor of unlicensed cultivation, but where would I be without it? So, you know, this is what it is. Somebody else identified what this is. We have seen this before. It's no mystery. Trinity County has a rich history or impoverished history of, you know, doing your own thing on your land. Build a house, grow some cannabis, get some water, build an outhouse. That's just, that's here. We developed this program to address some of those concerns. And sometimes in neighborhoods that don't want to address those concerns, when someone does address those concerns, they are the enemy. And they bring in all these agencies that otherwise have never been in these areas. But that doesn't make them a bad guy. Fish and Wildlife has been out there. CAL FIRE has been out there. Our environmental health has been out there. Cannabis division has been out there. Building department has been out there. This parcel has been examined. Staff has said it is up to snuff. I would only ask that we agree with staff in the absence of actual real evidence. I'm not talking about emotion. I know that that's here. I'm talking about real evidence. And that's not here. So I don't know. I got 5 minutes left. I don't feel like I need to tell you more of the same thing. If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer. If you want to take some of that time and have any questions of the applicant, they're able to answer.
Actually, pause if you would. So I think what we'll do, I am trying to really keep it equitable. I'm going to let you reserve the 5 minutes you haven't used now. If you would like to come back and utilize that time in the future, and that would be outside of responding, as we are certainly going to have questions.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. With that, I'm going to bring it to the board and allow us to ask questions. Drew, did you have something that you wanted to?
I just wanted to let all of you know that, as well as myself in the room, we have David Colbeck here, who was out with us on a recent site visit on October the 30th. We also have the Division Director for Environmental Health, Christy Anderson, on Zoom. We also have Derek Cole on Zoom. We also have Daniel Marvel, Code Compliance Specialist, on Zoom, and Colton Trent, one of our Environmental Compliance Specialists, also available to answer any specific questions that you may have.
Thank you. Okay, questions of board members?
I have some, but I'll let others start.
I have some also. I just don't know where to address them yet. So
Okay, I'll jump in. So first, I would like County Council to explain the relevance of general plan in this matter. It's been brought up multiple times. I'd like to get a explanation of how the board needs to be thinking about this.
So I'm going to defer that to Derek Cole, who's the attorney on this.
Thanks.
Thank you. Members of the board, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Derek.
Good, thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board, happy to address this issue. So in land use and planning law, we have a doctrine called consistency, which means that every action we take must be consistent with the general plan. So you have the hierarchy of the general plan at the top. You then have your next level, which is your ordinances, typically your zoning ordinances. And then you have the bottom level, which are your administrative decisions or your site-specific decisions. And so here we have to make sure there is consistency from the top to the bottom. We have to make sure there's consistency between the general plan, the zoning ordinance, and the action that you are considering today. And so I'll start with the general plan designation for this property is rural residential. That is our broad designation for the general plan. And I'm going to read you now that you all are familiar with the process to amend the general plan. That actually started, we talked about that when I was county council. That was from 2008 to 2013. So this effort has been afoot for many years. But at this time, your general plan is still several years old. It goes back to 1988. So you are dealing with a very old general plan, but the rural residential requirements for the plan do, in my opinion, allow the type of use that is proposed here. And I'm going to read you from a small portion of this. I'm going to look at page 12 of the general plan. And at this page, there is a discussion of what the general plan requires for rural residential. And it says, this description should also provide for small home businesses, for small scale agriculture, and for small industrial operations subject to controls to prevent nuisances. So in the general plan, there is already a recognition that the RR designation does allow for small scale industrial and small scale agricultural operations. So I think that the type of use that we have here, the licensed use, would fall within that broad designation. So then we go to the second level, which is the zoning. The zoning for this site is unclassified or UC zoning, and that is expressly consistent with the general plan. So we have consistency between layers 1 and 2. And now we have to look at, are we consistent with the zoning? Is this particular use consistent with the UC zoning? And I'm reading from section 17.11.020, which sets forth the automatic or as of right uses permitted by the unclassified district, and that includes row and field crops. So right off the top there is agricultural uses that are allowed as a use as of right, meaning you don't even need a permit to get those uses in the UC district. Now we have the licensing program for cannabis uses, and that does create an extra layer of controls, a very detailed layer of controls and it's set forth in chapter 17.43 and 17.43G of the county code. So all of that is to say is that this particular licensed site would meet the consistency doctrine. There is vertical consistency from the top to the bottom, and I don't think there's an issue. I understand the appellant has raised this issue. We have looked at it, and I don't think there is an issue, nor would I think there is any need for further analysis. I think this is a pretty basic point, and I'm comfortable advising the county that this action is appropriate from a general plan standpoint.
Thank you. My next question is explain how past behaviors are to be considered by staff and by the board in a matter like this.
and I think I can address that one, although staff may want to weigh in. I'll refer the board to chapter 17.43.070. So that's the cannabis finding. And I'm going to get very tense specific here, but I'm looking at paragraph C. And excuse me, I'm looking at paragraph A3. And one of the findings that are required is that the operation as proposed by the applicant, if permitted, and then the key phrase is, would not have complied with all applicable county and state laws. So if you read this section, you have to go to the beginning and it says the applicant shall be denied a license. So the start of the phrase is stating the negative, which meaning you have to deny something if you find one of three things. And the third thing is that the operation as proposed, quote, would not have complied with all applicable county and state laws. And so if you just look at the way this reads and you consider the verb tenses that are used here, is that we look at the time of the application and we determine at the time of the application, is there non-compliance? Not going back to some point in the past, whether it's a year, 3 years, 5 years, or even a month. We look at the time that the application is to be considered, and that's basically just a straightforward application of how our language is drafted. So the fact that there is previous activity, previous violations, that's not a factor that may be considered. Now, I will tell you that I have seen zoning codes where that is a factor, that in a discretionary application process, a decision maker such as a planning commission or a board of supervisors or a city council may consider, but that's not something that we have in this ordinance. And I also note that the intent of this ordinance is to basically be ministerial, that we did the programmatic EIR to develop all these mitigations so that we could streamline these applications. So the nature of weighing previous activity as a condition for approval is really not in the nature of what we're doing here, because we wanted a ministerial program. We wanted to bring people into the fold and make sure that they could become part of the compliant cannabis market. So could you go later at some point and make that a factor through future drafting? Certainly you could look at that if that was the pleasure of the board, but as of today, that's not something we can do.
Okay, so I'm glad that you mentioned the one part in your final statement. Makes me think you gave me the answer, but you said there are instances where planning commissions, boards, whatever, do consider things outside the scope, if you will. But your very last statement said, because we have an ordinance that specifically is worded the way it is, this board should not. It is inappropriate for us to consider elements that are outside the scope of the ordinance that we are working to either support or repeal. Is that true?
Yes, Supervisor, that would be a good summary of what I said, very succinctly. Thank you.
Okay, I don't know who this will be, but I would like to have someone, if they're feel qualified, to explain how the Forest Service road access should be considered by the board.
This is an item that we, previously responded to in the appeal to the Planning Commission, and essentially, simply as it relates to the commercial hauling permits that are required by the Forest Service, those are outside of the scope of the cannabis ordinance. And any sort of complaints or concerns in that regard should be addressed to the Forest Service, and I can't speak obviously on their behalf related to their standards, but my take is that, just generally speaking, commercial hauling would be something that is done by an owner operator that is not associated with the cannabis license. So a water hauler, a log truck, those types of things, they would need to go to the Forest Service to obtain the permits to haul commercially on Forest Service Road. So I would just say, and what we've stated in our response to the reasons for appeal is just that it's outside the scope of 1743.
Can I follow up on that real quick with you? So I'm not an expert on Forest Service road use either, but to me that says commercial use prohibited. So it doesn't necessarily say that. How then can he be permitted to haul his product by the county? Like if you have a personal transport license, say, how can the county issue that license to transport on a federal forest system road without having a use permit from the Forest Service?
It brings up an interesting point, certainly. I would say that most folks in the program generally use a distributor. And so we haven't encountered a scenario that I'm aware of, at least in Trinity County or anywhere else for that matter, where a cannabis distributor has gone through the process of getting a commercial hauling permit from the Forest Service. On Mr. Petco's project, he does not have the self-transport licenses from the state. So in theory, again, all of the commercial hauling, if we want to call it that, would be done by a third party. So again, not really within the purview of approving this license specifically.
And I appreciate Drew's comments here. Do one of the attorneys want to speak into this?
Sure, and I agree, and the reason is that we don't, for instance, there's certain limits of what we do and don't look at. We don't make sure, that someone is paying their taxes. We don't enforce labor laws and other things. That there's a whole host of obligations that a business would have to comply with. We look at this from a land use standpoint, and if there is a requirement such as a commercial hauling requirement that a third party would need to attain, we don't make that an element of the applicant's burden to get the permit. We assume that they will do that, and there are enforcement mechanisms. So it's just a matter of what can we control versus what can we not control, and that's why we draw the line in that way.
Thank you. I think this one maybe is back for you, Drew, but I would like somebody to address the claims of missing evidence.
I can do my best to respond to that question. Daniel Marvel's also, I believe, available on Zoom, and he may be able to answer those specific questions, as he's the one I think that took the photos and in question. To my knowledge, all information that was requested by the appellant during previous proceedings, specifically the planning commission hearings, were provided to him. If there, I believe there were requests for information, and he was directed to submit a PRA form. As I understand it, there were no PRAs submitted or requested information specific to this board hearing. So as far as the specific photos that I believe are being referenced, Daniel Marvel may be able to respond to that. But I don't believe, from my perspective, that there's any evidence missing that I am aware of.
Trent, are you comfortable with the other team member weighing in on that? Thank you.
I'll
So
send
Daniel?
him, I'll send him a text if he doesn't pop on. And
Okay.
next.
Thanks. I guess this might start with Drew again, but this grading excavating component has come up before. I guess the first question is, does grading and excavating fall within the cannabis program requirements?
I have Daniel.
Oh, you do have Daniel. Let's go back to that then. Thanks. Hey, Daniel, you aware of the question?
I tuned in a bit late, so if I could be brought up to speed a little bit, that'd be great.
That's okay. Part of the information presented is that, are claims that there were evidence from a visit that you made and pictures that you took that have not been made available in this whole application appeal review process. So I'm just asking to someone to address the claims of missing evidence. And Drew has already stated that all evidence that's been requested has been shared and that not aware of a PRA request specifically associated with this appeal. So I'm just, since you're the kind of the subject of the information that is proposed as missing, I'd like to get your thoughts on that.
Certainly. Yeah, what I can state is that all observations from inspections, including photos, documentation, is uploaded into the applicant's digital file. Pertaining to this information and these allegations, that information and photos are within the digital file for CCL 106. I would also probably defer to Director Plabani and ultimately Director Presley, as all inspection observations stemming from this ongoing appeal and situation for the last handful of years has been shared with them as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, so then Drew, I guess back to you. Thank you, Daniel. I think that's, unless somebody had a follow-up for him.
No, but I want to pause you for 1 second. Are you asked, do you need a
No, I was
question
just gonna
answered
show you
about
something.
location? Okay.
No, I don't have any questions. I just have one statement I guess I would make is I talked to Mr. Coogan about a week or two ago. And
So actually, I'm going to interrupt you. I thought that what you needed was clarity in order to better understand what the conversation
no, I
is in line
understand
right
what, I
here.
understand what you're saying.
You're cool.
I'm
Okay,
good.
I'm going to ask you to pause that then
Good
and let
enough.
him finish. Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So the first question about the excavating grading that has come up in the data and the backup and so forth is about inappropriate, improper grading, excavating. And I'm, first question is, we've talked about a number of things that we are not supposed to consider in this decision-making process. Is grading, excavating something you are supposed to?
I think the nuanced answer to your question is that, as I understand sort of the claims that are being made, it was whether or not a grading permit should have been required. And so on that October 30th site inspection, David Colbeck came out with us, and he can certainly speak to, you know, the memo that he provided in the backup and the observations that he made on site. Does that suffice to answer your question partially for now?
So I sensed two things that were in what was submitted. One was whether a permit was required. The other was whether what has been done has been causing runoff. So, and I know David spoke to both of those in his comments. I'd just like to get clarity.
So generally, yes, grading and site development is very much a part of our program.
Okay, thank you. And to further that, and you believe that based on observations made in person and with David specifically, it didn't meet requirements for a permit, and it did not cause any problems. I saw statements in there that it was not the cause of erosion and water runoff and so forth. And I'm just trying to make sure that I'm interpreting what I read correctly.
And I'll turn it over to David, and he can kind of give you his take on it. And then if you have follow-up questions for me, I'm happy to respond.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors. David Colbeck, Environmental Compliance Specialist 2. As stated, I was on site October 3rd for a site visit at the request of the Cannabis Division to look into the question of grading that has occurred since 2022 and then again in the summer of 2023. My memo that is in I think the last section of the staff report basically gives you the summary of what I found on site. Simply put, I don't feel that a mass grading permit, the thresholds were met in order to require actually getting a permit. The grading activity in 3 different locations was less than the thresholds required. Excuse me. Are there?
Well, one of the things I want to make sure is I don't have it back up in front of me at the moment, but I know there was something about, how many feet and how much space and so forth. And there was something about feet. So is that talking about the depth of what is cut into or the height of what it is pushed out to, or both?
Both.
Okay, so can you walk us through that, please?
Generally speaking, the mass grading permit looks at all excavation and fill activities. So if you're taking material from one location, that's included. You're putting it in another location, that is also included. So you go through some basic geometry, basically, some calculations to figure out what that prism looks like of actual fill material. That is what I measured on site. There's some other factors in terms of, so that's one consideration, the expansion of a pad. There's also the finish grading of a pad, which may be, several inches to a foot, something like that, that was noted. And again, borrow locations. So I attempted to capture all of that to satisfy my own mind that it's, again, did not meet the threshold of a mass grading permit in all of the distinct locations on that parcel where grading had occurred in those specific years of 2022 and 2023.
Okay. Thank you. And in terms of the runoff, again, your statement said you don't see anything that was done with that is the cause of any runoff or into sensitive areas and things like that.
Correct. I would say that the fill locations that I looked at appeared to be stable and that they would not contribute significantly to any water course with surface erosion. Yes, there could be other controls, seeded grass, something like that, mulch that are applied to it. But because there is no grading permit, I cannot require them to do it through that permit system. But the Cannabis Division can address that through their site visits, should they choose to. There was one specific location of erosion that appeared to go under a fence. I considered that to be minor. I did not consider that to be contributing to a water course or to be detrimental to neighboring property in any significant way. Again, that could easily be addressed through the application of the standard cannabis site controls that are applied to all sites.
Okay.
Again, not a grading permit.
Are you going to change? Just don't change your topic. Keep
Okay.
going.
Well, I'm slightly changing. I don't know if it'll still be in his world or not. So go ahead.
Can I interrupt him? On that topic, you said, so because there isn't a permit, you don't direct what happens and then follow up to see if what your direction was followed. That isn't in this purview, but you can provide recommendations and then on subsequent visits, just see how is it going. Is that what you kind of indicated?
Generally speaking, with the question of a mass grading permit, no, it's only the question of does a permit apply or not. If it does apply, there's a potential to add conditions to assure stability, to assure water quality, any of those conditions that are necessary, geotechnical engineering even, if required. If a grading permit is not needed, as in it is not by statute or by code applicable to the project, then I have nothing to say. Oftentimes I have conversations where someone's right on the line of 20,001 foot versus just change the project to be underneath it or something like that. People have this flexibility there. I have those conversations frequently about, again, does the permit apply or does it not? What I am saying here is my opinion is that the permit does not apply in those specific grading activities at question now and in the appeal. I can provide recommendations to the cannabis divisions of how I would address any potential for erosion controls that may need to be in place or past erosion that has occurred. I'm happy to provide those recommendations, but that is fully within the wheelhouse of the cannabis division to address those problems on all cannabis sites, and they have that expertise.
And then how does the statement in the data from Kate Blanchard apply to this, where there's a memo from her stating, I told them to apply certain water course mitigations there, or she didn't use the word mitigations. Kate, right here.
Are you familiar with what
I told Peter to put erosion control on his exposed soil slopes. Memo dated October 12 of 23.
I have not seen that. I'm not familiar with that, but I would concur that that is a simple remedy that can be applied. Again, my focus was specifically the grading permit. Any other questions can be left to other agencies or the cannabis division staff.
Okay. So I do want to address Director Pavani if I could, because I want to understand how this memo comes in It looks like we have a state agency who has given directive, and I want to know how that meshes with what you do.
It's a great question. You know, we have a lot of other agencies, code or regulation that is sort of interwoven into our county ordinance. And so, as far as specific erosion control measures, you know, as David stated, there's a memo that's dated from yesterday, from CDFW staff. Also just basically indicating that the erosion that you have pictures of where there's a fence line in the background, you could see, you know, very minor rilling, was not of significant concern to CDFW as it relates to, you know, a significant contribution to impaired water quality, you know, or sediment load into those water courses, adjacent water courses or anything like that. I would say that just generally speaking, as we're rolling out our MMRP process, this is something that, if encountered on a site, would come with a letter from the Cannabis Division environmental compliance staff saying, hey, be sure to implement your erosion control methods, best management practices, and, you know, be in compliance with the site management plan. So at this point, you know, it does pose a bit of a difficult situation in terms of allocating staff time and priorities as it relates to how we weigh in on other agencies' requirements. And so, you know, from our current standpoint, I would say that, you know, CDFW, Water Board have been to that site. They have chosen not to issue any violations. And so as far as we are concerned, they are in good standing with their Water Board enrollment. That being said, I believe that, you know, when environmental compliance staff goes out on site, they will be addressing this minor erosion control that needs to be done for winterization. So I don't know if that helps to answer the question.
It does. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Thanks for the interruption.
Sure. There was this I guess would go to Christy. There was a mention of an environmental health citation that is still actively being pursued by other agencies. So I'd just like to know more about that, including.
Good afternoon.
Go ahead.
So as far as a complaint was put into the EPA complaint system. And so what happens is that generates to my department because there was mention of illegal burial of waste and some water quality issues and illegal burning. So all of those items through the Cal EPA complaint system gets routed to my department. We did investigate all of those issues. So the complaint was submitted or at least received by my department on September 4th. We went and investigated on September 13th. And we, like California Department of Fish and Wildlife, were unable to find a direct link between the grading activities and water quality, as the grading activities, even though some were a little steep in the area of the southwest portion of the property, it had a large distance between that location and water course with a lot of vegetation in between. So we did talk to the property owner, Petkoff, about doing some erosion control and some reseeding in that area. As far as the illegal burial of commercial waste, we met with the complainant to identify the location of where that waste was buried or supposedly buried. And so then we spoke to the property owner, Mr. Petkoff, and asked him to do some borings for us on that location. Environmental health, we picked 5 random borehole spots in that area to dig and show that to bore to show us that there was no, if to either confirm or not, if there was waste there, and we were unable to find any buried waste in those locations. And those are the same locations also identified in the complaint, that you guys have received. We didn't find any plastics or anything like that. And as far as the illegal, prohibited fires, we did not find evidence of anything outside of woody debris. So we do not have any active violations on the Petcoff property at this time.
And so, thank you, Christy. When I heard environmental health cited, I'm hearing no, environmental health did not, but a complaint was filed with the EPA system, which environmental health followed up on. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood that right. Thank you. Last question for now. Drew, this is back to you. We've been told basically by council that we're supposed to focus our attention on what is within the code and what is in with the requirements. There are a lot of allegations about actions, behaviors, whatever, that absolutely fall outside of what's allowed in the program from a going forward standpoint. So I would just like you to describe briefly implications to the applicant if some of those allegations that were made actually took place going forward.
If you could give me some specifics, then I'd be more able to respond to your question.
Well, we had the generators, the lights, the firing of firearms, the threatening behavior. It was a broad range of things that I saw in the list of 25. So, and you don't need to address all of them. I'm just trying to get some example to the board of if those kinds of things happen, if this is approved and those things happen, what will happen?
So if we want to focus on light pollution, essentially, currently 1743 is constructed where it's the sort of enforcement action that we can take as the cannabis division are to deny an application or to revoke a license. Right. So we don't have suspension. Rick and Dan, you guys are both well aware that we've been working through trying to, come up with a more robust enforcement concept and those mechanisms, tiered enforcement, multiple violations, things like that. So currently, if we were to receive a complaint about light pollution, staff would follow up with the program participant applicant and let them know that we had received that complaint and that was something that they needed to address. One of the sort of points of confusion in terms of, the documentation that's provided, at least my review of it, is that there are pictures of the greenhouses not being covered. That being said, those pictures also show that there are tarps there to cover the greenhouses. So that's a bit of a nuanced enforcement issue in terms of, going forward as we propose updates to the ordinance, there may be the ability to, fine applicants for non-compliant issues like that. But currently, I don't see, light pollution as being a reason to revoke a license. This is one of the main reasons why we're working on ordinance updates so that this can be more clear, both for applicants and for, administering the program from staff's perspective. As far as firearms or any of those other things, if we receive those types of complaints through the complaint portal or, email or phone calls, we would refer that type of activity to the sheriff's office. I don't know if there are any other specific examples.
The generator running all night.
So the generator running all night, again, is an area that I think we could give more clarity to future updates to the ordinance. Right now, the issue is that it's I would say a dual use generator. And so 1743 doesn't clearly distinguish between the use of the generator for residential purposes and the use of the generator for commercial cannabis uses. However, I think it is used for both. So we definitely went out, staff performed decibel meter readings to verify that the noise thresholds are within the required readings or measurements. So as far as the generator running all night, that's something that I hope that in the future we'll have more clarity on how to enforce that situation.
What does the dual use have to do with whether it runs all night?
Well, I think that for cannabis, the hours of operation are restricted, whereas for residential use, I don't believe there's any restriction to when, a personal residence can provide off-grid power to themselves.
I thought there was. I thought that even residents had to stop at 10 because that was an issue with a neighborhood thing in Lewiston where somebody was living in an RV on their home and didn't have power, so they were running a generator all night, and that was filed as a complaint and they had to stop.
And the only thing I'm aware of related to that is that decibel threshold at the property line.
That's probably what it was, yeah. And I did note that the decibel measurements that were taken 15 feet away at the property line, so on and so forth, and I even looked up the decibel rating. I was surprised to hear that the rating was lower than a quiet rural neighborhood or something like that, which was an interesting way, at least with the source I found. But okay. So just so I make sure I understand correctly, so you have discretion as it's written today, and we have talked about in the ad hoc committee about strengthening this quite a bit, but you have the authority to say how long it takes up to 7 days to address concerns. You can be shorter, you can be longer. In certain circumstances, you have that discretion. Is that right?
Yeah, the standard has been to, for enforcement actions to be remedied through a 7-day non-compliance process where we notify the applicant and they have 7 days to remedy the.
Okay. And you've even, in our discussions, you've mentioned that getting a 200-foot long tarp or something like that is not something that you go off the shelf and get at Ace Hardware the same day. So I understand. And then you also have the discretion as to whether you just require the specific issue to be addressed, or up to and including you can revoke a license.
The option as far as, the revocation denial section is there. It doesn't give us any clear qualifiers or criteria in terms of what would constitute, the necessity to revoke that license.
Okay. And from an evidence standpoint, we've talked a little bit about this in ad hoc, but for the benefit of everyone here, currently, if someone is taking photos or making a recording of sound, are you able in the cannabis division to consider, with all the metadata that's in those files, to use that as evidence and say, here is a picture that was taken at this location of this site at this time of night. It is clearly outside the bounds, or, whatever. Is that evidence that you can use? Because we've heard from people saying, well, yeah, are you going to go out there, drive 2.5 hours and go out there at 10 o'clock at night and see if it's happening?
I can't speak to the legal qualifier as it relates to evidence. Maybe county council wants to tackle that part of the question, but in terms of, does it qualify as a complaint? Yes.
And you could take action based on that alone versus having to go out and verify by seeing it yourself.
Typically, we go out and try to verify. Obviously, as the appellant raised his concern about the fact that, cannabis division staff doesn't currently have staff that works at night. Something that perhaps the board wants to consider how to address that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So what was your answer? Yes, you can, or are we letting Amanda speak to that?
Whether you're gonna go out at 10:30?
No, not whether you're gonna, whether you would use a photo or a recording taken by someone else if it was time-stamped or what have you, as.
That could be considered evidence. It just depends. And of course, the weight of it. having someone say, I saw it myself and testifying to that, but pictures are considered evidence if you have enough foundation for them.
Okay.
Your hand raised.
Oh, sure. Go ahead, Christy.
I just wanted to mention that in the past, and I know that Drew, might not have done this before, but in the past, we've had, law enforcement, code enforcement follow up on those type of complaints at night. They've been willing to do that for us in the past. So just another tool.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. I'm done for now.
Okay. Supervisor Gogan, you have questions?
I have no questions at all.
Okay. Supervisor Carpenter Harris. Okay.
All right,
Oh, go ahead. You got it? Go ahead.
I have a question, I guess, one of the county councils we have here today. I'm not sure exactly what page it's on from the information. The CCNRs that we received from the appellant, where it says that the agricultural allowed in that subdivision is Christmas tree farms consisting of white fir or Douglas fir and no nuisance. I can't remember the exact language. How is that binding? Where is that binding? And can staff make a determination that we're in compliance there? I'm not sure how CCNRs work.
I'm going to defer to Derek on that since I don't have the background on this particular appeal.
Sure. Yeah, we would not enforce those. That's not something that's within county purview. CCNRs are to be there. There is an enforcement mechanism that is provided in civil law. CCNRs are enforceable by property owners against the others. But that's pretty standard, not just for this county, but for cities and all counties. We do not have authority to enforce private CCNRs because of the nature. They are private contractual based obligations that the property owners decide to force upon each other, and then they become enforceable upon the heirs and successors and transferees. But it's not a municipally enforced obligation. So we can't enforce those. If somebody is the subject of a lawsuit and they're enjoined, then the court can enforce that, but we can't.
Okay, it seems like we're creating issues. We're creating problems.
How so?
Well, if county staff can issue a license that's going to result in a lawsuit based on the CCNRs. I know the past experience I've had with CCNRs was in a subdivision downriver where we were talking about the size of a house that could be built. And it came to the planning commission, and that was part of the discussion is like, well, this is in violation of the CCNRs. They have to allow this and this and this and this and this. And the planning commission took that into consideration in allowing a permit on that property. And David might remember that. It was a floodplain issue. These are the kind of questions that I have with this project. And then the other question it's a broader question that I have is, when we heard it again today, we heard it from Derek, we heard it from John Brower, a ministerial process. Where did that come from? And I'm not sure who I'm addressing this to. And how does that work? If we have an appeal of a director's decision, the director has made a decision. That's not a ministerial process. So there is actually a discretionary action happening. Whether our staff is using it as there is a discretionary action. If there wasn't, there would be no appeal. So I would like to have some explanation of that. I shouldn't have blindsided council with that question. I did raise it to Drew at one point, but how do we explain that this is ministerial, but there is a discretionary action, that it doesn't work in my brain?
May I jump in?
Please.
The response is that there are numerous standards. So all of chapter 17.43 and chapter 17.43G set forth the standards that an applicant has to meet to have a cannabis license issued. and they do the schedule or they do the appendix C so that there can be a CEQA determination. So if something is issued by a planning director and it is essentially a ministerial approval, that doesn't mean that the planning director in theory didn't apply something wrong. It could be that the code says X and the plan and X doesn't exist. And so the planning director made a mistake in issuing the permit. Then due process would entitle a neighbor or someone who's agreed by that decision to bring that to the next level, to the planning commission, and then ultimately to your level as the board. So we still have to apply the ordinance correctly. We still have to make sure that the standards and mitigations are required, and we have to provide a mechanism for people to appeal that. But so that's the difference between a ministerial and a discretionary approval, where you have discretion, then you get really subjective, and then you as a board or the decision makers can really decide things based on preferences. Whereas as you get towards the ministerial side, it really is more of a technical decision. Does the applicant meet the standard or does it not? And that's where we are. But there's still room to make mistakes, and that's why there still has to be an appeal mechanism.
Answer your question.
Somewhat, but not.
Yeah. The planning director, they're going to make those decisions, or cannabis director is going to make decisions in every scenario. Just because you're making a decision as to whether or not the person met that standard that's set forth in the code doesn't automatically make that a discretionary decision. So if the decision that they're making is, are these standards met? Not whether or not there's any wiggle room in saying, well, my preference is you meet these standards, but I don't think it's a good idea because of blah, blah, blah. That's a discretionary situation. This is, you meet the standards, you get the permit.
Okay, there are other levels of we could call it nuance involved, because a CEQA document's only required for a discretionary action. Correct, David?
That's correct. But there's levels of discretion, and I'd say if you go from 0 to 10 on the discretion level, we're at basically a 1. So it's essentially that's always been my interpretation, is that it's essentially a ministerial approval and that there's only a limited amount of discretion. It's not like a conditional use permit where under your code you have very broad health, safety, and general welfare standards that you get to apply as a board. Here, you're really basically as close to 0 as you can get. You're not close to 10 or even at 5.
And another one of my questions is, how did we get there? Because I've been here a long time. I don't remember having that discussion. There's been a lot of changeover in cannabis world in Trinity County. I do understand that. There's also been a historical precedent for when people were in violation or when they started their operation before permitting, they were removed from the program. I drive by the skeletal remains of an enormous cannabis project that applied and built out before permitted and was shut down. And so I don't know how we get to this position where the director basically is saying, like, I don't have any control over anything outside what is exactly in 1743. But for the past, I mean, I spent hundreds of hours in planning commission meetings, and one of the biggest issues that we heard was dogs. And we heard about fences, and all that stuff went into our original ordinance. And then some of it has been removed over time. Some of it just seems to have went away by definition and by changing of definitions. One of the examples I used forever was wildlife exclusionary fencing. Okay, wildlife exclusionary fencing, when it went into our ordinance, had nothing to do with wildlife. Wildlife exclusionary fencing was security fencing. But because we didn't have a definition for security fencing, it was easier to use an existing definition that we had that was wildlife exclusionary fencing. And so that just kind of morphed into this thing where, okay, now we have wildlife exclusionary fencing. We don't need that anymore. And it just went away based on a change in personnel and a change in interpretation of language. And that's what I want to understand. How did we get to where we are today, where we have a ministerial process that just kind of became what it is without any input from the people at the dais? I'm not saying good or bad. I just want to know how we got here.
Well, maybe
I would like to know it sometime.
I can comment on that, as I've been involved with the program since 2019, and I was involved in the adoption of the programmatic EIR, and I, was involved a little bit even before then, but I was brought in more heavily in 2019 as we were headed towards the adoption of the program EIR. And I would concede that a lot has changed, and there has been a lot of change. Basically, all 5 of you were, I believe, not on the board when that process started, or when the program EIR and the comprehensive changes to Chapter 17.43 and the letters A through G. I don't think any of you were on the board then. So I will acknowledge much has changed in terms of personnel. And, I have not always been intimately involved. I'm more at an advisory level. But I will say that the purpose of the program EIR was to streamline the application process. And at the time, there was, there was a lawsuit. You all probably have heard about this lawsuit, in which we fought with an organization over the obligations to conduct site-specific reviews. That was certainly part of the lay of the land at that time. And the idea was that there was a trailer bill that was enacted, I believe, in 2019. And it basically said that you don't have to have a CEQA review for your program ordinance, because at the time, the state really wanted to encourage people to become licensed lawful growers. So we had a very large unlicensed market. And this was a few years after Proposition 64 was enacted. And so the state came in and said, look, we want to promote people coming into our program. And there's this dual state local layer where we do our thing, the locals do their thing. And so we're going to give an exemption in this trailer bill to the locals. And this was actually brokered in much part by RCRC. And I've spoken to the general counsel, who was very active. And the idea was that we wanted the locals to do the environmental review so that the state could rely on that. And again, the idea was to bring as many people into the licensed cannabis world, bring them outside of the unlicensed cannabis world into the licensed cannabis world, and streamline the process and use the environmental review. So we got the pause so we can have our ordinance before we did the EIR, so that we can have that ordinance and we could start enforcing it and start bringing people in. But the idea was that we would do a full review, and then we would be able to switch from a site-specific CEQA process, which is what we fought over in that TIA lawsuit, and move to something where we're still doing site-specific reviews, but we're doing it in a streamlined fashion. We've studied everything, and we've knocked out as much as we can at a program level, so we can make it easy on the individual licensees, so that really, in most cases, they simply fill out their Appendix C and do their studies, and then they can get a license. And so the idea, I know I'm rambling here, but I think the idea is that in order to maximize the conversion of the unlicensed to the licensed market, we needed to create a mechanism where the individual licensees, these small, often family farmers and growers, would have a way to come in, and it wouldn't, be like a commercial subdivision or the typical process in California where you could wait 3 years to get your hearing after a lengthy environmental review. We didn't want that. We wanted to streamline the process, bring people into the program, make it as easy as possible on them, and do all of the work at a program level that we could, so that now when we're on the backside of that process, now it's 2023 going into 2024, it's easy for the licensees to come into the program. And so I'm probably rambling. I'm not quite the full historian, but I go back several years, and that's what I understand, that this is how the program is supposed to function. We want the licensees to be able to move forward expeditiously and to have, as long as they check off the boxes from the program EIR that we've done, they get their license. And obviously we have to have due process and make sure that the standards are all applied. But in my view, this is how the process is supposed to work, going back to what I remember from the start of that process.
Right. I think I'll save the rest of mine for discussion.
Okay.
So if
Okay. Drew, probably start with things that you can answer for me. So timeline, just for clarity, why was you started with P2312, which was an appeal that got assigned that project number, and then it says in the staff report, the director's license approval and related Appendix C environmental document was rescinded. Why was that rescinded?
It was rescinded to request that the applicant make updates to the Appendix C.
So what is the process by which it got approved and then we need updates?
Well, the process in terms of approval as it currently stands is that, there are all of the code related requirements that we sort of have separated into 2 tracks, if you will, within the cannabis division. One is what we refer to as code compliance, and the other side of that track is what we would refer to as environmental compliance. So in terms of deeming an application complete and a project compliant based on code unrelated to the site-specific evaluation for CEQA as an Appendix C document tiered off of the program EIR, historically it would have been, okay, you have, your building permits, you have a residence, you have your seller's permit, you have, all of those sort of requirements that are met, that you've submitted those documents, those materials, and staff has verified that your site is compliant. Then as we've moved forward into the current paradigm of site-specific review, now that the applicant has to submit an Appendix C document, it goes through multiple phases of review. First, staff reviews it, and then it gets sent to the outside environmental consultant for their review. Once it comes back from their review, it can come back in sort of 2 different ways. One is with a compliance memorandum from the outside consultant. The other is an incomplete letter. And so over the course of the last year or so, we've certainly tried to improve that process as much as we can. And so for projects that received, and most projects historically, more recently now, I think consultants have a good grasp on what needs to be included in the environmental document. So projects that we're sending to the outside consultants are coming back without deficiency letters. But previously, most Appendix C documents probably went through 2 to 5 rounds of incomplete or additional information or the requested verbiage change, things like that. And so to your specific question, essentially in staff and outside consultant review of that Appendix C, it was noticed that there wasn't sufficient discussion related to some of the resource categories in the Appendix C. And so when that was realized as a result of reviewing the documents as a result of that appeal, the determination was made by county staff and county council that we would rescind the approval of the environmental document, because that's the only way that we could have the document updated to reflect what we had then come to understand were insufficiencies in terms of what was.
Okay, cool. Thank you. That makes a lot of sense. And so, and the very simple answer would be it was the appeal that caught it.
It was staff's review post appeal.
Post appeal or because of the appeal?
Post appeal.
So after the appeal,
well,
why would you go back and review it then
so
again?
as a result of receiving the appeal, then staff went and looked through the document again.
Oh yeah, not post appeal process, post appeal receipt.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. How does the, talk to me a little bit about a 7-day abatement period. So there are apparently, and I feel like I'm at a loss. These guys know a ton about the ordinances and they'll mention things. I'm like, I can't exactly know what you're talking about. There are some deficiencies that you can decide. It's a, hey, when you can get it done. And I get it. Things like, well, you couldn't possibly obtain certain items as needed by a certain timeline or what have you. So you have to do what you can do. But then there is this very formal process of, for example, abatement, which is a 7-day process to the letter of the law. Is that correct?
I can't speak super well to the abatement process because it's sort of outside of what the cannabis division, at least during my time here, has really dealt with. The abatements related to cannabis sites are done by code enforcement.
So do we have someone who can speak to that?
But I may be able to if you continue with your question.
So the question is that there is, and I didn't catch the beginning date, but there was a 7-day abatement process initiated that was to be completed on May 31st. And it looks to me like a very large site in the photos with a lot of plants. And there were photos taken on May 30th that show many plants.
Right, okay.
And there's an 11 a.m. inspection on the 31st. And within that time frame, suddenly compliance has been reached. And I just want to understand the process by which something like that gets removed in a time frame such as that.
Okay, so I more clearly understand. So as it relates to this particular scenario where there was an active state license and no local license, we received photos that indicated that there were plants on site and that there was active cultivation occurring without a county license. The response that Cannabis Division takes to those types of complaints is to send out the 7-day notice of noncompliance, letting the applicant or, project owner, cultivator, that they are out of compliance and they have 7 days to correct. Along with that, I don't recall offhand what documentation was in the PC staff report. I don't think it was specifically addressed. It may have been addressed by Daniel Marvel in some of his comments. I think it was specifically addressed in that backup to the staff report, which is the Daniel Marvel code compliance timeline, where we sent a 7-day notice of non-compliance. The applicant let us know that it had been resolved, that they had abated they had self-abated, I guess would be the, informal term. And then at that time, DCC, I believe, was also made aware of the fact that they basically had plants without local county approval. So the DCC did a follow-up metric inspection after the applicant reached out to the county to let us know that they had self-abated. And as I understand it, there were no violations that came from the DCC related to metric compliance. So it is a bit of an unclear element in terms of our existing ordinance. Something that, again, with ordinance revisions, we had hoped to address, where right now there's the ability to essentially self-abate, which means destroying the plants. That act is taken on by the applicant in order to meet the 7-day notice of non-compliance received by the county, or received from the county. I apologize.
So can you have a plant on your property that isn't known or tracked by metric?
Only personal plants that would be outside of the regulated, side of cultivation.
Could I have more plants on my property outside of what is allowed that aren't in metric or known by metric?
I mean, I'm sure you could if you wanted to, Jill.
Might.
But I mean, in terms of being compliant with the state, all plants need to be tracked in metric. I can explain to you exactly what plants and immature plants versus mature plants, but generally, yes, all plants that are associated with the commercial cannabis activities need to be in metric. Yes.
Okay, but I think that you get where I'm going with this, or maybe you don't. So I'll just be really clear. So I see a picture on May 30th of a whole bunch of plants.
Yep.
And there is a 7-day notice of non-compliance that these need to be abated by this date.
Yep.
And then there is, but you're telling me now, okay, so there's two pieces that are confusing, because the staff report says that there was an 11 o'clock site inspection scheduled, at which time it was said that the county viewed them. Daniel Marvel went there and viewed the site, if I'm remembering correctly, and they were abated. But you're telling me, I think I hear you saying, this was a self-abatement process, and the assurance that abatement had taken place is because somehow the state metric system says, yeah, we're good.
Okay, so all three of those things happened.
Okay.
Let me see if I can clarify. So we received photos of plants. We sent out a 7-day notice of non-compliance. I believe on that 7th day, staff went out and verified that there were no longer plants on site. Following that, DCC also went out and did a metric verification inspection, and I wasn't there, and I can't speak very well to what they did during their inspection, but at least to the communication that we've received, there was no violation or action taken by DCC as a result of non-compliance. Does that help to sort of break it down into?
It kind of does, except I still don't understand which piece.
I just pulled up the timeline. I pulled up the timeline to show what was reported there, and when it looks like DCC came out quite a bit later, 6/28 versus 5/31. But on 5/31 is when county staff went out and verified that it was gone, and then DCC later.
And so back to my original question, I just want to understand process-wise. I've never tried to abate thousands of plants before. How do you do that with less than 24 hours? You're given 7 days. It seems like that would be a tall order.
As far as the timeline, abating a plant is cutting it down essentially. So, with a pair of scissors or pruning shears, chopping the plants down would be how I consider self-abatement to be accomplished.
Okay.
And we do hear reports of where abatement meant put it in a truck, drive it away, get inspected, bring it back. So that's one of the things where in the ad hoc committee, we've talked about that that's a problem with self-abatement. It's up to you. How they disappeared from the property isn't validated. You don't know if they were driven away or if they were cut down. And so going forward, we're trying to look for a way that if we really are taking that step to say that a cultivator should abate, then we need to make sure it really was abated, not portably moved.
And, just to the general topic of abatement, one of the things that's happened in the last few months is the state has rolled out what they're calling their metric viewer application, which then gives local jurisdictions the ability to utilize the metric system to verify whether whether essentially the plant count that was listed, let's say on the day that the complaint was received or that the notice of noncompliance was sent out, has been destroyed appropriately through the metric system. And so at that point, we did not have access to that in terms of could we as the county actually go and verify what happened within the metric supply chain and the tracking. We now will going forward have the ability to verify that. But I think as Rick's pointing out, really where we need to capture that is in ordinance updates and clarification in terms of that process going forward.
But I guess to the larger point from what Derek has shared is it can't be part of this decision today. If they were, and maybe I need further clarity on that, because would I be correct to say the license application was in process when this non-compliance was revealed, and then compliance, and then moving forward with the application process to the point of hopeful licensure?
Yeah, I think that what you're saying is accurate in the
And
sense that
doesn't the ordinance read that you need to be compliant with the law during the application process?
I'm going to let Derek field that one in terms of the specific legal analysis of, whether it's present perfect tense or not.
I need to make sure I have the hypo in my head, Madam Chair. So you have, can you summarize it one more? I mean, a
Sure.
lot of details.
Sure, absolutely. So I'm just looking at, just stepping back and looking at more of just a timeline. You have an applicant that makes an application, and there's a whole bunch of pieces to that process. And while it's in process, it's discovered there is cultivation going on. Oh, oops, 7-day abatement notice, abate the plants, revisit the site. Yep, the plants were abated. The application process continues to move on toward the point of licensure. Isn't that a problem with the way the ordinance states you need to be compliant with local, state, and federal law during this application process?
Well, let me,
Well, I will fix my question for you.
It does
Local
say,
state law.
it does say.
so what?
There's federal components to it.
So
Sorry,
let me share 17.43.070. It says applicant shall be denied a license or the approval of a license. Well, no, the applicant shall be denied a license. So that's the starting preamble language. And then it gives the 3 reasons. And so we jump down to subparagraph 3. And so I'm going to read them together. The applicant shall be denied a license if the county becomes aware that. So becomes aware that is, there has to be some awareness on the part of the county. So staff, essentially the planning director. And then it says applicant shall, the operation as proposed by the applicant would not have complied with all applicable county and state laws. It doesn't say federal laws.
Can I just jump in here though? Derek, I'm sorry, I just want to follow up on, can you finish your sentence? The county becomes aware of?
So applicants shall be denied a license if the county becomes aware that the operation as proposed by the applicant would not have complied with all applicable county and state laws. That's the sentence.
So it's the proposed part.
So would not have complied is what I see as the relevant, and there has to be a decision point. Would not have complied means a past action that carries forward to the present and beyond. It's, I believe, the past imperfect. I'm sorry if my tenses or my grammar here, I'm getting very technical. But so the way I read this is at the time the application is approved or denied. In other words, when it comes time to make a decision on the application, the question the planning director in the first instance looks at is, would there be compliance? It says, would there be compliance? And so I think if the planning director at the time the application is set for approval determines that there is compliance or there will be compliance, then the planning director is entitled to, at that point, approve the project. It's not, I want to clear, the question is not if during the application process at some point we become aware of a compliance process or a violation. The question is, because the compliance process could take a couple of months, it could take a year. So we don't just look at any point in the process and say, was there a notice of a violation? We look at the time the application, there's a decision time that at some point everything is ready for a decision. And if at that point the planning director says there is compliance, then we can move forward. But so I guess really the question to the board in terms of your appeal today is, from a factual standpoint, you know, if you need to weigh this issue, then if you take a particular code enforcement matter that was pending at the time of the application, what was the status of that at the time the director approved the license? Was it resolved? What is the evidence? That's really, I guess, kind of the factual question for you. But the legal question is, if the director determined that the application could be approved because the matter had been resolved, then I think that's proper.
Okay. I'm going to lean on this further, and here's why. Is because this hearing here is the last administrative remedy that this appellant has at this local level. If we were to end up denying the appeal, upholding the license, and it moves forward, they have the opportunity to go to court. So I probably have two questions and maybe three. If that happened, and if a judge were to find that we interpreted our codes differently than he or she did, does that fall on the applicant, now licensee, or does that fall on the county who issued the license? That's question one.
So I'll get a little into the weeds here, but the way to challenge this, if you're the appellant today and your board, let's say you effectively approve the application, and so you're the appellant, you're still aggrieved, you go to court, you file what's called a writ, W-R-I-T, of mandate. And in that process, the court would look at two things. One, did we proceed in a manner required by law? In other words, did we apply the language of our ordinance correctly? And then two, is there substantial evidence to support the board's determination? So really it would come down to the judge would look and say, well, did the county interpret their code correctly? And that the judge would make a legal determination. And then if the court said, okay, they interpreted their code correctly, then the judge would weigh the evidence, but it would be a substantial evidence standard of review, which would be very deferential to whatever decision you make. So I don't know if that's answering your question, but that's how, if this goes up to the next level, which, Madam Chair, you're correct, would be the Superior Court, that's the standard of review the court would apply to your decision today.
Okay, and then, thank you. This question then stems off of that. When I read this, and granted, I'm not reading it with the lawyer's lens, I'm not reading it with the lens of people who wrote or spoke into that code. I don't read it that way. And I don't know. Okay, try this on for size. Is there a testimonial statement that gets signed when an application is submitted that attests that in other words, you shouldn't drive until you have a license to drive. If you're caught driving without a license, there's a problem, right? So do they attest before the project begins that, okay, we haven't started this project yet, we're not cultivating, we're starting this process, we would like a license to be able to cultivate? Is that a part of the application process?
It might be a question for Drew, but I believe the Appendix C does have a representation along those lines, but I'll defer to staff on that. I don't have it in front of me. I've seen it.
I'd have to pull up the application, and I know we've gone through a number of different versions of the application historically, so I can try and pull it up and answer your question, but offhand, I mean, there are various things I think that are similar to what you're asking, but so I can try and pull it up and see if
Okay,
I
that's
can
something I do want to circle back to.
Okay.
And so, my concern, of course, is keeping the county out of a financial problem in the future. Okay, let's jump tracks a little bit. My next question is to do with, Drew, this will probably be for you. The applicant needs to be compliant at all times with all county and state. And I see a statement in here from Dan Dresselhaus regarding a less than 3-acre conversion process that happened, and it ends, I don't recall it ends not well.
I can grab my copy if you like, or I can speak off the top of my head.
I'll find it. You can start.
Okay.
It's fine.
I just sent that question to staff since we're in the middle and I don't have time to pull it
Sure.
up and
Yeah.
research. Essentially, that was a letter from Dan Dresselhaus, from CAL FIRE to, I believe, Mr. Petkov, related to the less than 3-acre conversion exemption that they had applied for. And I think the substance of the letter was essentially pointing out that tree work had been done not by the RPF.
LTO.
The LTO, okay. And so, which is licensed timber operator, at least I know that much. And I'm sure Dan's quite knowledgeable about these types of things, so maybe he can weigh in. But essentially, it sounds like, to me, the way I read that letter is that it's a bit of a warning. Essentially, I mean, it's a violation. And I think the last sentence or the closing of it says this is a non-correctable violation. And so my take would be that we would receive some sort of communication from CAL FIRE stating that for, whatever reasons, they believe that that project should not proceed, and that if it was an egregious violation, they would pursue the other civil or criminal remedies that he references in those closing few sentences of that letter. So I take that as a, historic violation from CAL FIRE that was resolved. But I follow what you're pointing out, which is, if it's non-resolvable, how is it resolved?
And also, it's non-compliance in the midst of an application process.
That was, I believe, before the application. That was from 2017. That was the original work done on the site.
Okay. And So the applicant also stated that they've been in the program since 2017 and had one of the earliest licenses. Was that on a different site?
I don't know specifically what he was making reference to. To my knowledge, he does have several other sites. The way that I view that is that, you know, multiple years of licenses after that letter from Dan Dresselhaus came out were issued. So I would like to think that if that was a hard stop scenario, that would have been addressed, you know, many years prior to, you know, 5 years later, a renewal
Yeah.
application.
Okay. All right. Fair. Yeah. Okay.
If I may jump in, the only thing I would add is the standard is that the operation as proposed, I'm reading the code, the operation as proposed by the applicant, if permitted, would not have complied with all applicable county and state laws. So there would have to be a determination if you're looking at a pending matter during the application, you would have to interpret that it's applicable. And the word applicable here is not defined, but I think the logical assessment is that it's applicable to the cannabis licensing program. It's relevant to what the county can do, what the county can regulate, what it can reach through the program. So I just want to make that qualifier. And that, for instance, if you know, you found out that you know, the IRS was auditing someone, that might be another law, and that might suggest they're not in compliance with their business taxation issues, but it's not really applicable. I'm using kind of an extreme example. I'm not suggesting what's being discussed now is like that, but I'm using an example. So there has to be a determination that this other law for which there is some notice by another agency would be applicable to our process.
Really quickly, Derek, while you're on there, you've went over 17-43070A3 considerably, but what about A2, where it says the applicant has not complied fully with the provisions of this chapter? And there's a comma there, including other stuff, but I think that was more what Jill was referring to in past violations during the permitting process is 2, not 3. I understand where you're going with 3, where that's the application doesn't fit our ordinance, but 2 is the applicant has failed to fulfill their part of the ordinance.
Or the applicant has not complied fully with the provisions of this chapter, including any of the requirements of NR, you know, and then it goes into the water board. So now chapter is 17.43. So you would need to tie it into the various sections that proceed. So, you know, really, what is it about chapter 17.43 that would be non-compliance? Because there's nothing in 17.43 necessarily that deals with grading or fires or light or other things along those lines.
No, but it does deal with cultivation of cannabis without having a county permit. That's what Joe was speaking to earlier, I believe.
Fair enough. Yeah, if it's a matter of not getting the permit or getting the license from the county that was required, then that I agree. So when I was referring to those other state and local requirements, you know, we're dealing with other standards. So I do agree with that.
Okay, it's 2:00 and our clerk needs a break. She's deserving of at least a 30-minute lunch break. So we're going to take a 30-minute break and reconvene at 2:30. For a little while longer.
Kettle corn.
I had to go to a sauce shop, so it was like, I'll get a cup of coffee at the gas station, go to a sauce shop, because I know when I get to open.
All right, it's 2:31.
Get your hammer.
All right, it is 2:31. We're back in session. I hope that was a long enough break. I know it was a tough call. Probably all could have used a little more time, but I hope you got what you needed. So when we left off, the board is asking questions of county staff and outside counsel, and we'll just continue at that point.
Is Derek Cole back with us?
Thought I saw him on
I
there.
saw on the screen a second ago.
Oh, I saw him.
I'm here.
Thank you. I guess I would just continue by asking if over the short break that we had, were you able to ascertain the answer to the question I had regarding?
Yes, we did find the, I have it in my text, and I know Trent pulled it up, so if it's helpful, we could probably, maybe Ashley could pull it up and put it on the screen for you all, or
Is it emailed to me?
no, but it's on the county website. I'm trying to find it.
Acknowledgement form. Page 10.
We live.
Oh, here we go. Found it. List. And you said it's on page 10 of the. Hmm. Oh.
There you
There it is. Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
No problem.
And I guess I should further confirm that you have one of those statements from the applicant.
I would assume that yes, we do, and I can pull it up if you'd like.
I even whacked.
All right. I was reading the cannabis ordinance, sorry.
Do we have that you could send to us? What we just saw? Thank you. Yes, please. I was distracted and didn't start reading it fast enough.
Yeah, I know.
And there's that.
We can continue while
Mhm.
while she works on that. Did you have more?
Not at the moment.
Thank you. So the last note that I took was, I understood Chair Cox to be asking a question about cultivation without a county license. Does this qualify as a reason not to approve? That's kind of the way I interpreted your question. And I know Derek was trying to work through a number of different aspects of our code to give a response, but I thought what I heard in the end was yes. So I'm just trying to get clarification of that.
So let's go over the standards. So there's 17.43.070, and it says applicant shall be denied a license if the county becomes aware that. And then there are 3 situations, 1, 2, and 3. 1 is if there's materially false documents or testimony provided. So there's that standard, and you just looked at the verification form at the very end. It basically repeats this, that you can't provide that. So that's one basis for denial. And I'll go to the third first and then come to the second. The third is what we were talking about, which is the operation as proposed would not have complied with all applicable county and state laws. So I think we've talked about that one. So really the one that I think we're honing in on is the applicant has not complied fully with the provisions of this chapter, including any of the requirements of NCR, basically the Regional Water Quality Control Board Order 2015-0023. So the words are the applicant has not complied fully with the provisions of this chapter. So then the question is, what are the provisions of this chapter? Because we have to go through 17.43.070 or basically chapter 17.43. And so if you look through that, section 010 is the definitions section. Section .020 is the application section. Section .030 is the application requirements. It says, what do you have to do to get a permit? Then 040 deals with type 3. 050 deals with limitation on location. 060 is performance standards. 080 is enforcement. 090 is fees. So now that I've looked at it, I guess the question that I'm not able to, I can't come to a clear statement that if you didn't have a permit in the past, that means that we can deny a permit going forward. Because again, that ground said the requirements of quote unquote this chapter, if you have not fully complied with this chapter, then we can deny a permit. So then we have to determine what are the requirements of this chapter and how do we determine if someone has fully complied. And I think the question on the table is, if someone didn't have a permit in the past when they should have had a permit, is that something, does this language that we're talking about allow us to deny on that? And so now that I've looked at this more fully, I can't tell you that just because someone didn't have a permit in 2017 or 2018 or 2019 or 2020, you can now deny the permit, because I can't find clear language in this chapter, because again, it's this chapter that says you must have a permit. But so
Derek, can I interrupt you for a second?
Please.
Can I draw your attention to 17.43060A?
Okay. And so that's the basic statement, and then it has the performance standards. So then the question is, what is then as a policy, then what as a board do you want to establish? Because you're establishing precedent, and the requirement, I mean, we have had people who were not in the program who we wanted to get into the program. And so if you take a position that if you didn't have a permit before, then, and now you're applying and you were cultivating when you didn't have a permit, we can deny a permit going forward. So I guess that's really, we have to look at the implications of this interpretation, which is if we're going to interpret this language to mean that we can deny a permit because someone previously operated without a, I'm sorry, I say permit, we can deny a license because someone previously operated without a license, then if you're going to make that decision today, then is that a decision? I mean, you probably are going to have to follow that decision going forward unless you can distinguish this situation from some future situation. And so really as a policy matter, at least what I recall is part of the cannabis program was to bring people into the fold, is that we wanted people to come out of the unlicensed market into the licensed market. And certainly the people who got in first, we were prioritizing them because they had gotten in I think 2017 and 2018. So they jumped in early. So in the early days of the program, we were trying to, give them priority, but we always wanted to bring in the others. And so if your position is reading this 17.43.070, the language that says that applicant has not complied fully with the provisions of this chapter, if you're going to read that to mean that if someone previously cultivated without a license, is that really what you want? Because then you're basically saying we should deny anyone going forward if at any point in the past they committed unlicensed cultivation.
Well, I think there might be another way to look at this.
Well, I also think it's important to perhaps ask Drew how they're interpreting that now. I think we've had several people that have gone through this process that have had cultivation in the past. So I think it's not just about it going forward, but it's also how we've interpreted this up until this point as well to be considered. Would you agree with that, Derek?
Yes.
And I that's part of my discussion I had earlier. I said, I think I should save that until we get into discussion rather than questions, because there has been a historical interpretation that has happened. There are precedents that have already been set. Correct. So I think.
Fair. I think what I would distinguish as my question to you, Derek, particularly in light of, is it 070A?
060A.
060A. Not so much did anyone do it before, because yes, the goal here was to bring people into a program. Absolutely. And we're trying to figure out ways to make the program successful. The question that I have right now is how to not lose in court if that were to become our reality. And in my mind, the distinguishing factor is not did you cultivate before, but did you sign an attestation and then have a licensing process, taking whatever time it takes, and you disobeyed the law within that time frame. To me, that is the distinguishing point.
So what I hear then is you're saying that if you file an application and you sign off and certify that you're providing truthful information, and in the course of between that time and when the director makes the decision, you violate the law, you're saying in that situation, that's a factor that as a board or the decision maker should be able to consider. If you file something and you tell us everything's good, and then you go out and you do something that's not good, and especially if there's some intent or some ill will or some deceit involved in that, then shouldn't we be allowed to deny an application? I mean, I think maybe I just want to try to guide the board in, the law says where there's ambiguity, you have the right to interpret your general plan, you have the right to interpret your ordinances, and basically, but there needs to be some reasoning. So I guess the question then is, what is it the board is trying to accomplish? And it sounds like you're trying to distinguish, the average person who may have cultivated, a couple years ago and now is trying to get in the system lawfully versus the person who is doing things that are maybe deceitful or under the table. Is that what I'm hearing?
That is the question I'm asking.
And if I can just, can I just real quickly, at what point in the application process is that acknowledgement signed?
When the application is received, submitted.
Okay, thank you.
So I just want to clarify, I don't hear or sense anyone up here trying to look for a reason to do one thing or the other. I hear people trying to seek clarification so that we can make the right best decision on behalf of the county. And so these details and these nuances get to be very important because I'm sure those would be what would then show up on a lawsuit if it goes in one direction or the other. But I think, as I've heard, there's this situation of, okay, we know that not all, but many of the cultivators in the program today or trying to get into the program had previously cultivated before it was even possible to do it legal. And so you can't obviously say, oh, well, you ever did it illegally, so you can't do it legally. That's the exact opposite of why the whole program happened. In this case, we're talking about an application that has been in process for some period of time. It was March of this year that it looks like this abatement took place. So very much during the process of the application. And so basically trying to determine, is that a differentiator that the board should consider? Not like, well, can we? It's should we? So that we understand where that falls. And I'm trying to think through so let's take for a moment and say, oh yes, the board can. And so then this is, the appeal is approved and the application is denied. Well, then I would think that the applicant could take all of the same material and submit it tomorrow and not grow during the time that it's being processed and be approved. Because then they wouldn't have been doing that during the time at which the application was being processed. So I'm trying to be logical about this as well as legal about this, and I'm swimming.
Due to the shortness or length of the licensing, that's kind of I think we're looking at it as it's like, okay, today I apply for a license, a month from now I get it. It could be a year. So are we stretching it out to that kind of length of time now? And I guess maybe this doesn't answer or help any of these questions, but at one point, wasn't everybody an illegal grower?
Not everyone.
Not everyone.
That's what we're trying to solve.
But the majority of people at some point.
We're kind of getting into discussion though, also, so.
But I do think council suggested that maybe we should hear from staff about how staff has interpreted this particular aspect. Because again, there's a continuum somewhere. Some pretty high percentage of the cultivators in our program or trying to get in the program were growing illegally. So, in what way in this continuum has staff looked at it and said, well, this is where we draw the line and this is where we don't, at least from this specific instance. And then we can still go back to the statements because that to me is even a different piece.
Well, I don't know if any of us have a clear answer here, but I guess I just want to point out that, it's obviously a conundrum that we've encountered as the county, given that the county's failure to comply with the TAA lawsuit is what created the program shutdown. And so part of that program shutdown was that everyone who was previously active and in good standing with the county program received the UO extension letter, which then mandated that licensees maintain their state license. So we created this very difficult situation that we are now sort of confronted with trying to unravel, which is that, the state as the licensing authority, people that are enrolled in the state program have had the ability to engage in commercial cannabis activities. And the state, the DCC even sent out a letter to everyone who was enrolled from Trinity County saying that they didn't consider that the TAA lawsuit had any bearing on their state process. So obviously that doesn't give us an answer, but in terms of staff's interpretation of this, it just further evidences the confusion that we've been confronted with.
It does, but to your point there, just clarify for me, has there ever been a period of time where it was fine to cultivate with only a state license and not both a state and local?
I mean, prior to Prop 64, there was cultivation that was authorized under Prop 215.
What time frame was that?
That would have been pre-17, 16, pre-16.
Okay, so not since. Okay,
So I don't know if I can
that helps.
give you any more clarity.
I'm even noticed that at the statement that people were signing specifically said without a license. It doesn't say which type of license.
And the other interesting part to this discussion that I'll point out is that right now, as far as cannabis equity is concerned, one of the qualifiers to get a fee waiver from the state is that you were previously convicted of a cannabis related offense.
Did I hear you correctly?
Yep.
Yes, you did.
For equity, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So again, to the question of, could an applicant at some point have engaged in, some non-compliant activities and still qualify for a license at the state level? Yes, most certainly. And that oftentimes qualifies them to receive a, fee waiver where they don't have to pay their state licensing fee.
Okay.
All right, well, are there any more questions of staff? I suppose if anything, I do want to touch on the water hauling. There's a declaration in here under penalty of perjury. Can you talk to me about how water hauling would enter into any thought process of this?
So as I understand it, water hauling is not allowed with the exception of emergency events. And so as it relates to, the written attestation that was provided to us, Derek or County Council may be able to give some insight into the legality or, whether or not what we should do with that attestation. From my perspective, just, pragmatically, it's difficult to ascertain if water hauling happened without some sort of visual verification of that. And so in other appeals that we've seen, typically there's photographic evidence to indicate that a water truck was actually on site. And to my knowledge, we have not received any such photographic evidence, but there is the attestation there. And that was also not received until after the approval. So we didn't have any formal documentation of that prior to the approval of the license.
But in the first process, you did say that it was an appeal that caused a trigger to go back and reassess some things that weren't known before.
The water hauling attestation came in as a result of P 2322.
That's the second one.
That's the second one.
Mm-hmm.
And so from my perspective, again, if the concern was water hauling on Forest Service roads, that's something that, that concern would be directed to Forest Service in terms of whether or not they had commercial hauling permit. And I, personally, feel free to give me direction, but I'm not sure how to address a written attestation with no other evidence and take any action from that. Because what do we say? Don't haul water. Okay, I'm not.
Well, and regardless, would it fall under the category of things that you can't do in the program, but you can't use the fact that it was done in the past to keep you out?
It seems like it would fall in that category from my perspective.
Yeah. Do we want to hear
Does
the other
road-
5 minutes?
Sorry.
No, you go ahead.
Make a motion so we can have discussion.
Got a couple more questions, it sounds like.
Does the road that services this house here service any of the other surrounding homes?
I believe that when we went on that site inspection, there were one or two other driveways shortly before the section that went to Mr. Petkoff's property that I believe were, the access points to some of the appellant's properties, but I'm honestly not certain whose driveway or what.
Because as I look at this, I see a few other grows in the area. No idea if they're licensed or not. So possibly the trucks.
There aren't any other licensed sites up there in that area.
There is not any. So I'm looking at a grow here that's on, I think, their property. That's unlicensed.
Is this part of the documentation you've been provided, or are you looking at
I'm
something?
just looking at a map that shows.
Yeah, you shouldn't be using any independent research.
It's in this, it's in the staff report from the planning commission.
Just thank you.
I just had to verify that myself. Fair enough. Seems odd, but fair enough.
Would the applicant's counsel like to utilize your 5 minutes and 23 seconds?
I'll endeavor to not use it all. Once again, good afternoon, Tom Belenko. I do appreciate the opportunity because I think maybe I can clear up at least some of this stuff. Let's start with the easy stuff, the Forest Service Road. This applicant doesn't do any commercial hauling on the Forest Service Road because he's not allowed to. That would, to the extent it's a question, that falls onto the licensed distributor or transporter. He's not that. So is it a valid question? I could opine on why I think it is not, but it's irrelevant as regards cultivation, because cultivation, anything that's hauled there is not commercial if it's hauled by him, because he's not in the business of hauling. And if it is, it's some other third party. If it's soil coming in, if it's water, whatever, that truck that's bringing it belongs to somebody that needs the permit from the Forest Service. He doesn't. Let's jump right into more difficult. I got 420 anyway. So previous growing, particularly growing during the pendency of this application. As you know, cannabis is a seasonal occupation. This license was approved in March. It was appealed, and that appeal was kicked out, and various things happened. But you have a short window, so somebody with a license, state license, orders plants in March. They get delivered. He had the plants. He gets a notice of abatement. The ordinance gives us 7 days to address those. It doesn't say you have plants, you're in violation. It says you have it. This is a 7-day notice. He abated those plants. This is not like the other cultivation that occurs in that neighborhood. This was state licensed cultivation. These plants were in metric. That's why the state came out and verified. When the state does a metric verification, they want to see what happened to the plants typically. Like, show me your compost pile. If you have a compost pile that's this big and it's supposed to have 10,000 plants in it, they follow up on that. I think the county could probably do something along those lines. Like, where did the plants go? Oh, they went into this trailer. So we have that. There was cultivation there. This by no means is the only license where there was, during the pendency of the license application, cultivation. That was noticed and sent an abatement letter and abated. That has happened, and you can ask staff about that, but that has happened a lot. Part of that problem is the letter that the director referenced that came from the state that said, oh, yeah, we're aware of that TAA thing. Don't worry about it. Now, did I dig in deeper on that? Sure, I was involved in that case. I know some more of the nuances on that. 500 people got that letter. So a lot of them who aren't lawyers looked at that and said, great. Metric lets you keep adding plants. You can still do all your plants as far as state's concerned, even though the county was in this shutdown phase. So it is not as clear cut with that. And I'm not saying there shouldn't be some protocol to do that, but I think that's something that is best addressed either in an ordinance rewrite or as a deliberate posted protocol going forward. And I think while we're at it, let's take water hauling in there. I believe this water hauling allegation was from a few years ago. We have never had a good definition of what emergency use is. This is not a water hauling dependent license application. They have 2 permitted wells. One, I think, serves domestic. One is for the cultivation. I don't know the exact flow rate off the top of my head, but I think it's substantial. I think it's a 10 gallon a minute range, maybe higher. So this is not a hauling dependent license. Things happen though, even to people with wells or diversions. Pumps break. I have the pump broken right now. Doesn't mean I'm hauling water, but it does mean that things happen. So again, I don't think that's a reason to deny this, and I don't think somebody can haul in an emergency and still be in compliance with the license. So I do think the greater weight goes to approving this license, or excuse me, denying the appeal. The license is approved, supporting the approval, and really dialing in some of the procedures that maybe this appeal has highlighted to include what do we do when we see violations moving forward of a license. But anyway, I appreciate the engagement. Applicants here for any of your questions as well. But again, I urge you to deny this and let this license go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions, or does someone want to make a motion so we can enter into some discussion?
I'll make a motion to approve as presented for the purpose of discussion.
So approve, meaning uphold the appeal or deny the appeal? To deny the appeal.
I will second.
Just for clarification, I think for findings of fact preparation, I understand you're going to be discussing, but we'd like to prepare findings of fact, ultimately have you come back and approve those at a later date. So
Basically saying the reasons that you're making a decision.
right, no, you make the decision today, but to have those approved and make sure that your bases, you all agree that your bases are what they are in a written form.
Okay.
Is that?
And so
Go ahead.
the motion,
It's okay to not have to do that today. What's the time frame?
Oh, I'd have to look it up on the top of my head, but yeah, it's okay to bring back the findings of fact and approve them. And I'd have to look at the time frame. Only look at it like.
Okay.
probably have to somewhat be in our motion. So our motion is to deny the appeal. Okay, and some of the questions I have, it's kind of revolving around past actions, and I had brought it up in the earlier. I know at least one big grow, and I'm trying to come up with a number, but I can't come up with the CCL number that was stopped because of actions taken during the time between application and permitting. And I know that happened multiple times under different leadership in the cannabis department. One of the larger questions here, and we've kind of touched on, we've just kind of bumped the edge of it when we were having the earlier discussion about general plan, is where in here in all of our discussions, it seems like we've morphed into all we are is a CEQA recommending body. Like our cannabis ordinance has become nothing besides the Appendix C. There was a lot more involved in it when it was written. There was a lot, and Drew and I have had this discussion in the past where the state's the licensing agency, we're doing land use. But the way our ordinance was written, there was more in it than land use. So we're also licensing, whether that's right or not. The state didn't give us much to work with when we created this. And then the state changed the rules. And then we changed the rules and the state changed them again. So there is a lot of gray area in here. One of the concerns I have with this, how this works out, is we're creating this issue where we're going to start dividing communities. We had the Great Belanco compromise in Weaverville and Lewiston and Coffee Creek Trinity Center. But there are other areas in Trinity County where traditionally cannabis is not popular. And as people move in and say, we want to grow cannabis, and the neighbors say, wait a minute, that's not what we do here. Where is the mechanism for the neighborhood to say, that's not how we do things here? And that's where I think we run into issues general plan wise. Because I know Derek said rural residential states that row crops, ag, cannabis is not a row crop. It falls closer to small scale industrial, but I don't know that there has to be some method of discretionary permitting involved with cannabis on every single license, because there's no mechanism in Trinity County for just a ministerial permit. That's the issue I have and the problem I'm struggling with. I'm all for private property rights. At the same time, I'm for community determination also, that communities should be able to determine how they are built out.
If that was the point of conversation going forward, it looks from the map like this is a cannabis community.
I can't find the map that came with the planning department stuff. I've looked at this in the past on other satellite imagery, and I don't want to, all right, so. For this map doesn't show a lot. The ones. Okay, and what's this one? This is, okay. But stealing your packet. It's difficult when you've been instructed that you're supposed to forget everything you looked at before today. Because I've looked at this area on Parcel Viewer, on X Hunt, several different views. And I can see there's a section of it's kind of split into two areas. This corner over here is cannabis. This corner over here is not so much, but that's not necessarily a deciding factor either. I know I've had discussions with people that are not opposed to the cultivation of cannabis, and we get into the NIMBY discussion. They're not opposed to cultivation of cannabis. They're just opposed to it in their yard. Well, some point along the line, communities determine what they're going to allow in their land use and zoning and stuff. That's why I brought up earlier about the CC&Rs. That was a determination when they created that subdivision, what was going to be allowed there. So I struggle with this one because I see there are reasons to deny and there are ways to approve. The question is, how much weight do we give to the neighbors? Because we had what we're supposed to weigh it in the balance. Well, I can see lots of ways to deny this license and a lot of ways we can approve it. The question is, how do we feel about it? It's a difficult decision.
Okay, so I'm going to throw another, maybe it's a monkey wrench, maybe it'll be clarifying. Sometimes when we've had these controversies, it's because someone is growing and the neighbor is very much not wanting cannabis at all. In this case, we've heard testimony that they do grow cannabis, the amount we do not know, but she said for personal use, correct?
I think we have a picture of that in our powered backup.
So it's not that, hey, I don't want it in my backyard because I have it in my front yard. So then what I wonder is, there were things in here that I read that seemed like it was, have the irritations to my way of living been mitigated to a level of less than significant? We heard lights, the direction of the lights, use of tarps, sound of a generator. The rest of them aren't coming to my mind right now. So is the conversation we should be having more like not so much denial of a license, but ensuring levels of mitigation to less than significant?
And there's, we've kind of had these discussions in the past, and I'm not sure where, because my world gets twisted. I'm sure you're running into that now also. The other question I would have, and this one's one that maybe some council can weigh in on. We have an appeal to the director's decision, correct? But some of what is being appealed is the CEQA document. Does the appellant have to file a separate appeal for the CEQA document that was approved, or is it all covered in one appeal? Because what we're hearing is an appeal to the CEQA document, and we're hearing an appeal to the issuance of the license. And I've had the question before, is it one in the same, or do we need two separate appeals? There are too many gray areas in this.
Well, I can,
Go ahead.
yeah, I can answer that. It's one appeal, but they've specified several grounds, and some of the grounds deal with the findings required by the county code, and some do hit on CEQA. So, and that's the practice generally. And I'm not your county council anymore, but when I was years ago, that was also the practice, that you file an appeal of the decision and you set forth your grounds for appeal, and they can be county code land use grounds, or they can be CEQA grounds, or they can be both, but it's one appeal.
Well, I just wanted to comment back to this general plan piece. I thought it was helpful to get the clarification that we did before, and I hear what Supervisor Frazier is saying about his view of what does and doesn't fall under row crops, or the small cultivation, industrial, so forth. The example that I think is very interesting is in Lewiston. Obviously, there's a lot of people who don't want cultivation there for various reasons. It can be the NIMBYism that we hear mentioned often. It can be because of just having a strong opposition to the odor that's associated with it this time of year, especially, things like that. But what I saw very interestingly was on Lewiston Road, a good sized property was being developed. And there was a lot of concern about, oh my gosh, it's going to be another cultivation. How can this happen? and lots of uproar. And the next thing you know, vegetable gardens and trees, fruit trees were going in and everybody was celebrating. And so it just reflects that there, like you said, there is this definite community preferences, but we have to then find our way towards, well, what is appropriate. But if I would say, if this space that is at least as big as a 10,000 square foot cultivation can be embraced and celebrated on a property, then, and that be considered as being within rural residential general plan use, then I don't understand how the cultivation couldn't. You know, you could say, well, wait a minute, they're two very different types of farming and they have different implications, and I'll buy all that. But I don't know how you could say it's okay to open up a community garden that is as big as a cultivation of cannabis, and that's okay, but cannabis within the same code and zoning is not.
Kind of the difference between whether you're raising livestock, cattle, sheep. Difference between sheep and hogs, or there are differences in agriculture that make one allowable in our rural residential and one only with a conditional use permit. So that's what I don't want to go the route of, let's see if our general plan holds up in court. I don't want to do that. I really don't.
Having a 40-year-old general plan without specificity doesn't give you warm fuzzies. Okay.
I think we may be in one of those situations where all things are lawful, but maybe not all things are expedient. Those things that are lawful may not be edifying for the community in which they are lawful. I speak from a person who is, as most of you know, because I've said it many times, generationally deep in these communities. And I remember watching the home I grew up in accepting tons and tons and tons of fill from a job site, and all of the rolling nooks and crannies of the oaks I grew up playing in became a flat space, and that flat space now sits vacant with no vegetation on it. That was a completely lawful act. Those people had the permit to do it, and it was organized and it was taken care of. But in my eyes, having watched it, it now looks like a big flat scar. And I think that that is one of the problems that we are facing and will continue to face until we figure out a way to wrap our minds around proper land use and where is this acceptable and where isn't it. Not that it's lawful or unlawful. But what comes to mind is, you know, for some people, you walk on a grow site, a cannabis farm, and it's beautiful to you. To the next person, it may not be beautiful at all, because those very organized greenhouses on that very flat piece of property with everything done as per permitted looks very, very different than the rolling nooks and crannies of the oaks that it sat on. And I think that that may be where we come to this collision of what is okay and what is not okay in my front yard versus my backyard. Historically speaking, a lot of folks grew, and they grew within those nooks and crannies. And now we have a very different looking style of growing that has come about in the last 10 years or so. And I think that there's always probably been a social conflict between those two types of growers, if you will, on what is okay and what isn't okay. Both perhaps lawful, but do they both present the same way when they're looked at? And I think that may be where we're at in this particular situation. Some of the folks that have been there for a while maybe grew and they are happy doing that, and that's okay with them. And then maybe new folks came and they're within the law, but it doesn't look the way that they think it should look. And I don't know that we can make laws for that. I do think that we can be sensible. And I do think that it's important for us to hear people. In this situation, it appears from my perspective and from reading everything that we have a lawful situation that maybe is just emotionally inconvenient in the situation that it finds itself in.
Well, and I think maybe building on that, but where I come out on some of this is that it points out, as Mr. Belenko shared, that there are really some ambiguities and opportunities to enhance our ordinance to address some of these things. Because, I mean, I can very safely say that I believe someone that is going through the process of requesting an application for cultivating and grows before that permit is issued should not have an opportunity to be in the program for a year. But we don't have an ordinance that supports that right now. And so there's no reason for them to have to act like that's in the ordinance. But I think as we go forward, we need to use this example as things to say, and again, I know these are allegations, some of which have been proven out like the abatement, but others are allegations and we're going on what we have to work with. But I just think we really need to tighten up, but we have to make our decision today based on what our ordinance supports, what our general plan supports, and what our processes have been, so that we have some level of precedent set by decisions made in the past. And I'm even hearing differences there because Supervisor Frazier is referring to a situation sometime in the past when he knows something was stopped for reasons that we're saying now shouldn't even be considered about making a stop. So, and that there have been multiple instances of situations just like this where somebody was cultivating during the application process and it didn't stop them from being approved. So I just think we are stuck in a messy place, which is why this is before us. And we just have to make a decision. But I really think we have to make it based on these criteria that have been kind of spelled out in answers to our questions for a couple of hours from the attorneys and the staff and everyone else.
I think
Can't entertain you unless I open for
well,
both.
I
Sorry.
I would say that we actually were given an opportunity and an idea by the appellant that I think might not be a bad idea. And that is to continue this item to a date specific. So we have an opportunity to do some more research into the general plan implications behind this. And so that we can maybe make a correct decision. At this point, I feel like we make a decision on who we want to be sued by with the information we have before us today. That we are picking who we want to go to court against, not how to do the correct thing. I know that there are considerable issues that I would like to address in future ordinance updates, but I don't know that how long it's going to take to get there.
Well,
Is there any room for mediation in the process of continuing this to a date uncertain or a date certain? Would discussions over, hey, if we could meet in the middle, it would look like this, so that we could get through this process with both parties walking away feeling like we got what we needed. We're not going to have to spend more time, dollars in court. And then we use this as just the perfect model to do exactly what Supervisor Lutweiler said in Supervisor, because you guys are steeped in how do we fix what we've got. And, you know, is that anywhere on the radar of possible?
I don't know if we can.
Yeah, I probably can't take response from that question.
And I don't think that we can ask somebody that's not working for us to do something like that either. I don't know.
Can I ask, so the more answers we got, the less ambiguity was in my mind about what we needed to do. But it sounds like you came out of that process feeling like there's a lot of things that can lean either way. So I think I need a better understanding of what's in your head about why it could either go this way for all these reasons or this way for these reasons, because I'm not seeing so many on one side or the other. I'm seeing them pretty stacked up.
Well, I can see when we went through my notes here, and you said the issue with the filing material false documents, which would have been that thing that they signed that said, I'm not going to do anything wrong until I get my license. And then they got abated for growing without a license. That could be cleared up by just reapplying. Okay, that's true, but to me, that is a reason that the license could be denied. The fact that they didn't comply with the provisions of this section under 1743060A is a reason that it can be denied. The ideas, I mean, I still don't know. I mean, I see some of these pictures. I've heard Drew say that they didn't find any issues with the Appendix C. I haven't read the Appendix C. I don't see the Appendix C in my backup documentation. I don't have access to that to be able to say, okay, they're appealing on Appendix C, and I have no information. What if they're correct, that they didn't fulfill the obligations in their Appendix C? Have we read the Appendix C? It wasn't provided. So those are the kind of questions I have. That's why I said, are we appealing the Appendix C or are we appealing the director's decision? Because we need more information if it's Appendix C related. It's both. I understand where Drew's coming from. His directive was to get people previously illegal licensed. He is doing what he can to get people compliant. The question is there a place in there where there's community input, or is there a place where it's been too much? You've had too many opportunities. To me, there's too many questions. There's not enough answers. It's cannabis is this way all the time. Throw something at you to make a decision, but you don't have all the info. And I struggle with that.
Okay, well, I'm gonna put a subsequent motion on the table that we do continue this item to a date. I don't know how to do a date specific.
Pick one. I would suggest you do December 19th if you're going to do it.
And you had a reason to prefer the 5th?
Prefer the 5th or the 9th.
Oh, okay. I thought you had it. Okay,
I think the
then
5th, if we can, these folks have been at this for a long time and so has our staff. I think the faster that we can.
I would, yeah, you done? I'm sorry, I cut you
No,
off.
it's just.
You can finish your
in
motion.
the middle of a motion.
Yeah.
And I think it should be within 30 days.
Oh, okay. So then, yeah, my motion is to continue this to December 5th in order to obtain further information for evaluation.
What information?
Well, for example, or maybe I need to state a motion better, but Supervisor Frazier is saying there's a lot here that's being appealed on the basis of the Appendix C, which we haven't seen. That's one item.
So neither side submitted that? That's not part of their packet?
Well, do you want to get a second to your?
I mean, it's one thing if
Well, I
you're
want to
looking
state the
for a
motion well.
Okay, go ahead.
looking for further legal opinion on the general plan, but you're not permitted to do your own research and that sort of thing. So is that not?
So to Amanda's question, no, the Appendix C is not included, but the specific reasons for appeal that reference the Appendix C, there is rebuttal and language from the Appendix C provided in staff's response to those 25 reasons for appeal.
Okay. That's sufficient for me, but for somebody who's super familiar with all of this, maybe you'd like to see more than that.
Do you want to second that motion?
I'll second it for discussion, but we'll see. From there.
I would just say if that's the approach that we would choose to take, I would think it would be incumbent on us to be very clear about what this additional information is that we need. Because we literally have 2 or 3 hours worth of questions and answers from our experts, from our legal counsel, which is upon hours and hours and hours of staff report and everything else. So if we're going to delay this for both parties, and for staff and legal counsel, then I think we have to be extremely clear about what questions we have today that didn't get answered.
Okay, so let me just ask Supervisor Frazier. If you were to have stated my motion better than I did, what would you have put in it? Because it really was kind of your thought.
I don't know. I think you probably covered it. I understand the desire to be done with this. This has been going on for a long time. Also, I understand that this is kind of a precedent-setting issue in some regards. But at the same time, like I said, it's not. I've seen this happen before, not exactly like this, but very similar, and licenses be revoked. Well, applications were revoked because they weren't licensed, and so they had their application in. They had we're talking a 40 by 60 steel building, tons of fencing. They had probably 50 water tanks all set up, and a pond dug that was engineered and signed off on by the Army Corps of Engineers and not permitted, and they lost their ability to get a cannabis cultivation permit. And so what we're doing now is saying, why did that person lose their ability to get a cannabis cultivation permit, but somebody later down the line can have those violations while they're in the permitting process, and we can't use that as a justification to withhold the license? And that's what the issue I have. It doesn't matter to me who the applicant is. My question is, if we're going to have Drew signing off on these licenses and he cannot deny a license if they finish their Appendix C, then why are we having Drew sign off on these licenses? Why is there any way that somebody can appeal that? If we're telling Drew that if they've done their Appendix C, sign it. And that's the question I have. If anybody can answer that, it would be interesting. But
You're saying that we have a very ministerial system, but we've added a discretionary component by the fact that it's appealable.
no, basically what I'm saying is we have a discretionary process, but we're doing it ministerially because we're telling Drew that if they check all the boxes, then it's a ministerial. Derek said, well, it's number one on the discretionary scale, but it is a discretionary action. So if it's a discretionary action and Drew sees, we have to tell Drew, okay, what is a justifiable reason for him to deny a license? Well, if you have verified violations and complaints, and that's not a reason to deny a license, what is a reason to deny a license? So that's the question I have. It doesn't matter to me if the neighbor's growing 42 acres of illegal cannabis. The question to me is, if Drew cannot deny a license for a violation, what is the reason to deny one? Is there a reason? And if there isn't a reason, then somebody explain to me why we have a director's use. Well, it's not a director's use permit. It's a director's something.
So did you have a response that you wanted to go?
Well, I just kind of wanted to pose a parallel question or maybe make a point, which is that, the example that you're giving, Dan, of some historical instance of some issues of noncompliance, then having either the application was denied or the permit was revoked, without the specifics, I don't know. But my assumption would be that happened during the time when the program was at capacity. Because otherwise, based on my reading of 1743, to your point, what what prevents them from just applying the next day?
You'd have to call Kim Hunter. Possibly David might remember some of the stuff that was going on there. I mean, I could give you a name, but I don't think I want to do that in a public setting. But that's the thing to me. It's their cannabis land in Trinity County is such a convoluted web of mistakes. There's precedent for everything cannabis related.
And I guess what I just want to point out is that, whatever action the board chooses to take, it'd be helpful for staff to be clear on the process. And so my opinion would be that, as I've stated multiple times, that a lot of these issues that we're confronted with really need to be addressed in ordinance updates. So if the board were to choose to, uphold this appeal, then again, without ordinance updates, what prevents the applicant from applying again tomorrow? And then us not being in the exact same situation with all the exact same pieces of evidence and the exact same concerns in another couple months?
It's a good question.
So can I throw my 2 cents in here?
Yeah.
To me, and I don't know either of the 2 people in this case, but our cannabis department was asked 25 different questions, and we had everybody in Trinity County that should be going out to cultivation sites to look at them. Go out there, look at them. They found no violations at the time. Drew and staff answered the 25 questions that were posed to him. In those answers, I found them to be justifiable. And I think for me as a board person, there's always going to be ambiguity in anything that we do up here, especially with cannabis. There's always some weird middle ground. But I, as a board member, stand behind my staff. They went out, answered the questions, did their homework, sent people out there, sent everybody out there to do their homework. They came back, we read it. Sure, there's some oddball ambiguity in everything, but didn't seem like it when I read it last night or the night before, whenever I read it. Pretty straightforward, a lot of good work put in, a lot of hours put in, a lot of money put in. And I think we're just asking ourselves to keep finding new questions to ask when they were kind of asked 25 questions and they answered them. I do agree down the road, there will be more questions that will pop up from things, cannabis or not, that we will have to deal with. I don't think this is a precedent setting situation. They did their homework. They answered all the questions. They sent everybody out there. The Planning Commission denied the appeal. Came back to Drew, his folks did their job, and I would stick behind my guys and gals at the department.
And I'm going to push back against you just a little bit there, because it's like I'm looking at the response. Like I said, I don't have the Appendix C with me, but the complaint is that there's lights when there shouldn't be. And the answer is the Appendix C says that the lights will be downcast and they won't be. Well, okay, the Appendix C says that, but what's the county doing to enforce that? Well, we heard from staff that county doesn't work in the nighttime.
Well,
and so those are the kind of questions that are bigger than just, yes, this response is great. Staff put a ton of work into this. There are questions that they can't answer.
Well, county code enforcement does work in the evening. I've seen them work on my street in the evening doing enforcement for the exact same thing you're talking about, for light pollution. So I would say that Drew and company staff works a 9 to 5 job, we'll say. But code enforcement is any time of the day or night. And I've seen them out there all times of the day and night. So I don't think it's for Drew to go out there and actually go, hey, look, lights shining. It's enforcement that does that. That's something that comes in after you've already given the license. A complaint comes in, they go out, abate, whatever you want to do.
I wish that my industry worked that way, where I could go out, clear cut 160 acres and then file for a LTO and for a harvest permit and all those different things. Most generally, when you're in an industry, you have to fulfill all the obligations before you start into business. I'm not arguing that Drew's not doing his job. I'm saying that there are questions here I don't think we'll ever answer. The question is, do we say, to me, the whole question comes down to, can we even deny a license? Can Drew deny a license? And that's what the question comes down to me.
Yeah, I
think he can.
I mean, and he does. I'm aware of a number of applications that they have denied, but I think.
Have you denied a license, Drew?
I've denied applications. We have the ability to deny an application or revoke a license.
Okay, so you've denied applications, and for what reason?
I think what Rick's referencing specifically is related to an opt-out.
So
that those criteria were clear, whereas what we're grappling with here is criteria that aren't clear.
Except some of the criteria is clear, because we have a signing of a testimonial statement on an application, and it became a false statement once they went ahead and cultivated without that permit.
Well, I just want to stop there for a minute and say, read the statement that you think is then considered as a false statement. Because when I read that statement, I went back and read it 5 times. And I would love to have, counsel weigh in on it, but I don't see that when I read it.
Okay.
It says applicants acknowledge that they cannot conduct cannabis-related business with a non-licensed entity. It doesn't say, I have not. It doesn't say, and this says with a non-licensed entity. So it's like, I'm not going to do business with somebody else who's doing things illegally. I think, again, lawyers need to interpret that better than me, but I don't read that as a statement that then could then be placed to say, oh, that was false testimony. I would love legal opinion on that. And I'm not trying to
I think that
move this one way or the other. I'm just trying to make sure that we're really clear on what we have to make a decision on.
And I think the challenge of the acknowledgement is you're talking about when it says things like the applicant will comply with XYZ laws and codes is then the decision you're faced with is when does that will start?
Right.
Is it from the date that you're issued the license? Like you agreeing that as a condition of receiving this license, I promise to do the following acts after I receive that license? Or is it from the moment they sign that and say from this date forward, I'm not going to engage in any of those, or I make the following promises?
Yeah, I just keep coming back to, in my mind, I kept trying to process, okay, where are things that would cause us to lean this way or lean this way because of what the legal guidance to us and the facts as we understand them. And everything started to come over on this side of the formula because I didn't see anything that we can legally stand on based on our ordinance and these documents that says that we can approve the appeal, deny the application. I don't see it. Like I said, there's lots of things that I think should change about our process so we could. Like the example of cultivating when you're applying, whether by the letter of the law it was wrong, it was by the intent of the program absolutely wrong.
And
But
there's,
I don't see that we have a standing to make a decision based on that.
there's a lot of stuff in here that by the letter of the law has changed, and by the intent, it's nothing compared to nothing. John Brower was there and David. I mean, there are things that have just completely changed without ever changing, just in interpretation by having new people come into the office. It happens. I do struggle though with the idea that there never seen the way that cannabis is a ministerial permit in our ordinance. And that's what we've created. And I don't know how we've got to that point. I mean, there was a lot of discussion in the beginning of it's allowable in these only by CUPs. We got past that because we were trying to actually get people to become compliant, and there was no way staff could process 530 CUPs in the next 30 years. So, but there has to be a way that we can actually have planning when we are developing things in our county. I mean, who would plan to put small scale industrial, or I don't even know how you would interpret that. I mean, that to me, I'm sorry, I look at that pictures of that grow and I don't see agriculture. I see industrial. That there's a difference between having somebody out in a field with a tractor and row crops and having giant greenhouses with giant heating and cooling apparatuses and a huge generator to run it. To me, I'm sorry. So planning where that fits in our communities is important, and we haven't done that. And the other question I have, you're talking about the weight going one way. We have an appellant who's saying, well, there's been these violations of CEQA. And staff says, oh, there's no specific violations of CEQA. But once again, I can't see the Appendix C document, but the Appendix C document talks about stuff like light shielding, water hauling, all of these examples. And if there are violations of the Appendix C, what now?
Well, what strikes me is, even with what you just said, let's just say for the moment that every single one of the allegations was true, all of these things happened. What I heard from special counsel is that's not for you to be considering, because the ordinance does not call for you to look backwards. It calls the CEQA document, the Appendix C, the whole process says, this is how we will operate under your program.
But
And
if they don't fulfill what they said they would do to operate under our program, I wish I had worked in an industry where you can't go back and find out that you were wrong. Because if you violate the Appendix C,
I just want to clarify that, I fully understand what you're grappling with. In terms of violating the Appendix C is not applicable to the project until it's approved and until the license is granted. So any historic concerns about not complying with the Appendix C currently aren't valid, because the Appendix C doesn't apply to the project until the license is issued in conjunction with the approved environmental document under the new paradigm, which is that we're doing site-specific environmental review.
so if you say, okay, they have an approved Appendix C and you're cultivating cannabis before you're permitted, do you now have to go back and do another Appendix C because you changed your site?
If you were to make changes that are outside of the
You
Appendix
added
C,
plants, you added soil, you added traffic trips. Do you have to redo your Appendix C because you stepped outside of what was analyzed and you haven't been permitted yet? I mean, how can we have, you can't do anything wrong on your appendix C until after you're licensed, but you're analyzing environmental impacts. So if you say, I'm gonna do this, and then you do something different and you get your license issued, even though it wasn't covered in your appendix C, do you not have to go back and redo that appendix C to cover the, we'll call it grading, that you did that wasn't covered in the appendix C?
I follow your question specific to this appeal. The grading activities were called out in the appendix C and addressed. And, you know, staff's verification, David Colbeck's, you know, site inspection that we attended, clarify that the documentation that's provided in the appendix C is consistent with the activities that they engaged in. So it is nuanced, unfortunately, but the way that the program is looking at it currently is that those mitigation measures and everything that's in the appendix C don't apply to the project until the license is issued along with that approved environmental document. So if they were to make changes to the scope of their project and develop outside of what was in their appendix C, if we were to have that information post appendix C, then we would at the very least request that the appendix C be updated, and that might actually be good grounds for revocation. But up until that point, it's unclear, which is obviously what we're.
That's the problem I have, is the fact that we're saying, okay, the first thing we're going to do is give you a license. And then we're going to look at it and see if you did something so egregious that we're going to take it from you. Where to me, the idea would be to look at it and say, you know, you shouldn't get a license. Because, and if you have to go back and reapply with all the same stuff, but do it correctly, a lot of places, I don't even think you would get that opportunity. If I, in my industry, was to go out and say, okay, I'm just going to go ahead and let my license lapse in December, and I'm going to start doing 3-acre conversions for folks without my license, and I'm going to drop my insurance. I'm not going to get to go back and say, okay, we'll just forget about that whole year that I was completely breaking the law, and we're going to start from today, and I'm going to give you my money to get my license and start over. I
totally agree with you, Dan. I mean, I think the issue is that the regulations related to, you know, LTOs and timber harvest are clear. Whereas unfortunately for us, that is not what we're working with in the current version of 1743, which is why we've been working on doing ordinance updates.
Yeah, that's why I feel like, Dan, I'm totally with you in describing how it should be. But I think if you look at what we have to work with, it is what it is.
Which
we're caught in a place where what is lawful isn't expedient. We have a situation and we can't solve that until we do the new ordinances, what we're working on right now.
Which won't solve it either.
We might get closer.
I'm being brutally honest. I don't know. I can see, doggone it, I wish I had the number for that. That was shut down because of the issue of non-compliance in the midst of permitting. I know there was actually a couple of them that I know of. One of them was we're getting into public comment again, kind of, but whether or not, all right, I'll offer our third and final motion. I'm going to make a motion that we uphold the appeal, and because I can see that we don't get too far by continuing this. And I think we need to make a decision one way or another, and I'm willing to try to come up with findings to support my reason
You're talking about to grant the appeal?
to grant the appeal. Yes.
For a second.
I'll second for further discussion. Or to look for that list.
Can I have a clear repeat of what your, did you finish the second motion?
Yeah.
To push it to the 15th, to the 5th?
Oh, the second motion on the table, yeah, it was to continue the hearing with the thought that I thought I heard Supervisor Frazier saying that he felt like he just needed more information.
I would like to have more information, but
That was seconded by Dan.
I mean,
So now we have 3 motions.
We have 3 motions.
So my thinking, Chair, is that, I mean, obviously we have the appeal thing. So we have 3 different things that are very different, each one. And I think it would be helpful for us to state, if we're voting to deny the appeal, what are right now in the moment, what are our findings? What are the reasons? If we're looking to approve it, what are the reasons? And if we're looking to delay it, what are the questions that are unanswered? And that might inform us as to which way we want to vote, because each party can make their case for why they think it should be one or the other.
Yeah, okay, so let's have a list of.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Point of order, though. You do have a motion on the table and before discussion that the 3rd motion on the table. So before further discussion, that either stands or dies. I just want this record.
I
to be
seconded
clean.
it.
You did second?
I did.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
so as far as findings, I think that we kind of went over that somewhat. A reason to uphold the appeal or for denial of application would be the fact that there were violations of 17.43060A in my lawyer brain. Also, I don't know exactly how to word some of the other stuff, but to me, that's reason enough in itself to deny a license. And because of the questions that are unresolved regarding the Appendix C to me and what we've been offered today, I cannot justify making a decision with the EIR questions that were raised by the appellant.
That fit in the uphold the appeal category, or does that fit in the continue?
That second one would fit in both. I feel that is a good enough reason to uphold the appeal.
And you had stated considerations of, you said, I don't want to have to rely on our 40-year-old general plan.
I don't want to dig too deeply into that.
So that doesn't go on the list in your mind.
No, I won't put that on there.
So violations of program requirements during the application process and lack of detail regarding Appendix C to make the decision. Is that fair?
Lack of detail around the Appendix C based complaints.
Okay. Okay. Sorry. I guess we could continue to get them for the
Reasons
continue,
to,
since we already started that one.
there's really only,
The reasons to continue would be to have attorneys investigate further the general fund implication, or general plan implications, and zoning and then same thing to clarify the Appendix C questions.
You don't have that document before you.
The
It's not
Appendix
part of
C,
the record.
no. And if we continue to, I would want it to be part of the record. I don't know if we do that.
Clarifications and what Derek already provided on both those topics?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there are
What further than other than what Derek already provided?
Well, apparently if we can't have the Appendix C document, it would be kind of difficult if we can't have that in the record. It would be difficult to get clarification beyond what staff has already provided because they've already given us their opinion. So yeah, I don't know. That one, I don't think we gain anything by continuing.
Yep. Okay.
Going down the line here.
And reason, you can just chime in whenever you want to add something to the list.
Which one are you chiming in on, Lee?
I'm going to deny the appeal
Based on,
No,
based on the 25 reasons and answers that Drew gave to us. The probably 100 hours of work put into that. Every single person that we could get out to that site to look at that site, we bored holes in the ground. We did all we could there. That this appeal should be denied.
so what we're looking for right here is a basis upon which, like, things that we're going to add to our findings. So of
Findings.
those things in your mind,
Findings
we
of
need specific examples to add to the list, like we're creating findings.
I don't need to give a specific answer on why I want to deny this appeal.
No, that's what we're looking for right now. We're trying
Yes,
to
so he's provided the 25 questions and the answers. That list you're referring to, you
I'll
are
stand on
incorporating those into your.
As
I'll stand
findings.
on those 25.
Okay.
And a sufficiency of staff investigation, does that qualify as a point? Okay.
In addition to,
And we also had, sorry.
in addition to what our county staff did in terms of answering the responses, the state was there in both the form of the water board and the metric system to check on the removal. And then also the information that we were given to from California Department of Fish and Wildlife.
And in terms of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, is that helpful in terms of, like, to me, that just moots a point that was made.
Okay,
It
then-
doesn't
then strike
necessarily
that.
bolster a reason. I'm asking.
That's fine, strike that.
Do you not think it bolsters your? Is it an agency that went out there and found no violations related
I
to the
think
above reference?
in my opinion, it spreads the decision around to more experts.
And it is
Yeah.
pushed back against an allegation.
It is, yes.
And it
But we
says
don't know.
right there, time of inspection, no violation related to the above reference was observed. Staff had really had no problem with it. And that's the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. So someone even outside of our government entity was out there and observed what was going on there. And saw no reason to cite them.
So Dan, I have to circle back because even if you say, I don't want to go there with the whole general plan inconsistency thing, I don't think that a court would say, well, I'm not going there. I think they would go there.
I don't think that I want to sit here and try to lay out the legal ammunition for the people who are going to sue us, is why I don't want to put any findings into that. Thank you. I'm not going to do that. We'll have to leave that open.
So under findings for denying the appeal, I had the staff report refuting all 25 allegations and reasons for appeal, state agency support for qualifications of application, and then other notes I'd made were special counsel advice that there are no general plan related reasons to approve, nor any need for further review. Special counsel advice that past actions are not to be considered in this situation, and a mixed history or set a precedent of denying applications for past behaviors.
And I'm sorry, I lost you a little bit through there. It's 4 o'clock. I want a 5-minute break, please.
Sure, sure. Ce? Băie? Ne, daj tu tepame. Ne odrckáme, băie, brzdu. Băie.
Okay, sorry, we're a couple minutes late, but we are back in session. We left off basically on the edge of voting, but I do think we have a staff member with her hand raised that we might not have seen. Ashley, can you take a peek and see if Christy's got her hand up? Christy, did you have something to offer?
Yeah, I was trying to help Dan clarify that property, but it might be a moot point at this point.
Okay. Oh, what he was looking, oh, I follow.
So you wanted me to read these?
Yes, please.
So just the notes. Whoa.
Good.
All confuddled. The notes that I took, first for the findings for approving the appeal, there were violations of program requirements during the application process, and that there is a lack of detail regarding Appendix C related complaints that should be considered in this matter. The findings for continuing the matter, lack of detail regarding Appendix C, as stated before, and opportunity for attorneys to further evaluate the general plan considerations. And under denying appeal, staff report refuting all 25 allegations, reasons for appeal. Special counsel advised that there are no general plan related reasons to approve, nor any need for further research on the matter. Special counsel advised that past actions are not to be considered in this situation, which kind of goes to the first item under the finding for approving. State agency support for qualifications of application, and mixed history set of precedent of denying applications for past behaviors, because it sounds like we both have examples that we can bring up that where they were denied and where they weren't denied. So that's what I have so far.
And the only last piece that is still kind of, let it sit.
And I don't know how we could, how to state a finding and how to justify a finding. Community input. And we want. I don't know how to.
Okay.
In the community. That's something that we need. Also.
And as I look around, as I look around at this neighborhood, I think they've already made up their neighborhoodly decision. It seems like they all grow.
Dan, I'm getting messages that I can't hear, that you can't be heard.
I would say 95% of them grow. Legally or illegally, I don't know. Is mine not working?
You've turned me on. Now I work. Okay, so I'm not going to try to recover everything I've said. I would say, Liam, with the maps, that it's hard for me to keep track of what I've seen today in the packet and not get it convoluted with what I've looked at on my own. But the maps don't show a very good layout compared to what is out there. So there, the maps that we've got in the packet don't, I mean, it show the one that shows the zoning, say the unclassified zoning district shows the parcels. It doesn't show anything else, but then if you kind of in your brain overlay that onto the one that shows the grows don't cover the entire area. They're kind of segregated to one side, and then one right in the middle of the part that isn't growing, because a lot of the stuff, well, you can see the numbers, the 1928 14, 1928 15, 1928 16, 1928 13, 7407, 2806, 2805, 2804. Those do not have grows on them.
You are correct. I would.
So you have this section over here that does, but I wish that I could.
I'll change my sentence and every improved parcel is a cultivation site to the left of that, from what I can gather. So it would seem to me that this community, and it's a very sparsely populated community to begin with. The ones that are established, we'll say, or have homes or people living on them, are certainly, from what I can gather, either legal or illegal cannabis grows.
And looking at the information I see in our packet, the ones with homes on them are, according to the county, there are, there's a home there maybe. There are very few homes in the area. So I can guarantee you that the vast majority of these cultivation areas are not permitted because they don't have residential dwellings on the parcel with them. And that's why I said it's difficult to determine that without having more information, than which we can't get. And so
Quite a look.
and you have a good point, Dan. I don't know, does this guy or gal own 390 acres here, and the home is way over here and the growth site's here? I'm just looking at it in general, and what I can see, anything developed, we'll say to the left of this project that we're talking about today, seems to be cultivation friendly, whether it's legal or illegal. And it's very sparsely, from what I can gather. I'm not sure the square or it's 100 meters, so it's huge. The plot that I'm looking at is very, very big, and nobody's stepping on anybody's toes, it looks like, up there. But everything that's been improved seems to have cannabis on it, unless I'm wrong.
Well, I think we need to bring it back to the actual appeal before you too. It's not necessarily a factor to be considered. It's not really, you don't have that information except for the pictures you're looking at as to what's growing and the community input that you received in testimony today, and that's about it.
So I have a question for County Council, Special Counsel. I understand that we have an opportunity to refine our findings after this discussion, but based on the findings that you've heard for these three different approaches and the facts that you've been hearing us consider and opinions and so forth, which of these three approaches do you feel presents the least risk?
I'm sorry, I've got to be moving on, so I did change. I apologize. I look a little different now than I did. I'm not dressed up. You ask always the favorite question municipal lawyers get when you ask us, are we going to win a lawsuit?
No doubt.
In open session. But I believe staff has presented the right recommendation. I believe that if we deny the appeal, we will work to make sure that your rationale is addressed in the findings. And I will work with county council and staff, and I will work together to document that. So on the issue of the general plan, for instance, we will be able to actually write out the rationale for you to review and to ratify if it's your pleasure when we bring that back to you, and on the other issues. So in these litigation proceedings, when I responded to the chair's question about this writ WRIT procedure, the courts always start with the findings. What are the agency's findings? And then the courts look to the evidence to see what the evidence supporting the findings are. So we will be very clear in the findings that we draft. But I do believe that the recommended action from staff is the most defensible. If you do go the opposite and you grant the appeal, I don't want to say that's not defensible. My concern becomes unequal application and an issue where we're singling somebody out, and we may be taking action that are not consistent with the past. And that's always a concern. But at the same time, I understand the maker of the motion. The board's preferences since I've been doing this have changed. I don't think anyone doesn't understand that. I dealt with 5 different board members on this cannabis issue when I first started dealing with this. We have a different administration, so there has been a lot of change. So I do see Supervisor Frazier's, I do see his concerns, and all of the things he raises are very valid. And I think that would be things that we can address through an ordinance. But my concern is that the process that we have, the code that we have, is based on, I guess, what I would call the sufficiency model, where we were trying to get to a place where we reduce the amount of people in the illegal market by speeding everything up and by streamlining everything. That was really the past intention of prior boards and prior administrations, and it's where we are now. It's not that we have to stay here, but my concern is if we pick this applicant out and use this as kind of the precedential case, they may have claims against us for that. And I don't want to elaborate because, I just want to alert the board that that's a difficult position. If you want to continue, that's a board prerogative. We can, I will work with staff to provide more analysis, and we would flesh out the analysis in the form of, I assume, a supplemental board letter, and I can draft parts of it in consultation with county council, so that if you go that route, that's a board pleasure item. And if you want us to do that, I certainly can do my part.
Thank you. Anything to add, county council?
No, I don't have anything to add.
Enough to put one of you on the spot? Okay.
All right, well, here we are. We have 3 motions on the table. We will vote in reverse order. So the third motion on the table was the motion to uphold the appeal that was made by Supervisor Frazier and seconded by myself. So Ashley, would you call for the vote on that?
Chairman Cox,
No?
Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
Supervisor Lutwiler,
No.
Supervisor Gogan,
No.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
No.
All right, the second that, when you have one that's completely opposite of the other, by default, does the other win? No, we've got another motion.
No. So the next one you have is the continuance.
Yes,
And they could all lose, and then
Right.
and then what happens?
it would be denied by lack of action.
Okay.
Turn the clock back an hour.
Motion number 2 was to continue the hearing. That motion was made by myself and seconded by Supervisor Frazier.
Supervisor Frazier,
No.
Chairman Cox,
Yes.
Supervisor Lutwiler,
No.
Supervisor Gogan,
No.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
No.
Okay. Motion number 1 to deny the appeal. That motion was made by Supervisor Carpenter Harris and seconded by Supervisor Gogan.
Supervisor Gogan,
Yes.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Yes.
Supervisor Lutwiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier,
No.
Chairman Cox.
No. But that motion wins 3-2. And so the appeal has been denied. All right, thank you.
That was
Wow.
easy.
So now we will move into closed session as soon as I find my, got it. It's here, yeah. All right, moving into closed session, item 5.1, Government Code Section 54954.5C, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, number of cases 2. Item 5.2, Government Code Section 54954.5C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, number of cases 1. Sieper et al. Versus County of Trinity et al. Trinity County Superior Court case number 22CV071. Item 5.3, Government Code Section 54954.5E, Public Employee Appointment, County Council. Item 5.4, Government Code Section 54954.5E, Public Employee Evaluation, County Administrative Officer. Item 5.5, Government Code Section 54956.9D2 and 3, Conference with Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 1 potential case, complaint of alleged harassment against a member of the Board of Supervisors. And with that, is there any public comment on our closed session? There is none in the room. There's no one in the room. Is there anyone on Zoom?
I have no raised hands, no chat.
All right, with that, we will close public comment, adjourn open session.